document which sets out a sort of plan.
Yes.
I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That will be posted on the site. Thank you. Can we have the witness? I'm told that there are some problems with the air conditioning in here. It may get very warm. If it gets too warm, I shall invite everyone to remove their jackets. Good morning. Yes. Yes, good morning, Mr. Piper.
Good morning.
I don't require you to take the oath again. You know you're on oath, so
Yes, sir.
It will apply. Thank you. Do take a seat, make yourself comfortable, bring that microphone a little closer to yourself. That's it. The water's there for your use. And we'll start now. Mr. Maharaj, thank you.
Mr. Piper, yesterday afternoon, when the adjournment was taken, we were on the line clearance. And
Yes,
I
sir.
want to refer you back to that document, the instructions at volume 3, page 1033 of the core bundle.
Yes, sir.
You have seen it, and you would see that in the pages, as you flip it, you would see on each page the 3 persons signed, including you.
Yes, sir.
And you.
Forgive me, Mr. Maharaj. I need to just sort of catch up with where I am myself.
1033.
Right, we're in which core bundle?
Volume 3.
Right, thank you. And we're on page.
It's page, yes, 1033.
Sorry, which page are we on?
1033.
10.
1033.
Right, I'm there. Thank you.
And the question I had asked him, Mr. Chairman, was that on each page, there is a signature of the 3 persons, including himself.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And the next question I was going to ask you is that, and would you agree it is a step-by-step process for the line clearing?
Yes, sir. It should pretty much sequential.
Yeah, and could you look at page 1038? And you would
Yes,
see
sir.
under risks, all risk associated with this job covered by JSA, and it give the reference. That would, am I correct in saying all risk associated with this job covered by the risk assessment, which was approved, which was submitted by LMCS and approved by Paria, accepted by Paria?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And if you look at resources, manpower, operator to be assigned for monitoring and emergency response, comma, required manpower to conduct works by contractor.
Mm-hmm.
So this operation was an operation, well, an instruction being carried out by both the operator, which was Paria, and the contractor.
No, sir. Just to explain again, if I may. We don't write in our operations department. We write work instructions for our operations department. We do not write work instructions for any other department, nor for any contractor. So this, as I tried to explain yesterday, this is simply a series of tasks. For instance, when the operator has to open his valves and so on, this is simply those series of tasks that he understands that he has to perform, because he is simply aligning his system on the berth. But he also, in writing this, the operator to be assigned for monitoring and emergency response. That monitoring is the monitoring of his berth. And if there, for instance, you would see that we had earlier in the document to install containment booms. So he is monitoring for any pollution and so on. That is what his job is, sir.
Well, Mr. Piper, I don't want to spend much time in this, but I referred you yesterday to the witness statement of Mr. Jonathan Ramdan. And I'll just give you the reference because you remember what he said.
Correct.
Witness bundle 1417 at paragraph 8, in which he stated that LMCS undertook to drain the pipeline based on that instruction.
No, sir, this instruction does not go to LMCS. This instruction is simply and solely an internal instruction for our operators.
Mr. Piper, I have to put to you that what you're telling us is not accurate because there are documents that show that it went to LMCS, and I'll refer you to that document. Volume 2, Witness Statement Bundle, at page 917. It's an email from Mr. Terence Ramprasad Singh, copied to Mr. Manmohan Balkaran, addressed to LMCS. Subject, draining of S36SL, page 917.
I'm seeing it on the screen.
And I'll read the email, right? Sure. And Mr. Terence Ramprasad Singh is Paria, correct?
Yes, sir.
Please see attached signed draining procedure. Let us meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. to discuss draining schedules. I want to start as early as possible this week, bearing in mind the crude ship loading is on the 14th. I will discuss the ups now to firm up on any other issue.
Right. So, again, right, this draining procedure, the target audience when we develop this in operations is for our offshore operator, right? This is not an instruction, nor was it intended to be an instruction to the contractor. I cannot write an instruction to the contractor, sir. I write a work instruction to my operators. Of course, you would appreciate that we would want to coordinate with the contractor. If this document was passed to the contractor, it is passed so he understands that we also are coordinating. Just as we need to know, my operator needs to know, he will see the booms out there. For instance, let me give you a for instance.
Well, I think
No, if I may, sir, if I may, please, I need to explain, right? So, one second. Right. So if you look at 6.2, pre-blowing and draining conditions, right? Item number 5. So item number 4, item number 5, remove slip blank from manifold area connecting 36 and 33 Sealine. So that is just the contractor. He understands that we understand. Contractor to be on item number 5, contractor to be on standby to address any leaks, flange, valve, etc. in bracket on the low sulfur fuel oil system as identified during the clearing of number 36 Sealine. So that simply is our operator understands that he has to have a contractor on standby. If technical and maintenance share this document, the contractor also understands he has to have somebody stand. But the audience is our offshore operator.
based on what you said,
Yes,
look
sir.
at 6.5, number 8.
6.5, number 8. Yes, sir.
Periodically monitor the level of the product in the riser via the gauging port.
Right. So our
Who is
operator,
supposed to do that?
that is a contractor's function, sir.
That's
Our
a contractor's
operator, yes.
function.
Our operator does not do any monitoring like that. This is simply so he understands what is going on and he understands when he needs to open and shut his system.
Okay. I am suggesting to you that you're not speaking the truth because Mr. Ramdan and this email shows that these were instructions given by Paria to carry out the line draining in accordance with those instructions. What you have to say about that?
And I'm saying to you, sir, that this was never an instruction to the contractor. I do not write, operations does not write any work instructions to the contractor. I cannot write any work instructions to the contractor.
Okay, assuming you're correct.
I am correct, sir.
All right. Would you agree that these instructions that you give to your internal department would be instructions as to how the line should be drained?
It is an instruction to what he has to do with his valving, and so he has an idea what the contractor has to do.
Okay, let's pass on to something else. You would agree with me?
Just before you pass on something else, is it normal for the contractor to have this document or similar document in different works? Is that normal?
No, sir. Right?
So
sorry.
So if you say that that's not normal, so would you agree then that this is an unusual feature of this, that this particular document was emailed to the contractor?
It is unusual, but I can understand that the technical and maintenance, I can understand that the supervision would want the contractor to know, listen, we are ready with our procedure. I want you to, so he understands that we know what to do, and we are working with him to line up. But this is never for the contractor.
Well, you say never. I mean,
Yes.
as a matter of fact, it was, because it was sent to him.
Yes, and it's simply information to the contractor, I would imagine, on this occasion.
Well,
So he just understands, listen, we are ready.
Yeah, I understand. I hear what you're saying, but you see, when you look at the actual email, that's not what it is saying, is it? This is just for your information. What it is saying is, please see the attached signed draining procedure, comma. Let us meet tomorrow at 10 to discuss the draining schedules. Right, so it is intended, isn't it, to indicate the manner and the system of work that is to take place the next day. or
Correct.
whatever it
So
was.
I interpret this as, if I may, listen, we are ready. Our operations is ready. They have their procedure. I'm just sharing it with you, right? But let us discuss tomorrow. I'm indicating to you that we are ready. We have our schedules to discuss. Let's discuss. That is how I interpret that.
Well, I understand how you're interpreting it
Yeah.
post the event. Can I ask you, please, would you agree that at best it is ambiguous?
At this point, I don't fully agree that it is ambiguous. But I understand how it works. So
No, you understand how it works. I want to try and
Yeah.
understand how it works. I'm suggesting that the interpretation you're placing on it, which may be a completely accurate one, but that is not actually what it says. It is ambiguous in the way in which it is drafted at best, isn't
right.
it? Because it's not saying,
Mhm.
look, I'm just sharing this with you so you understand that we're ready at this end.
Yeah.
This is what we're
Yeah.
going to be doing, right? It's not saying that, is it?
Right. So let's discuss the draining schedules tomorrow. So if I go back to say, this document has gone to operations, right? So I share this with you. So you are aware you need to put your compressor. You are aware you need to install the containment booms. You are aware that you need to put your slip blanks. You also are aware that you have a manpower provision to put on the berth during the time that we start this air blowing. So once you could put all of that in place, let's discuss the schedule so that, because you now know what you need, you now be confirming, yes, and these are some of the things that we, Paria, need to have from you as the manpower. So that is how I interpret this.
And you think that's what it says, do you?
Well, as I keep repeating, sir, this document is a work instruction to our offshore
you think
operators.
that's what it
I
emails?
think that is that is my interpretation of that. right? I am saying to you, listen, these are the things I need. Let us sit down and discuss when you can provide these things.
Can we agree this much at least, that it could have been better crafted, the email?
I will agree with that, sir.
All right, thank you.
Much obliged. I want to go to something else, Mr. Piper. I want to go to the emergency response plan of LMCS, which was accepted by Paria, okay? And that is in volume 2 of the core bundle, page 877.
Core bundle 877.
7, yes. Okay. And you would see at page 879, it under just after the first paragraph, in the event of any emergency on a boat, respond in accordance with Paria Fuel Trading Company Limited Fire Emergency Response Procedure. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then you see lower down, in the event of any emergency in the hyperbaric chamber.
Okay.
And you would see, do you see it have anything there relating to if men are sucked into a pipe by Delta P or any other reason?
No, sir.
No. So would you, and you're familiar with this plan, not so?
Yes, well, yes, sir.
Yes. And would you agree with me that in the emergency response plan, this emergency response plan, the Delta P hazard was not identified as a risk or a hazard?
Yes, sir.
And the plan, when you read it, does not envisage that there can be a situation where divers could be sucked into one of the pipelines of Paria.
Yes. So that
You agree with me or you don't agree?
I agree with you, but if I may,
Yeah.
once again, specialized risks, the contractor was supposed to identify all credible scenarios.
We get your answer on that, and that would be a matter.
Right. So if he didn't identify it, it would not be in here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But Paria had to approve it.
Paria has to review it and accept it.
And accept it.
And Paria will, again, if I may, Paria will look at those obvious risks to us,
so
not the expert.
Paria, in accepting it, did not recognize that that was a risk.
That is correct, sir.
That is correct. Right. Let's go to something else, Mr. Yes, before I pass to that, I want to get, in respect of the line, I forgot to ask you two questions. Was there any reason that you could give us for the issuance of these work instructions from Paria, which is dated the 5th of January, 2022, be it financial or logic or because of any problems of any other matter, in the contract execution when the contract was dated in January 2021, if I remember correctly? About June 2021. Could you give us any explanation why these work instructions were on the 5th of January, 2022, when the contract was in July 2021?
So if I may, is the question, if I may rephrase the question so I understand, is the question why the lengthy period in between the work instruction? Is that what?
Well, is there any reason why these instructions or this method of work was not issued by Paria before, at the time of during the execution of the contract before, and why it was done at this stage.
Right. So,
In effect, a few weeks before.
yeah, I understand. Right. So it depends on how they write the contract. So when they write the contract, they will not have all necessarily defined details. Once the contract is awarded, they then come to operations. Listen, part of the contract, of course, is to do the line preparation. Operations then looks at it, and we write our work instructions. There's no reason one way or the other, but they just came to us at that period, and we wrote our work instruction.
Okay, and operation would be Paria.
Yes, Paria operations, yes.
Right. The other question is that, were there any reasons for separating the removal of the line contents in two phases, phase 1 and phase 2?
So I would prefer to leave that to technical and maintenance. So what really was their thinking in that,
Okay.
right? But I would say it might have been easier. It would have been easier for them to take the ullage. Part of phase 1 would have been to clear the top section. Then I had to remove an elbow. So, and once the elbow would have been removed in phase 2, now the contractor would have had access to take what was really the determining measurement, which was the ullage. So with the removal of the elbow, that would be easier for him.
Okay, I want to go to the IMT now, on the issue of the IMT.
Okay, sir.
Because you are the commander. You were the commander, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to refer you to paragraph 13 of your witness statement.
Where is it?
That is at 1348. And would you agree with me that based on what you said there, that at 3:10 p.m., that you had information that the divers were conducting works in the habitat? Kirk Scott saw a splash on the monitor, and after that, the divers were not seen, based on what you said there.
Yes, sir.
And then if you'll go to paragraph 28, so I'm trying to get from you the timeline in order to assess what the IMT did. So this is the context in which I'm trying to get at.
Okay.
So go to paragraph 28, and that is at page 1351. And when you read that, and tell me if I'm correct, that at that time, all that Paria was doing, well, what Paria was doing in respect of the rescue was doing diving in the open water, doing open water searches at that time.
Yes, Paria has no divers, sir, so we were not doing any diving.
Oh, so you were not doing any diving?
No, Paria has no divers, so Paria was doing searches with their launches.
I see. Okay, thanks for helping us out. Okay. Then if you go to paragraph 30, you refer to a telephone conversation you had with Mr. Kazim Ali Sr., and that was at 3:23 p.m., at which he informed you that the divers had taken out the first plug when attempting to remove the second plug, and the incident happened. Okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You would have known at that time about Delta P hazard?
I can't say, yes, sir, that I did know
At that
about
time, did
At that
you
time.
have any inclination, or am I correct to say that you would have thought that apart from the men being in the water, the men could have been sucked into the pipeline?
I wasn't sure what happened, sir.
You wasn't sure what
Right, because when I did ask Mr. Kazem Ali what happened, and he said, listen, they were attempted to remove it when the incident happened. He also said he didn't know what happened.
Now, I noticed that Mr. Y was also a member of the IMT.
Yes, sir.
And in Mr. Y witness statement, he said he knew about Delta P. Did Mr. Y indicate to the IMT that it could have been a Delta P situation and the men could have been sucked into the pipeline?
My earliest recollection of discussions with Mr. B was when we were speaking to someone from OTSL,
And
right? He was in a conversation.
what time was that? Around?
That would have been sometime after 8, I believe, right, in the evening, and we were discussing the Delta P. Right?
Just a minute, let me make
Yes,
it.
sir.
First time I recall, I'm writing this down, make sure I've got this right.
Yes, sir.
The first time I recall having a conversation
Right.
about Delta P,
Yes.
P,
Right.
was
Good.
with OTSL
Yes, sir. Right, and that was with Mr.
and
B.
Mr. Wee.
Yes, sir.
Way, I think he pronounces it, but anyway, Mr. Way. And that was at
Right.
approximately 8 o'clock
Right.
that night.
Correct.
That's the first time
Right.
that you had considered Delta P.
Right. That's the first discussion I had on the Delta P.
So I'm coming
Right.
back. Did you consider it before that?
Right. I consider, well, not in the word Delta P, right? But I did consider that
Differential pressure, whatever it
yeah,
was. Yeah,
I did consider that the possibility that the men could have been in the pipeline.
you did.
Yes, sir.
When did you consider that possibility, please?
When Mr. Ali told me about the plug being removed,
Right, that's
we
at 20
weren't,
past 3 in the
yes,
afternoon.
somewhere there, we weren't seeing the men in the chamber. So it did occur to me, listen, these men could possibly in the pipe.
Right, pause
Yes.
there, please. As in the pipe, as in being sucked into the pipe, or
Washed into the pipe.
washed
Yeah,
into the
yeah,
pipe? No.
yes.
And did you have that conversation with Mr. Ali?
No, I did not have that conversation with Mr. Ali. When we were speaking, he said, listen, I don't know what happened,
No,
right?
I know, but did you suggest that to him?
No, well, it didn't flash to me immediately
Right.
because this was just new information coming.
Right.
And the conversation moved to, and he said, listen, Junior is missing. And, I immediately said, I knew Junior as a lad, maybe 17, 18 years old, working with Kazem Senior, right?
I think you knew him for 30 years or so, is that right?
Yes,
Is
yes.
Kazem Senior.
I knew Kazem while at Petrotrin for about 30 years, right? And I knew when Junior, as a lad, he had Junior under his wings. And so I knew this young man for quite a long time. When Kazem said that, of course, it was very upsetting, so I just says, oh, Kaz, listen, I'm so sorry. And, and then I said, well, listen, no, do you have any divers on site and so on? And he said, he told me Andrew was there and he was sourcing divers. I says, okay, Kazem, I know this is going to be really difficult for you. So sort of get your divers on site. So, that is how the conversation flowed.
All right. But it was in and around that time that you first considered the prospect that these men might have been in the pipe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Much of it. And that would have been around 3:23 p.m.
The time of the conversation.
Yes. So and you, in answer to the chairman just now, you asked him to get his divers and etc.
Yes, sir.
Before Budram came out of the pipe, and that would have been at around 5 to 5:30, right? You knew that there were LMCS divers trying to do a rescue in the waters.
Right. So, if I may, right, I arrived on site about 5 minutes to 5, right?
You arrived where?
I arrived on site at the incident command in the port.
You mean
Arrived.
at the incident command center?
I arrived in the port at the incident command center at about 5 minutes to 5. Okay. When I arrived at the port, Mr. Yearwood had in the conversation on my way to the port, the incident, I had several conversations, right? Calling people, mobilizing, advising them we had an incident. So I had several conversations of that nature. When I arrived at the port, one of those conversations was with Mr. Paul Yearwood, our safety officer. He had arrived and he called me and he asked if he should, if he should convene the incident command. I told him, yes, go ahead. He said he will assume, and when I come over, I will take up the role. I said, yes, Paul, go ahead, please just start setting it up. When I arrived at about 5 to 5, before I arrived, my conversations with those at the port, my conversations were that, and my information was that Mr. Farah had gone into the chamber on more than one occasion, on 2 occasions, I was told, and he did not see anybody, right? There was no discussion about anybody going into the pipeline. When I arrived at the port at 5 minutes to 5, I immediately went into the incident command post, which was in the conference room downstairs. I spoke to Mr. Yearwood. I asked him if there was any further information. I asked him if he found any of the divers. He said no. I asked him if there was any further information. He said no. He also indicated to me that they were trying to get information from LMCS, and LMCS persons were not responding to them. I also had that information from Mr. Harichan, right? And Mr. Ramdan. So at about 5 o'clock, after I took over quickly from Paul, I contacted Mr. Harichan, and I told them I needed to get Mr. Farah, who was the LMCS's dive supervisor. I needed to have him at the incident command post immediately so that I could personally speak to him so I can find out what is going on. Up to that time, nobody had given me any indication that anybody was diving into the pipeline.
Between 3:23 p.m. on that Friday to the time Budram emerged from the pipeline, which was around 5 to 5:30 p.m., did you take any steps to ascertain with a Delta P event, if the men were in the pipeline, what rescue could you do? That is about 2 to 3 hours.
Right.
What did you do in order to focus on a rescue if the men were in the pipeline?
Right. So if the men were in the pipeline, what I knew this was something completely, I've never had an experience like this before, right? So for me, in the discussions, at that point in time, right? Remember, at this time, I am mobilizing my team. At this point in time, I am calling people. I am advising people, listen, this is what is happening, right? We don't know what is happening. I even got a call from Mr. Shamdial from Heritage, just as I entered the compound. He said, Colin, what assistance do you need? I said to Mr. Dial, I said, Sham, I don't know what has happened. I really I'm not certain. I'm trying to find out anything you can mobilize, any equipment you could mobilize it for me. So at that point in time, I was just trying to get my thoughts together to get down there and to mobilize people.
Thank you. So you were trying to mobilize equipment to try and do a rescue if the men were in the pipeline, correct?
I was trying to mobilize any equipment, so it was not specific to if the men were in the pipeline. I had no confirmation. I did not know.
No, but you are the commander
Yes, sir.
of the IMT.
Yes, sir.
Emergency.
Correct.
You don't know whether the men in the pipeline
Yes, sir.
or whether the men in the waters.
Yes, sir.
So you have to plan for both, not so?
Correct.
Right. So you were trying to mobilize because if the men were in open waters, you already had divers.
Correct.
LMCS had divers, correct?
Well, they had Mr. Farah. They did not have any other divers.
Okay, but they would have had access to divers.
I was told by Kazim Ali they had divers on the way.
Right.
Yes.
So you were trying to mobilize equipment, resources to go into the pipeline if it became necessary.
No, sir. Not at that point in time,
Not at
because
that
I was
point.
still trying to figure out. I was not
Okay.
sure. So.
All right. So let's take it in stages then. So then at around 5 to 5:30, Christopher Budram came out of the pipeline.
Correct.
When he came out of the pipeline, were you interested to find out? You must have been interested to find out if the other divers were in the pipeline.
Yes, I was advised that the other divers were in the pipeline.
And therefore, wouldn't it be immediately, because you said in your affidavit, this was a critical and urgent situation.
Yes, sir.
So the other divers were in the pipeline. Christopher Budram came out, right? Were you interested then to get as much information as you could get from Budram to make a decision whether the resources you are trying to get could go into the pipeline?
Well, I was interested to get any information I could get from Mr. Budram. And as I said yesterday, right, Mr. Budram, when he came out of the pipeline, he just kept saying the men in there, go for them, go for them. We couldn't get any.
Well, let us see what you did, because
Okay.
I've looked at the affidavit. I'm sorry, I've looked at the witness statement,
Yes, sir.
and I want to see what you did,
Okay.
right? So Budram came out of the pipeline at around 5:30 p.m. I know that you said the IMT was meeting, they were discussing and things like that. And then I see at around 8:40 p.m., you contacted Mitchell's, and that is at paragraphs 4 and 5 of Fitzroy King affidavit at page 3017. Yes, I think they arrived at the site at 8:40 p.m. I will let you know when you contacted them just now. At page 3016,
Page
3016, supplemental witness statement. This is Fitzroy King of Mitchell's. And he said, he said at about 4:30 p.m. at paragraph 3:30:16, he received a telephone call from Rolls Seas, who he knew as a heritage employer, and then he said he called Ashton Campu, mobilized a Mitchell team, and left Point 14 for Paria and arrived at 8:40 p.m. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And therefore, Mitchell was on standby, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And based on Mr. Mitchell's affidavit, Mr. Mitchell's witness statement, according to him, and his next thing is that on Saturday, the 26th of February, paragraph 6, just after 1 a.m., I received a call from Rolls Seas, who told me to come across to the parallel shipping facility. So he was on standby at 8:40 p.m. and he received a call from Mr. Seals at 1 o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning, to stand by. And then he was at paragraph 7, he was shown a footage. Then he returned to Badger Dock and told to stand by. And then at paragraph 9, at about 2 a.m., Mitchell was told to return to its compound and prepare the decompression chamber. And so as far as I can see from the evidence, that is what Mr. Mitchell did.
Okay.
Right? So, I'm sorry, that's what Mr. Fitzroy King did. So let's go to Eastern Emergency Responses Services, right? And I will look at the affidavit of Andy Johnson, which is witness bundle 1526 at paragraph 6.
No, have that page reference.
Page 1526. At paragraph 6, 25th of February 2022, at approximately 23:40 hours. So my maths are not very correct. That will be 11:40.
Correct.
11:40. On Friday, the 25th of February, I received a telephone call from Ms. Arlene Chow in respect. So in effect, he was contacted at 11:40. And then you will see at paragraph 7, what happened. There was a diagram at 11:43. Mr. Patrick King of Heritage contacted him. And then at paragraph 8 at 11:45, he contacted the scheduler and activated the rescue team. And he arrived at Paria on Saturday morning, just after midnight, probably 12:30, at paragraph 9, arrived at Paria, and after the checkpoint and etc., and he remained with, look at paragraph 10, he remained with team members. And at approximately 1:25 on Saturday morning, was briefed by the incident commander, and approximately 2:15 a.m., paragraph 12, boarded the vessel, was taken to the scene, and then at paragraph 13 at 2:35 a.m., the team arrived at berth 6, and then they describe what happened, that there was a blockage. So I'm trying to hold the timeline. So you see that's about 2:35 a.m. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Then let's go to OTSL. If you look at paragraph 6 and 8 of Mr. Ian Bertram's witness statement at bundle 2842,
Page number again, sorry.
sorry, 2841. Supplemental at paragraph 6 and 8, and that would be at page 2842. Paragraph 5, he spoke to OTSL Executive Director at 2841, Mr. Donovan, and asked him to make arrangements, and about 5:30 p.m. or so, gave instruction, but he arrived, he remained in touch with the Gulfstream Eagle. What happened, the boat is the Gulfstream and the Gulfstream Eagle. It arrived at Paria at about 8:10 p.m. That's on the Friday.
Okay, sir. Yes.
And was told to dock at berth 6 and was awaiting instruction from Paria.
Correct.
At about 8:37, OTSL received an email from Paria's legal counsel and assistant corporate secretary. They wanted an indemnity if lost and etc. OTS was not called upon by Paria to do anything according to this. And then at paragraph 9, at 5:30 a.m., OTSL was told by Paria that it was no longer required to be on standby. Correct?
Correct. That is what it says.
And I want to, I should show them anything about OTSL again. No. I want to go to Hull because these are the companies that you said you contacted, right? I want to go to Hull Support Services. Witness bundle, pages 2990 and 2991. At 2991, at paragraph 6, I did call Andy back at about 5:30 p.m. and told him that most of the fellas had left for the day and others had family arrangements. But I will keep trying. He told me he would call me back and to give me more information. And to put that in context, you would have seen at paragraph 5, at about 4:30 p.m. while in office, he received a call from Andy Fortune, who is a Heritage Marine lead. And then, as far as Friday was concerned, at paragraph 7, I later learned that Royal Seal did contact Hull's diving manager, Anthony Nivet, and Hull provided a decompression chamber. I was in fact part of the crew and operationalized the chamber, even though it was not needed by Paria. And then if you go to paragraph 12, Andy told me that the incident command team did not want anyone to go into the pipeline. Andy did not request assistance from Hull in relation to any rescue.
Okay, that's what it says.
Yeah. The Hummingbird was contacted at 10:50 a.m. on Friday. Let's go to, 10:50 p.m. on Friday. And it was contacted by Michael Wee. And at paragraph 107, witness bundle, page 1290.
So this is the next agency, is it? Hummingbird.
Yes, Hummingbird. It's at paragraph.
It's at 107.
Paragraph 1.
Page
1290. At paragraph 107. According to that, he was conducted at 10:50 p.m. Yeah. And Catherine Balkisoon, at paragraph 31 of a witness statement at page 1333, said that the pipeline crawler went in at 3 a.m. on Saturday. I'll show you that.
Mhm.
Have you got Kathleen back? At paragraph 1333, at page 1333, paragraph 31. There's what she said at 3 a.m. on Saturday, the crawler went in. Is that correct?
That is what it says, sir.
Yeah. And have you found it, Mr. Chairman?
No, page number.
1333. Volume 4.
All right.
At paragraph 31.
Yep. Got it.
Yes. Then I want to refer to what Mr. Michael We stated in respect of the pushrod camera and etc. So if we look at witness bundle 1289 at paragraphs 104 and 105.
Yep.
You would see there that according to what is stated, prior to Hummingbird being contacted at 9 p.m., a pushrod camera with operating crew arrived from Atlantic LNG at 9 p.m., but that camera was not inserted until 3 hours later at midnight.
Okay, sir, that's what it says. I can explain
Okay,
when you're ready.
I will go to your affidavit.
Of
Mr.
course.
Secretary. And in your affidavit at paragraph 134, page 1369, you said that Atlantic LNG arrived at 11 p.m. on the Friday night with the pushrod camera. Now, in your statement, you mentioned Krishna Fontes. So I want to point out to you what the evidence shows of Fontes, right?
Okay.
I'm suggesting to you that there is no evidence that Krishna Fontes was on site prior to 4 p.m. on Sunday. And I say that because I want to point out in your witness statement at paragraph 208 at page 1381, you said I was told by Mustak that the documents presented by LMCS were reviewed by the TTCJ, Krishna Fontes and Rolf Seal, all of whom indicated that LMCS proposal was too risky and advised that we should not proceed with the dive proposed by LMCS. So this would have been on Sunday.
Correct.
Now, we know from the evidence so far, and the reference is witness bundle 13, paragraph 33, that the Coast Guard came originally to do an open water search for the divers. And based on the intervention of Commander Mirage, the Coast Guard was redirected to Stobers Bay to pick up a dive crew and equipment. And that dive crew and equipment arrived at Paria, I think about 8:30 to 9 p.m.
Okay.
on the Friday. Now, as the commander of the IMT, when Christopher Boudram, I will take it from there. When Christopher Boudram came out of the pipeline, did the IMT have a kind of timeline that if they had to do a rescue in the pipeline, how many hours they had in order to ensure that the men would survive? Do you have you had a timeline? 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours? Saturday morning, Sunday morning, what timeline you had?
Right. So when Mr. Boudram came out of the pipeline, right, immediately we recognized we did not know the conditions in the pipeline, right? That was understood. We simply did not know. At the time, we weren't sure what had happened in the incident, what caused the incident.
Forgive me for interrupting you, but we have heard all of this many times.
Oh, okay, sir.
I would like you to address the question that's been asked. Did you have a timeline?
We knew if there was any air pocket, air pocket, there would be vapors in it. So we knew it would be a vapor space. We also knew all they will have other than that would be their air bottles, and that would give them maybe a couple hours. So that was the timeline we understood.
And a couple of hours would have been?
Well, 2-3 hours at the most, yes.
3 hours. So he came out at around 5 to 5:30. And
Yes,
the
sir.
timeline you would have given yourself was about, given the IMT,
Yes,
would
sir.
have been about 2 to 3 hours.
Yes, that is what we thought, but
Well,
there was no way to tell
Yeah, I know.
definitively.
Just a minute. He'd already been in the pipe for nearly 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, did you
Yeah.
factor that in?
Yes, sir.
The air that might have been available to them was being used up in that time?
Yes, sir.
So I suppose the question really is did you have, from the moment of the incident, leave aside for a moment Mr. Boudram's heroics, leaving that to one side, the incident you knew had happened at about 2:45 that afternoon.
Correct.
And really, was there a timeline from then? So we start at 2:45. We know 5 men have gone missing. We don't know where they are at that stage.
Correct.
So we're searching the ocean. We don't find anything in the ocean at all, which is pretty extraordinary. I would have thought within half an hour even of doing that you would find nothing at all. So you start to think about other alternatives, presumably.
Yes.
So I think what Mr. Maharaj is asking you is, did you start to say, well, we've got from then maybe a couple of hours, forget whether we went into the pipe or not, a couple of hours to find these guys, otherwise they're going to drown and die.
Yes.
You must have had that in mind.
Yes,
right?
of course.
And then, like a moment of salvation for everybody, Boudram comes out of the pipe. You must have thought renewed hope.
Of course. Yes,
Because
sir.
at that point,
Yes,
you
sir.
might have been thinking, well, they're all dead anyway. So when he comes out of the pipe, you must have truly thought renewed hope.
Yes.
And what timeline, now that you know beyond peradventure that they are in the pipe, what timeline did you apply to that,
Right. So,
if at all?
well, again, just to repeat, we knew they would have had their air bottles. They would have been in a vapor space. You know, we would have maybe estimated, listen, maybe 3-4 hours, 5, Of course, everybody was in hope.
3,
Mr. Boudram,
4,
yeah,
maybe
only
5 hours. From
Everybody-
when? From when he
From when-
emerged or from when it
From when
happened?
Mr. Budram came out, we simply didn't know, but we understood we had to work quickly.
No,
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Help me this. I asked
Mhm.
Ms. Balkasoon this question.
Yeah.
I think I did anyway. Was any attempt made to calculate the amount of space that would have been necessary within the pipe to sustain four men now, and how much that would be by way of volume in the pipe? Do you follow the question I'm asking you? So one man per hour,
Yeah.
breathing X amount of vapor space.
Mhm.
Let's hope as much air as was breathable. But what was the sort of outer limit? Did you try and make any sort of estimate of what the outer limit might have been? I mean, apart from a guess. I mean, presumably it's something that is calculable.
Right. At that point in time, we didn't calculate anything. At that point in time, we were just really saying, listen, this is a vapor space. We looked at the air bottles and so on.
Mhm.
You know, if one man had one air bottle per man, if even one man had maybe 2 air bottles. So that was the sort of limits we were given, 3, 4, 5 hours at the
Right.
most. But we did not attempt to calculate it because we had limited information at the time.
But you realized you knew that there were air pockets or vapor pockets within the pipeline because you've been told that.
Yes, sir.
Right. So it was simply a question at that stage, wasn't it? Well, how much air per man per hour? It's a calculable number, isn't it?
Of course. And
And did
again,
you?
no, we didn't.
No.
Well, it was just guesswork at that time. It was just we could only estimate in as much information we had, and the only information we would have had would have been the air tanks. We didn't know the vapor space. We simply didn't have that information
No,
at the
I
time.
follow that, but you see, you knew how much was in the pipeline by way of oil before it started, and you knew how much you'd pumped out. Or you think you should have known.
Well, we didn't know. I
Or
did
you
not
have a
know
look
at
at
the
the
time.
records that you were shown yesterday by Mr. Maharaj?
No, not at that time,
No.
sir. Yes.
At any time during the IMT, did you look to see, well, how much has been pumped out of this pipe?
Yeah.
So what is the best guess that we can make as to the amount of air that could be in it?
Right. So no, I did not look at that record.
Right.
At the time, I didn't know we had that record at the time, and I did not know how much oil was left. I did not know how much water. I did not know how much vapor space. I simply
Now, I
did not
appreciate
know.
you didn't know, but what you're saying is that you didn't look.
No, sir, not on that night. I
Right,
did
you
not
didn't.
look.
You didn't look to
Yes,
see
sir.
whether there was any records kept by your own company as to the amount of oil that there might have been in the pipeline at any time.
No, sir, I did not look.
Because it's maths, isn't it? You know the amount of volume that is in that pipe.
Mhm.
You could calculate how much oil has been pumped out of it if it were full. That would leave X amount of space potentially for air.
Mhm.
That is a certain amount which you could then calculate per man. So here's our best outside limit, 6 hours, let's say. We've got to act within 6 hours or not at
Yeah.
all.
Yes, sir. Yes, I didn't calculate it.
No. You think would have been a good idea, wouldn't it? Would have informed you as to what needed to be done in the time available.
Well, again, it may have been a guide, but we simply we understood. Listen, this was only a few hours. We understood that this was a few hours.
Are you saying that realistically, once 5 hours had passed,
Yeah.
it was too late?
I could not say that definitively, sir. We were working here with, we were working at what is the best. We were hoping for the best. So I could not
Diminishing
say
returns, though, isn't it? Come on.
It is
I mean,
diminishing returns, yes, sir.
realistically, as each minute passes, so the chances or the prospects
Of course.
of saving anybody diminishes.
Of
doesn't it?
course.
And there is an outer limit, and
Yes.
that outer limit was potentially calculable.
Yes, sir.
You were working on the premise of what, 5 hours as a maximum?
I was working maybe 5 hours, maybe midnight at the outside. That was what I would have been working
Midnight
with.
at the outside.
Yeah, I was working.
I mean, realistically, I mean, that would have been, what, 9 hours after the event?
Yeah.
I mean,
Of course, working with hopes.
sorry?
Well, yeah, expecting. Okay, realistically, in my mind, maybe 4 or 5 hours. Realistically, maybe 6 at the outside. So.
6 from his
Yeah.
emerging from Boudram emerging from the pipe?
Well, with Mr. Boudram emerging from the pipe, of course, we would have had a renewed hope.
Well, that's what I said.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah.
But I mean, realistically, you see, the only reason why I'm asking it, and it follows on from
Yeah.
what Mr. Maharaj was asking about a timeline, is that surely a timeline informs you about how to approach any potential rescue.
Correct.
In the sense that, well, let's assume you say, as I gathered from your evidence, we need to know more about the pipeline, so we're going to get a camera.
Right.
That was a
Correct.
policy decision,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
We're going to get a camera. If the man tells you who has the camera, it's going to take me 5 hours to get the camera in there, that informs, well, it's too late to actually do anything by way of a rescue relying on any camera. So you have to think of plan B, don't you?
Yes, sir.
That I think is where we're at. So
Okay.
The timeline as to the realistic prospects of successfully rescuing anyone has to be at the forefront of any decision made about what you're going to do. Cameras, equipment, people, etc. Yes?
Right. Yes.
Was it at the forefront?
Of course, it has to be. It can't be any other way. But we simply did not know how long. We simply did not know. At that point in time, we were guessing. At that point in time, we could only estimate, as I said.
Mr. Piper, I read in your command system that the first priority is to save human lives. And when I look at the
Sorry,
time,
we're going to have to rise for a couple of. We're going to have to rise for a couple of minutes right now. Thank you. Rise. Well, so just rise for a few minutes and find out what the position is. Sorry about that. Yes, of course, by all means, go ahead. I think it's very stuffy in here.
All right, so it seems to have been an abrupt rise, but they haven't gone anywhere. So, okay, it seems like they have gone somewhere, but they did indicate that the AC wasn't working correctly. So perhaps that has to do with that. Yeah, I think a lot of someone wrote in the comments earlier that it seems as though Ramesh is making a case about everyone else's timeline coinciding, but Collin Piper's being the only one that is out of sync with everyone else's. And it really does appear that Ramesh is doing exactly that. And then, of course, the line of questioning today and the answers that Collin Piper's giving definitely contradicts what he said yesterday. He spoke about his 45 years of experience in the energy industry, which is why he made a determination based on a report that he read from 1986 and one from the UK from the 1990s, looking at confined spaces and so on. But the thing is, you know, in the document that Paria gave, they didn't enunciate that they even had a confined space policy, right? And so that this is something that is very, very interesting. As someone says, Ansel Kali says, you were guessing and lives needed to be saved. All right. You know, he's speaking about, you know, neglecting the saving of lives and so on. Okay, Jacqueline Joseph says, Piper et al. Thought that they could delay the process as they have done in times and evade proceedings. What they've done to justly. No. So, right. So, yeah, the Piper's account is definitely contradicting some of the statements he gave yesterday, right? On the one hand, he was speaking about, you know, 45 years of experience, but then today he then says, you know, they would know, they didn't rely on anything and it was guesswork. So you mean to tell me that yesterday you were pumped and you're telling all of us that you had your 45 years of experience in the energy industry, but then today you're saying it is guesswork. And that is why I think the chair was digging down on him, and he doubled down on the fact that it was guesswork, right? Completely negating what he said yesterday. And so it's going to be very difficult for Paria's lawyers to kind of swing this particular thing, because I don't know how they intend to deal with, you know, the conflicting accounts from Collin Piper. Yeah. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, people are talking about the conflicting timelines, some of the things not adding up, how he takes long to answer the questions. Hold on. Tommy Ramjatan says, when possible, Paria is putting the onus of responsibility on LMCS as the professional, except when it came to them being professional and wanting to perform a rescue. And again, this particular issue, it continues to remain a bone of contention and confusion, because on the one hand, you're saying that it was the contractor's responsibility to come up with a cogent plan because they are the experts. Paria is not. Paria doesn't have any of the relevant folks to deal with the matter. But that when, as your arrangement says, they are supposed to come up with all the different tools and aspects. They come up with those things. You use your 45 years of experience, stroke guesswork, to prevent them from doing what they're trained to do. You don't have any training in that type of commercial diving, nor did you have the equipment. So he said today, which was a little bit confusing, that he was getting everyone to mobilize. Well, what you got them to mobilize for if you knew that you're going to prevent them based on your testimony from yesterday? And so, again, it doesn't make any sense. Yes, Rhonda reinforces the point. Just imagine they're supposed to be experts, but guessing when it comes to saving lives. Oh, wow, there's so many comments. Hold on. Okay, the different take on it. Matthew says, let's be real. It's like watching a football game on TV where you will see where to pass, but the player at the time has seconds to make decisions. Right. We will return to the commission when they return. I'm not sure what's going on there. They didn't really update the public on what's happening, but I'm guessing that they're taking a break. Right. I will just read through some comments and take a break myself. Darren Ramsroop says no other attorney other than Jerome Lynch was needed. We thoroughly dissected Collin Piper and Catherine Balkisoon. Okay. Sing Cindy says, just putting it out there, people, if you ever see a vacancy at Paria, run. Yeah, some people are talking about potential. Sharon Bisessa Bidesi says, I really cannot believe that we have so many inept people working in our public entities. Natisha says, I love the timeline scenario. If you gave yourself a time to work with it, would have influenced his rescue plan and it more urgent. He can't say he had a timeline to work with and all Sunday you still preparing rescues. Really? All right. So Kurt Dwarka says those men could live, but Paria made a sacrifice. True talk. Okay. Jeez, y'all. Okay, there's some contentious comments. I will try my best not to highlight them by mistake. But, you know, keep sharing your views. Carl Henry says, the real question is yesterday, the SWWTU said there was an incident of Delta P. Again, why was this swept under the rug and mitigation was set in place? Okay. Right. Sorry, I'm just looking through the comment. Yes, so Latoya Moraldo says, but Paria is supposed to have a safety policy, which would have applied to everyone using their space. A job of that magnitude required a risk assessment and a JSA, which would have enabled them to have everything in place for an emergency event. You're absolutely right. All right. Yes, people are agreeing about Vijay Thakurachan. He has a observation of his own. He says, everyone who worked in the Marine Department of Petrotrin knows Piper's track record, and it was never good. I myself have worked in the Marine Department for 7 years. Wow, guys, the comments are coming in fast, okay? Trying to keep up. Okay, let's see. Okay, priority would have been to supply air, have a pressurized line fished into the line, put a light on it, and a hook to hold. I mean, if they had even attempted to find out about the conditions, but we heard from both Catherine Balkisoon and, of course, Collin Piper that they didn't really make attempts to even figure out about the conditions, not from Budaram and so on. And it's very interesting because I don't know if you all noticed this, but do you recall Michael Way in his testimony to the Commission of Inquiry under oath stated that, you know, in a call that the IMT had with Budaram where they had attempted to contact him and so on, they couldn't get through. But when they eventually got through, he and Collin Piper and others were speaking to Budaram on the phone. Michael Way's account was that, oh no, you know, Budaram told him that everybody was dead. But it's interesting that Collin Piper said in the conversation that he had with Budaram that he said everybody is alive, go back and get them, right? So he confirmed the account from Christopher Budaram. So is it that Michael Way lied? And if Michael Way lied, why did he lie? What was the purpose of lying about that fact? One thing is for sure, a lot of the other Paria witnesses couldn't recall who they spoke to and so on. But if it's one thing about Collin Piper, he's certainly naming names and attaching names to certain timelines. So in that respect, that's very interesting. Okay, let's look at some comments. Paria needs to prepare for unguarded moments. They just get too complacent. Well, that is what he insinuated yesterday during his testimony, that he stopped it based on a report that he read about the frequency of deaths involving rescuers from a report that he read in 1986. And of course, that report dealt with confined spaces and so on, right? Teresa says we're not hearing anything from OSHA. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Yeah, I'm just paying attention to what's happening with the Commission of Inquiry. Just give me a second. All right, let me continue reading this stuff. So imagine all right, I'm trying to keep up with you guys' comments. Okay, so somebody else responded to a comment that I read earlier about a football game and likening it to seconds to make a decision. Tommy Ramjatan says, no, sir, not a football game, as they had hours to make critical decisions. But unprofessional folks wanted to make professional decisions that they had no idea about, but on the same token, prevent and second guess the people that are the experienced professionals. Such an easy call after Budram emerged, and it shows how lackadaisical they are, and no one rode in the ambulance to gather information from Nicholas. Right? Although, to be fair to Collin Piper, although his account is tested as potentially being untruthful, he did claim that attempts were being made to send someone in the ambulance, but it didn't come directly from him. Somebody told him that attempts were made. So we can't really give a lot of credence to that statement, but he did say that attempts were made. Other accounts definitely contradict that, right? So, just sharing that. Okay, wow. Right. TK says 45 years, expert in his area, okay, but not in diving rescue operations. Just give me a second, people. I'm just double checking what's happening. 2 seconds and I'll continue reading the comments, but keep posting. We'll read them through. All right, so I confirmed what is happening. Yeah. So they are returning at 11, right? They've taken a break and they're returning at 11. Returning at 11. I have to make sure that that is actually the time. But yes, they're returning from a break at 11 o'clock because, I guess they were attending to some things, right? So they will return from the break at 11 a.m. All right, so let's continue reading. Where were we? Sherry thinks that if Christopher had not survived, this matter probably would have been swept under the rug. That might be true because then we wouldn't necessarily have had a survivor's account to contradict what kind of decisions were made to save them, and we would just have to take Paria's account for it, right? Okay, so let's read people's comments. They're coming in fast and furious. Ronald says, your Colin was asked about that call yesterday, and he tried to say the same, but then later on came and said Broodram said the man was alive. Go get them. Yeah, well, the thing with Colin is his account has been fluctuating so much that I think at one point, Ramesh had to laugh, right? Because it's directly contradicting everything that he's been contributing to the Commission of Enquiry, right? Okay, so there's and obviously, in my estimation, he has been proven to lie on several things because it can't be that his colleagues are all saying one thing and he's the only one that's saying another thing, unless they're all lying and he is telling the truth. So I guess that's up for the commission to determine. Lauren is speaking about what we referenced earlier, the report from 1986. She's in reply to that, she's saying, but times and technologies and training would have changed. Manuals are amended often and updated when new equipment, etc., introduced in any industry. Rohan Mano is not convinced about the report from 1986, 1990. The one from 1986, of course, both, one was from the UK and one was from some maritime publication. Not any established thing, by the way, but from some maritime publication. Mohan Manu says, BS study done 1986 and 1990. Piper, don't you think present techniques, technology, skill sets, and information have been integrated, improved, and refined with Petrotrin right there? Piper only interested in pack of yes men to do his will. All of them lie. If Petrotrin was still operating, that would have never happened. Personally, work right in there. Now, to be honest, I'm gonna do another live separate from the Commission of Enquiry because I've been provided with some information that actually should really be going to the Commission of Enquiry. I'm not sure if I can forward the documentation there, but it proves another aspect of how incompetent the staff was at Paria, because some of the same policies that actually Petrotrin had, they didn't even adopt. It's as if they started from scratch and gutted all the safety guidelines and stuff that were established over the years with Petrotrin, and to their own detriment, because as we're seeing today, they're operating in a haphazard way without the policies and procedures and guidelines to kind of guide their effort, right? All right. Okay, so Ryan Babulal says all industries in Trinidad are the same. The permit to work system is just a task to do, and no one really takes it serious. It's all about who is the cheapest contractor and how fast the job can be done. Michelle Gabriel says that OSHA should be partly to blame. Right. Darius Ramlogan says, he's using data from 1986. All right. Leo Chan says, it is noteworthy that the senior most people at both Paria and Heritage come from BP. There's widespread suspicion among workers that cost-cutting measures by management contributed to the disaster. Workers have long complained about manpower shortages, management cutting corners on maintenance and repair, and the contracting out of jobs to non-union workers who lack knowledge and training. Operators have also warned that exhausting work schedules and the practice of shifting them from unit. I wish I could see the rest of this comment because it seems very, very informative. Trisha AD says the lack of competence in all the employees presented from Paria is astounding. I don't understand how Piper could make a decision based on his opinion that rescuers didn't survive rescue attempts. Therefore, all efforts to rescue was avoided. This was quailed rescue divers. There was qualified rescue divers there based on testimonies of others. If he was concerned that emotions and instinct were a risk with the family and co-workers diving, there was 2 other non-affiliated boats equipped with divers and rescue equipment. That's so true. Oh, wow. This is a good point. Sorry. So many comments are coming through. I'm trying to go in order that it's coming, but it's kind of pushing all the comments. So got to scroll up. Right. All right. So there we are. TK says 5 men were sucked into the pipe with monitoring, supervision, and planning for the job. Paria could have let the rescue ops continue and allow them to work to save at least 1 man. Sharon Besesabidesi says the Chile mining disaster of 2010. It took rescuers 69 days to rescue the 33 miners. They never gave up hope. What is wrong with our people? We just pet them. We just pet them, let them there to die. Left them, I suppose. Right. Okay, Earl says that on the job site there's a lot of spirit. People talking to them and they don't know who they're talking to. I can't talk to that. I can't speak to that. But thanks for sharing your views anyway. Cheryl Goku says, Pace, I haven't stopped crying since the tragedy. And I will light candle for justice. Thank you for lighting a candle for justice. It is definitely an emotional thing for all of us, and I think that is why the interest from the national community has been so peaked right now during this crisis. And I think people just need that space and platform to kind of air their views, right? Right. Let's read some more. Brennan Daniel says contracts and heritage must also be investigated. I've done various Freedom of Information Act requests, and they have shown to be wanting. Then there's no company supervision, especially on their test barges, crane boats and rigs. I would agree with you, Brennan, that I think an assessment needs to be done on everything now that comes out and the decision making that is surrounding that, because that's important. Marsha says, so it is a proven fact that nepotism and the who know you system are the order of the day within these government companies. Competencies and the square pegs and round hole system will never end. All right, let me see. Stephen Balchan says, Piper is considered to be one of the worst disaster in the oil and gas industry. Now we have our own in that of Collin. All right. Stacy Rampersad says, Piper at the Incident Command Center can only work with the FIO received from the incident site. His team has shown failure to respond, failure to accurately gather incident details, speak with Buduram, etc. Actually, so you brought up a very interesting point, because when asked, okay, well, you figured out that so many more barrels than expected were taken. Oh, hold on. So many more barrels than expected. I think the commission has returned. Just give me a second.
Well, appreciating time is of the essence here. I will try to contain it within half hour.
Half an hour. That's midday. No, well, that's lunchtime. What do you think, Miss Mirage?
I may be 30 minutes to
Half
half
an
an
hour.
hour. But of course, the caveat is from my end, it depends if my questions have been covered already.
No, I appreciate that. And of course, I understand others may cover before he gets to you the questions you might have wanted to ask. What do you think, Mr. Peterson?
So far, so we only have one question, and it may be extinguished by the time Mr.
Right.
Maraj finishes with 90
So the
minutes.
question realistically is whether if we finish with Mr. Piper by, say, 3 o'clock today, whether we start with Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed. Any submissions about that? What I wouldn't want to do is to leave Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed half heard, as it were, over the Christmas break.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be fair on him.
we were suggesting a part of it, but yes.
You were suggesting?
No, we were thinking about maybe doing the summary and probably council to the commission could do their course, but then that would leave it parted and hanging. So it may seem that we have an early day today. So
Yes, I think we have a little bit of reading to do. We could use up some of the time with that. My inclination at the moment is to rise once we've dealt with Mr. Piper. He's an important witness. People should be permitted to ask questions. And I know my interruptions are always making it last longer than it would otherwise be. But I think that's what we'll do, in which case we will release Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed for today.
yes, sir. Yeah, because he would be on his way from.
Well, that's why I thought we'd venture
Thank
it
you.
now,
We
rather
appreciate
than
it,
him
sir.
making his way here, only to be told go home again,
Yes, we'd appreciate
or
it.
go back to work, whichever he prefers. But it seems to me that the sensible thing to do would be to release him now. And during the course of this afternoon, we'll determine exactly what the order of the remaining witnesses will be. I see you have a hand up. Mr. Pigas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. On second thought, I would only question this witness if for the remainder of his evidence he says something that concerns my client.
No, of course.
But up to this point, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to make that clear.
I'm not holding anybody to this. I understand that it's a little fluid at the moment. So yeah, if you have questions, then that will be permitted.
Thank you very much.
All right, then let's do that. We will release Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed. Somebody can tell him, please, that he's
Thank you,
released.
We'll also
And
convene.
we'll notify everybody certainly by tomorrow what the position will be in relation to all the remaining witnesses and the 8 days or so that we have left earmarked for this inquiry's public hearings. All right, we'll do that then. Thank you very much. Back to you, Mr. Piper.
Yes, Mr. Piper, when the adjournment was taken, I was telling you that when I look at the evidence of the timeline, I want to suggest to you, it did not seem as though you and the IMT acted with urgency to save human lives.
Okay, sir.
No, I'm going to put the timeline to you. So I'm going to, okay? Because according to you, Mitchell, I will read, Mitchell was contacted and they were on standby from 8:40 p.m. We went through that this morning, right?
That's
Eastern
not in my statement. I don't think that's in my
But
statement.
I read the evidence to you.
Yes, you did. Okay, yes.
Eastern Emergency Response Services were not contacted until 11:40 p.m. on Friday. OTSL was there from 8 p.m. and remained on standby until 5:30 a.m. Hull Support Services received a call at 4:30 p.m. and they did not go to the site. Hummingbird was contacted at 10:50 p.m. on Friday, and Catherine Balkizun said that the crawler went in at 3 a.m. on this Saturday. Now, if it is as you said, that you were acting urgently to save human lives, could you tell us why it is that you could not contact these people to get whatever advice you wanted earlier?
Right. So you, I'm sure looking through the evidence, you'd have seen that we had a camera. We had contacted PISL, Professional Inspection Services Limited. They were on site, I think, by about 7:30, right? So we had them on site very quickly.
Sorry, remind me, I
Sorry.
missed that.
Yes, Professional Inspection Services Limited, PISL, right? They were on site, right? Now, we don't have this equipment on hand, of course, so we have to source this equipment, right? So we had PISL on site. That would be the IMT, the members of the IMT logistics and so on. They were trying to source equipment. So they were on site at about 7:30 p.m. on Friday, right? So we did start actioning very quickly. Once they got on site, unfortunately, there was an issue with the light on the camera, and we were not able to use the PISL. We also had on site via OTSL. We had a
Sorry, just I want to
Sorry.
keep an accurate note of this.
Yes,
And it's quite a long answer to the question you were asked, so I just want to keep it recorded. So you're saying that they had the camera on site at 7:30,
yes, sir.
but you couldn't use it because it didn't have a light.
Yes, there was an issue with the light on the camera. Yes, sir.
You mean it didn't have a light?
It wasn't
work?
bright enough. It wasn't bright enough. Yeah. So,
Right.
or it didn't work. Yes.
Not working or not bright enough.
Yeah.
So it couldn't be used.
So it could not be used.
So you're back to square one.
Right. Yes, sir. We also had a remote operated vehicle that came up on site with OTSL.
An ROV.
An ROV.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And that was when OTSL came up, I believe, and that was about maybe 8:30, 8:40.
I think it arrived at 8:37.
Yeah, okay. Yes, sir. Somewhere.
When were they called up, please?
Right. So OTSL, when we through Heritage, right? Because I did not make those calls. We had contacted Heritage. That is Mr. Mohammed.
It doesn't matter how they get.
Yeah,
But,
right. So they contacted their dive supervisor, Mr. Seals, and Rolf Seals, and he started putting these things in place. He started mobilizing these people, Mitchell, OTSL, Hull Support, and so on. Right? So they of course had to transit from Point-à-Pierre, I believe. So they came up on site.
So no, it hasn't answered my question, which is
Sorry.
when were they contacted? I don't care who by, but when?
There would be sometime after 4, between 4 and 5, right? I don't have the exact time that Mr. Seals contacted them, sir.
Right. And that doesn't appear, does it, in any of your logs?
No, that wouldn't be in the log. Those contacts would have been made before Mr. Seals arrived. I believe it was Mr. Seals who made those contacts.
And Mr. Seals did it at whose behest?
At Heritage's behest on behalf of Paria.
On behalf of Paria.
Yes, sir. That was early on.
Thank
That's
you.
to the
Go on.
best of my knowledge, yes.
So sometime between 4 and 5. So
Yes.
you mobilised an ROV between 4 and 5 that afternoon.
To the best of my knowledge.
Before, therefore, before Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe.
Right. So again, to the best of my knowledge, I believe that was around the time when Mr. Seals had spoken to OTSL and the diving companies, right? When he was called.
But presumably you were ordering the ROV to examine the pipe.
Ordering well, I don't know if they had it on board, but we just wanted as much equipment as we could because we did not know what was happening at the time.
I'm only trying to understand your answer. Is it the case that you understand Mr. Seals contacted OTSL for an ROV sometime between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock that afternoon with a view to using that ROV to go into the pipe?
Right. I don't know if Mr. Seals specifically asked for an ROV, but I know he would have spoken to those dive companies, and OTSL had an ROV when they arrived. I don't know the specific, if he asked, I don't know. But we had an ROV on site, which we attempted to use.
So it might have been just good fortune that there happened to be one.
Right. When we tried, he would have, I assumed, this is just an assumption, whatever equipment, because at that time we
We'll
weren't
ask
sure.
Mr. Seals.
Yeah.
Anyway, you believe that the assistance was being sought between 4 and 5 o'clock.
When Mr. Seals, to the best of my knowledge.
Yes. And OTSL arrived at about 8:37. All right, thank you.
Good day, Mr. Piper. I just have one question here. Yesterday I heard you said that you were part of the management tenders committee.
Yes, sir.
All right, so, and you've identified diving as a specialist type of scope of work on your facilities or in your assets. Being part of that committee, you would have some idea of the commercial diver capabilities within country. So with that knowledge, well, do you have?
No, sir, I'm not very familiar. This was more like construction and so on. So I can't say I'm not very familiar.
Well, a dive company or a commercial dive company would be a commercial dive company with the capabilities of which you expected. Or you said that you said the expertise are there. So how many companies in the tender process, just to go back a bit, that you are aware of that you selected LMCS from?
I can't say offhand, sir. I don't remember offhand.
Okay, because that's kind of going with Paria's awareness of commercial dive capabilities, why you would have to depend on another company. It could be a bit time consuming.
Right, because we have really used mainly LMCS to do our works. In the past, we had a master services agreement with them. So we have not used OTSL. We did not use OTSL or Hull, but we know that Heritage was using these companies. So we depended on Heritage in this case to assist us.
Okay, but I heard you say that it was Heritage recommended it to you. But if you were aware of them, you would be aware that they have commercial diving capability.
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, but we thought the assistance from Heritage would be quicker, we thought.
Okay, thank you.
Right. Yes, Mr. Maharaj. As I understand, your answer to Mr. Maharaj is that the professional inspection services arrived on site at 7:30, but their light wasn't working, so you couldn't use it. There was an ROV which arrived on site around 8:37 that evening.
Correct.
Was it deployed?
Right. So Catherine did speak with Andrew Farrell, the dive supervisor, about using the ROV. And she advised that Mr. Farrell said the ROV couldn't work. It was too big to get into the pipeline. So we were not able to use the ROV.
You mean the dimensions of the ROV were too great to fit inside the
pipeline. Yes.
And the first you knew of that was when it arrived on site.
Yes. Right,
No,
when Catherine told me she spoke to Andrew.
Right. So that couldn't be used either.
Yes. So we had to look at options, right?
Well, it's now 8:37. Given the timeline that you told me about before our break, this is some hours after the event. Mr. Boudram having come out of the pipeline about 5:30 or so. We're now 3 hours on.
Right.
We're coming to a critical time, aren't we?
Right.
Go on then.
Right. So our logistics persons, the logistics group, continued trying to source because we needed to understand what we were up against. So the logistics continued trying to source with the assistance of Heritage. I was working with Heritage as well. We had Mr. Osei Fleming Holder there. So I continued to work with him to get in contact to help us as well. Mr. Wee Logistics was working to get equipment. And that is when we said, okay, we were able to get Atlantic LNG equipment and we were able to get HSL with the bore scope. So they were working feverishly to get these people on site. So that we can assess the pipeline. Atlantic LNG.
Yeah. What were they doing?
Say again?
What were they going to achieve for you?
Yes, they came with a pipe crawler, what we call a crawler.
Right.
Yeah.
So did you speak to Atlantic?
Sorry. They came in with a bore scope, I think, and HHSL had the pipe crawler. Atlantic LNG came with a bore scope.
Boroscope?
Yes.
That's some other form of camera, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you speak to them or somebody else?
To call them in?
Yeah.
No, that was our logistics.
Right. So Mr. Way or Mr. Seals, is that right?
Or Mr. Way or Mr. Holder. Right. I believe might have been Mr. Way.
All right. And they were going to get a boroscope.
Yes, sir.
Did they tell you what the ETA for that boroscope was?
Yes, Mr. Way would have mentioned to me what the ETA of the boroscope was. Yes.
What was it?
Yeah. Would have been sometime, I think, around maybe after 9, he said the boroscope would be there.
After 9?
Yes.
That evening?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Did it arrive after 9?
It would be on the timeline, sir, when it arrived. Nice.
I think,
Oh,
if I may intervene, at
Please.
paragraph 104 of Mr. Michael Wise's statement, at page 1289, he said at around 9 p.m., a pushed camera with operating crew from Atlantic LNG arrived on site. They were briefed and dispatched to Berth 6.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. And when did they actually put the boroscope in?
It was put in around
About 3 hours later.
Yeah,
Yes.
around midnight.
So the boroscope arrived at 9 and it was entered the pipe.
Around midnight.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, sir.
Can
I'll
you tell
explain.
us, please?
Okay. Right.
Go ahead.
Right. So we had, of course, the situation at that time was we had the riser coming up and we had the hyperbaric chamber over the riser, right? In the initial condition at the time of the incident, Mr. If I may. Mr. Kazem Ali contacted contacted me around 9 o'clock. He contacted me and he indicated that he wanted to install the extension piece on the riser, which was to be installed that day. His explanation was that with the hyperbaric chamber there, if he had any failing with the compressor, then the chamber would flood, right? And, then it would cause more problems for us. So he requested to insert the new riser. He also indicated when the cameras come, the insertion of the new riser would help us, because with the hyperbaric chamber in place, pressed down, what we would have to do is to drop the camera, the bore scope, into the water from the barge, bring it under the hyperbaric chamber, and then into the pipe. So we would have some difficulty with that. So he asked that we install the riser pipe. We agreed to install the riser pipe. He utilized the guys who were there diving, he utilized them to install the riser pipe. I think they had it completed sometime maybe a little after 10. Then what they had to do was they needed now to access from the top of the hyperbaric chamber. So we had to install some scaffolding quickly to get the bore scope up there. And he also had to take off the top of the hyperbaric chamber, the top cover. So all of that took some time, right? So that is why the Atlantic LNG camera only went in a little bit later, but it would need a very simplified.
Can I ask, just in relation to that, why this wasn't done hours before? You knew you wanted a camera in there. Why didn't you do it hours before?
Right. So we were, while we were pushing for the cameras, I actually didn't think about installing it and bringing it from there. I was working on going through the hyperbaric chamber. It's only when Mr. Ali brought it to our attention, we thought, well, okay, let's see what we could do. And to make it easier.
Sorry, I'm struggling a little to understand why, given that the idea of a camera was yours, to put a camera in the pipe to see what the conditions of the pipe were, why wasn't this all sorted out in advance of any camera arriving?
Well, at the time, it was just to get the camera down into the pipe, the standard way.
I understand about getting the camera into the pipe.
Yeah.
If there was going to be a problem
Yeah.
in taking the camera down into the water, up into the hyperbaric chamber, and then down into the pipe, that must have been apparent to the IMT and you before you even ordered a camera.
Well, it's not that it was a problem. It's just it could have been done. We could have done it, right? That was not.
Well, given
it is not that it could not be done. Yes.
Forgive me, given the time was of the essence, why did you wait 3 hours? You had the camera. It was important. You're now up against your timeline that you described to me earlier today, right? You've used up 3 of your 5 hours that you think you've got. You're now going to take 3 hours past the timeline that you've got to put a camera in there. Why wouldn't you just say, well, look, we don't have time to do this, Mr. Ali or whoever else was suggesting it.
Yeah.
We just got to get that camera in there now.
Yeah,
why not?
Right. Well,
why?
yes,
sorry,
yes,
I know.
yeah,
I'm trying to give you the opportunity to answer, but I am struggling a little to understand why, if the IMT at your command thought that it was important before we effect a rescue to put a camera in there, why were not the conditions for putting the camera in there not created before the camera even arrives? You don't have to wait for the camera to arrive before you can start doing those jobs, do you?
So understood. It just wasn't, I suppose it wasn't thought of at the time, right? When Mr. Ali came to me, I said,
Pause for a
okay,
minute.
it's going to be easier.
Pause for a minute. Wasn't thought of
Yes.
at the time. All right. That's your answer, that it hadn't been thought out at the time by you or anyone else in the IMT that this might need to be done before the camera even arrives.
Right, because that is correct, because Mr. Ali came to us about 9 o'clock with the indication that he called me around 9 o'clock.
Mr. Ali,
Yeah.
you spoke to Mr. Ali for 3.5 minutes at 7:45 that evening.
Right.
Why didn't you raise it then?
No, at that point in time, I was just operating with the hyperbaric chamber.
No,
It-
I
it-
understand that, but
yes.
you were the one who wanted the camera.
Yes,
Did Mr. Ali want the camera?
yes, of course, the task says yes.
Did he say that as
Yeah.
a prerequisite to sending any
Yeah.
diver into that pipe, I want a camera in there?
No, he did not.
No. So he would have been prepared to have sent divers in there, or divers might have been prepared to go in there without having seen what the conditions inside that you wanted were. I'm not criticizing you for wanting to have observation of what was in the pipe. I just want to understand the timeline, how it works. You follow?
Yeah.
And once you knew that you had a camera at 9 o'clock, and at the earliest, it was going to take you 3 hours to create the environment
Yeah.
in which you could insert that camera, you
Yeah.
were past your own
Yeah,
deadline.
no, I did not realize at the time, sir, it was going to take that time. He told me within about half an hour to an hour, he's going to have that riser in. I did not know that at the time, right? From in my discussions with him,
Okay, all right.
right?
Yes, sorry, Mr.
I did not know.
Wilson has a question for you. Sorry.
Yes, just taking off from where the chairman left, but I'm going to try and bring it in. As an IC, once you had your situational awareness, it's speaking to the same thing as the chairman. So you had the initial incident response, you had the objective settings. I heard some verbiage around priorities, assumptions, and constraints, but what I'm trying to find out now from an IMT, ISC, and an IC, incident commander, what were your operational periods that you set to put a tactical plan in place? So just to bring it more in place, if it could help the chair in terms of bringing timelines into your plan, if there was a plan.
Right. So at the time of the incident on Friday evening, right? At that time, we were pushing hard, really, to see what was available, how quickly we could get it available.
I understand, and let me interrupt again. What I'm asking is, as an incident commander, did you set out operational periods which would speak into your tactical plan? Meaning, we'll go away for 45 minutes and we'll come back with an action plan, or was anything like that established in your IMT?
No, certainly not on the Friday evening, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Thank you
Much obliged.
for directing me in that direction. Thank you.
So, but you had available during this delay was because you wanted cameras to go and see the condition in the pipe.
I wanted to assess
Yes.
what was in the pipeline.
Yes, and that was important for you.
Yes, sir.
But you had available divers who were prepared to go into the pipeline without cameras, without having a camera.
Yes, sir.
But during the delay period, did it occur to you that you could consider using the divers if they want to go in? The question is simple, Mr. Did you consider it?
Yes, sir. If I may explain.
You considered it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I may explain.
And you decided against it?
Yes, sir, because I did not at the time have information as to what was happening in that pipeline. And I know I have said this before,
Yeah, you said
right?
that several times.
Right? So I could not at that time just send somebody sanction. Paria could not sanction at that time, just sending somebody into that pipeline.
But you knew. Budram had come out of the pipeline and Kurban had gone in the pipeline, and that was not sufficient for you.
Right. So I knew Mr. Budram had come out of the pipeline, right? I knew Mr. Kurban had gone in 10 to 15 feet into the horizontal, right? So that didn't give me any information, right? However, I still didn't understand the conditions. Now, you will appreciate, as the incident commander, I have a priority. The safety of the responder is a very high priority for me. So before I could send any responder, any rescuer into that line, I had to ensure or be reasonably certain that it was safe for him to do so. I could not just send somebody into that pipeline.
Okay, you've said that, and I'll come to what you said.
I just want to record that, please.
Yes.
You said the safety of the responder is a very high priority, and I can understand that.
That is correct.
And so it should be.
Yes.
But you said that before you could send anyone to go into the pipeline, have I got this right? You needed to be either sure or reasonably certain before as to the conditions.
And of his safety, that he could go in and come back out
Reasonably
safely.
certain of their safety before you could do so.
Yes, sir.
And is the effect of that to say that until you had a camera inside that pipe, you were never going to sanction a rescue?
Until I could have an assessment of that pipe, that
No, I
would have been
understand.
very difficult.
You've made that clear, and I absolutely have your evidence on that. But the effect, the way in which you were going to do that was by having a camera of some kind in that pipeline.
Correct.
So up until that point in
Yes.
time, you got footage of what was inside that pipeline.
Correct.
You were never going to sanction a rescuer going into the pipeline.
I could not sanction it, and I would, of course, have to seek expert advice as well to do that, yes.
But we're looking back at it now, aren't
Yes.
we? I mean, obviously, as things are unfolding at the time, different factors play. But looking back on it now, your analysis of what you did in the IMT,
Yes.
your position was, I'm not going to sanction, I think to use your word, I'm not going to sanction anyone going into that pipe to effect any kind of rescue until I knew the conditions of the pipe. That's the first thing. And you add to that by saying, I won't know the conditions of the pipe until I've set a camera in to have a look.
Yes,
Right?
correct.
So
Yes,
the
sir.
net result of that is, until a camera went in the pipe, there was no prospect of my sanctioning anyone diving into that pipe.
It would be very difficult for me so to do so.
Very difficult.
For
Were there
me to
any
do.
circumstances in which you would be prepared to sanction it?
I could not, sir. I could not sanction it.
No, I understand
Yeah,
it. That's
could not
I just want to be clear. And I really do understand what you're saying. That was the criteria for you. I needed to know what was the conditions in that pipe, and I needed to get a camera in there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. One matter arising from that, I just want to make a note of that. Were you aware of a GoPro that had been retrieved from the pipe?
I heard something that they had some GoPro. Catherine was trying to look at it, and she suspected it was a GoPro, right? And with LMCS, and they couldn't, and they were not showing her anything. She wasn't certain it was a GoPro. We were not certain.
I think in your statement you referred to it, don't you? Someone direct me to that passage. Yes. So, all right. Anyway, you weren't sure if there was a GoPro, or
Yes, Catherine said she saw them looking at something. She wasn't sure what it was, right? May or may not have been a GoPro.
And did you make an inquiry of that, of Mr. Ali?
No, no, I did not make any inquiry. No.
I mean, it's quite important, this, isn't it? If it was a GoPro, might have met your needs.
Well, any GoPro, nothing came out of the pipe, so it would not have been in the pipe.
Well, we don't know.
Yeah.
Do you, Mr. Wasn't it suggested that the GoPro was retrieved from the pipe?
No. All Catherine told me it was they were looking at something she thought maybe a GoPro.
What, that Mr. Kerban hadn't retrieved this from the pipe?
I can't recall if she said Mr. She didn't, I can't recall her telling me that. I recall her telling me she saw them looking at something when she tried to look at it. When she tried to go across, they moved away. And we were not getting any information from them.
Just a minute. All right, well, I won't hold up proceedings. I'll have a look. See if I find it. Thank you very much.
Much obliged, sir. Well, since you were very anxious to see what is in the pipe, you know, at some stage a crawler went in to get a recording of what is in the pipe, a photo, a video of what was in the pipe.
Right, so sir,
Would you just try to answer my question? Do you know whether a crawler went into the pipe to get a video?
yes, sir.
Do you know what time it went in?
It would have went in sometime after midnight, sir.
Would it be correct to say it went in at around 3 a.m.? I'm referring to the witness statement of Catherine Balkison at paragraph 31. At
Yes.
3 a.m.
Page 133.
Right.
At page 1333.
Right.
Would you agree to that?
Yes, that is what she said, sir.
Yes. At 3 a.m., where were you?
I would have been in the incident command post.
Did you go home for 3 hours?
Right.
At paragraph 155,
Mhm.
page 1372.
Right.
While you were the incident commander,
Mhm.
managing an emergency, men in the pipe,
Mhm.
you went home. At what time you went home?
Sometime maybe after 4, sir.
Sometime after
Yeah.
4,
Yes, sir. Right.
and you spent 3 hours.
Maybe 2, maybe 3 hours I was back.
According to your statement at paragraph 155, after you said what happened at paragraph 153 and 154, it said sometime thereafter I left the ICP for home. I returned to the ICP about 3 hours later.
Yeah.
And at paragraph 157 of your witness statement, you said, upon my return to the ICP, I was advised by Catherine or another person, I cannot now recall, that the crawler was sent down at Berth 5, but there was too much oil, so it wasn't able to get too far. I was told that it had to be retracted and the lens cleaned, which was difficult to do.
Right. So if I may back up, please, and explain. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we got the camera footage, right? What little camera footage we were able to get, I believe, from Atlantic LNG. That would have been around midnight, right? Once we got that camera footage, I contacted Mr. Rolf Seals. Well, he was in the incident command, right, with Mr. Osei Hola. Good. I spoke to Mr. Seals and I instructed him, listen, we have this video footage, right? This would be something right around midnight when we first got it. I told Mr. Seals, go to the berth with the dive companies, Mitchell and OTSL. Go with them, get their supervisors, have a look at the video footage. let them examine what video footage we had, however little it was, and discuss with them if they would be prepared to enter the pipeline to do a rescue.
Rescue.
Yes, sir.
But on your timeline, at 3 a.m. in the morning.
No, sir, this was right around midnight.
Oh, that was
If
around
they were-
midnight.
Yes, sir. Right? So I asked him, speak with them. Mr. Seals returned. Mr. Seals returned about an hour after. He had gone to Berth 6 with the divers, with the dive supervisors. He advised me in the presence of Mr. Osei Fleming-Holer, he advised me that he reviewed the video footage with the two dive supervisors. And the dive supervisors both agreed that it was too risky and they will not allow their personnel to go into that pipeline. They simply did not have the information. I subsequently asked Mr. Seals what was his view. I asked Mr. Seals what was his view. Mr. Seals advised me that he simply did not have the information. It was too risky. So he was of like mind.
You mean to put it
Right.
at the school, huh?
Right.
What time are we talking about when you were
This-
being advised of this?
This was shortly after 1 o'clock. I instructed him to go shortly after midnight to speak with the divers just as soon as we got the video footage. And then this was about 1 o'clock.
So this is
He came
7.5 hours after Mr. Boudram has emerged
Yes,
from the
sir.
pipe.
Yes, sir.
7.5 hours.
Yes, so we are still trying. Right?
Help me in this way, please. On your own timeline, what were the prospects of any of them being alive 7.5 hours after Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe?
The prospects were getting slim, sir, very slim.
Well, what you told me before we had our break was that probably zero.
Been very slim, sir.
See, there's as I said to you, I think before, there's diminishing returns, isn't it? If you're a rescuer and there is a good prospect of saving people who are alive, you might take a greater risk than if you wait and there is a very, very slim chance of anyone being alive to risk you or your colleague divers.
Right.
That is an equation which anyone would calculate, isn't it?
Correct.
Good sense. The slimmer the chance of anyone being alive, the less likelihood you're going to risk your own and others' lives in trying to rescue them.
Okay. So if I may I explain?
You may.
Right, okay. I am confronted on the night. Let's go to the night, right? We are confronted with a situation. I have 4 men in a pipe, right? I did not know the conditions in the pipe. I understood it is a confined space. It is a dangerous space. I had a decision to make. Let's look at, say, I know Mr. Kerban was prepared to go in the pipe, right? Mr. Kerban was a courageous young man. His father was in the pipe. I get that. I get he would want to go.
Carry on.
Yes, sir.
No, we won't have any shouting out from the back of the courtroom, please. You address my question, please.
Yes, sir. Right. I have a decision to make, a difficult decision.
Yes.
If I allow somebody, if Paria sanctions somebody who is strongly emotionally attached, at that time he would be angry, right? And he was angry at that time. I am putting that young man's life in danger. I'm sanctioning something to put that young man's life in danger. I have a responsibility for that young man, right?
Well, he had a responsibility for his father as well, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right? So I had a responsibility to that young man. What happens, I also had to think through what happens if Mr. Kurban gets in difficulty in that pipeline. Then I had another courageous young man, Mr. Conan Bedu, who would want to go into rescue Mr. Michael Kurban, right? I could have two people in difficulty. I'm adding numbers. I understand Mr. Bedo's brother was there. Mr. Bedo gets into difficulty, or if I send him in first, or if he goes in first, he gets into difficulty. What would his brother do? His brother would go in.
No, his brother was going to pull him out because he would be attached by a line.
Well, sir, it's would you pull him out in what conditions, sir? I don't know. I couldn't tell.
Well, he might have been
I
injured.
don't know.
He might have been.
Right? He may have been dead, sir. I don't
He
know.
might have been.
Right? Do I take that risk to send somebody in there? And that was not a simple decision.
No
right?
one suggests it is.
believe-
That's why you got that
yeah,
job.
Yeah, and I believe it was the right decision at the time. As difficult as it was not a simple decision.
All right.
Okay, sir. So I'm in that position on that night, that situation.
The net result, though, is that because you took the stance you had, and as I say, I can assure you I've not made up my mind one way or the other about any of this yet. I'm hearing the evidence, all right? I have an open mind as to whether what you were doing was right or wrong, and I don't think actually anybody can second guess that. What is true is that there was no timeline as what you told us today, and therefore the decisions that you were making, difficult though they were effectively being determined by the fact that you insisted on having details of the inside of that pipeline by virtue of a camera, and that was going to take you outside of your own timeline as to whether they could survive or not. So the decision was actually made for you once you decided, I must have that camera footage.
And as I said, I had a responsibility
Yeah.
to the responder, sir.
All right. Did you actually discuss the particular plan with Mr. Bedo or with Mr. Kurban at the time?
No, sir. I was liaising with Mr. Ali. I did not discuss with them.
Did he discuss it with you?
No, sir. He never discussed any plan with me.
Did anyone discuss? I mean, you've discovered Mr. Bedo's willingness after the event, have you?
No, I knew he was on site, and I knew divers were going in. They were willing. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, you just told us about him being willing to go into the pipe. Did you know that at the time, or did you know that only after the event?
I didn't know it was Mr. Bedo himself, but I knew at the time people were willing to go in the pipe.
Right. So, did you, in knowing that, did you obtain from them any plan that might mitigate your concerns about not knowing what the condition of the pipeline was?
No, sir. All I knew from them that people said they were just going into the pipe. They had no plan.
Who told you they had no plan?
Nobody came forward with any plan, sir.
No one came forward.
Right? No one knew we did not know the conditions.
No one came forward with any plan. And am I right in saying you didn't ask any of these divers if what plan they had?
I was liaising with Mr. Kazim Ali. I was trying to get in touch with Mr. Kazim Ali, and I could not. Right? I spoke to him, and when he eventually called me, it was to put on the riser.
So Kazim Ali gave you no plan.
Yes.
Did you speak with Miss Balkisoon, who was your on-site liaison?
Yes, I was in constant contact with Ms. Balkisoon.
Did she tell you of any plan that she'd been informed of?
She did not tell me of any plan that she would have been informed of.
Right.
And
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you very much.
And if Miss Balkisoon had been informed of any plan, she would have told me.
Well, she's spoken for herself.
Mr. Piper, there are two aspects of my question that I want to ask you on further. One is the IMT notes that have been given to us. And the first item, the next item I want to talk to you about is the factors which you considered in your statement to refuse to permit diving into the pipeline.
Mhm.
So I will take you to it, right? At paragraph 98,
Could you tell me what page, please, sir?
on page 1363. It starts at 1363, but it's the factors start at 1364. Now, these are the factors when you wrote your witness statement that you wanted the commission to consider as to the basis of your decision to prevent diving in the pipeline. So let us go to paragraph 98.1. The event which caused the divers to be taken into the pipeline was unknown. But you knew that it was the delta P that caused the accident. A delta P, a latent delta P became active that caused the accident. You knew by 3:23 p.m. on the Friday, when you spoke to Mr. Kazim Ali, you got an account of how the accident occurred. Not so?
Right.
And you told us today that you had thoughts it could have been where the men were sucked into the pipeline.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So that the event which caused the divers to be taken into the pipeline was known, not unknown.
No, sir.
It was unknown?
No, sir. So at that time, right, all I got from Mr. Ali is that they had removed the first plug and they were removing the second plug, right? What happened, what I mean here is what happened with the plug, I did not know.
You did
Right?
not know?
I did not know if the plug was ruptured. I don't know if the plug was pulled in. That's what I mean. I didn't know what actually happened.
But you knew that the event which caused the divers to be taken into the pipeline was a delta P hazard.
Right.
Did you know that?
Yes,
at the
sir.
time when
I'm trying to explain.
Did you know that at the time when you make your witness statement?
I was not fully, or at the time I made the witness statement, this is at the time of, this year is at the time of the night.
Yes.
Right? It's at the time of the night I'm writing it.
And at the time you made your witness statement, this is what you were saying, which influenced you in not sending a diver. These are the factors that you said in your witness statement. No. And this is one factor.
Right. So in my witness statement, those are the factors on the night, yes, not after the fact.
I know. And it's one of the factors, what is stated in 98.1, not so?
Correct.
So what I'm asking you, on that night, at that night or that day, you knew that it was a delta P hazard. What are you saying to that? That's not correct?
Right. I'm saying, yes, sir. I knew at that time the men were drawn into the pipe, but I did not know what caused it. If it was they deflated the plug, I didn't know if the plug was ruptured. I did not know.
So in
What
other words,
resulted, yes.
in other words, you didn't know the position of the plug,
That is correct, sir.
but you knew that the man was sucked into the pipe.
Yes, Mr. Bodram came out and he said the men were in the
Right.
pipe. Yes, sir.
So you knew it was a delta P hazard. that caused it.
Yes, but what actually, the actual cause I was uncertain of. Just to repeat.
Did that matter?
Well,
If it was
yes,
delta
sir.
P, it was delta P.
No, sir, it mattered because if the plug was not ruptured, then I'm not sure if there's going to be a secondary delta P. I didn't know. If the plug was ruptured, then it would be different. The conditions would be different, right? So I did not know.
Ruptured? What do you mean?
But
Broken?
I don't know if the plug had burst. I don't know, right? Or if the plug was just drawn in.
All right, but sorry. But if you had fear about another delta P, you wouldn't be looking for camera. You would be looking for an expert to tell you whether another delta P could have occurred. But you were looking for cameras. Would cameras show you whether another delta P would take place?
Right, and Mr. We spoke to OTSL, right? Antonio, a gentleman by the name of Antonio. We spoke with him. During the night, he was explaining to us about the delta P occurrence, and he also indicated that we need to try to, until we could be sure that there's not a second delta P, then it would be very dangerous to send those divers in. So that was an uncertainty for us, sir.
But Mr. Piper, in San Fernando and other places in Trinidad, you could have contacted an expert to get that opinion whether another delta P could have occurred instead of looking for cameras.
Yes, but sir, if I could get a camera in there, right? The camera would be able to tell me if we could pick up the plug. The camera, when the camera goes in, if it could identify the plug, right? We could see if the plug was in fact intact.
Well, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Well, you're going to go past numerous tanks and 4 bodies before you got to a plug, surely.
Right. So there are a couple of scenarios here. If the plug was intact, yes, correct. But I did not know if the plug was intact. The plug could have been ruptured inside there, in which case I might have been able to get to the plug first. I don't know. That is what I was trying to find out.
It's a remote possibility, wasn't it?
Sir, I simply didn't know what caused the incident at the time.
I understand nobody
Right,
knew
so-
for sure.
Yeah.
What your job presumably was to try and weigh up the odds.
Correct.
What were the realistic prospects
Yeah.
of that plug being ruptured in such a way that you would be able to send a camera in, get to the plug before you got to the people?
Right.
What was the realistic prospect? Do it now. Exercise your mind on it now.
Well, it's maybe a low prospect, but the camera would also tell me, while it wouldn't tell me about the delta P, right? In that case, the camera would also tell me where the bodies are, where the men are located, where the people are located, right? I needed to get a distance. I needed to know what I was dealing with. So the camera footage would also help me with that. This is not just one
Did it ever
element.
occur to you that you were seeking perfection? You know, a degree of knowledge that could only come with perfection?
No, sir.
No.
I was trying to get what the best or realistic assessment I could make so I could get somebody in there.
Within the time frame
Yeah.
available. That's where you keep
yeah.
missing that out, don't you? It's within the time frame
Yes.
available.
Right. And yes, sir, and I come back to the decision I had to make to send, right?
You see, Mr. Piper, if you had contacted an expert, you would have got the answer on that Delta P if it could recur.
Yes, sir.
And I referred you, I'm not too sure, but I referred you to the expert report of Incotec based in San Fernando. Incotec is based in San Fernando. And they said, they answered that question. Prior to Mr. Christopher, at page 1534, prior in the supplemental core bundle, at paragraph 4.4 and 5, prior to Mr. Christopher Boudram's rescue, the entire system stabilized and equalized itself at both ends of SL36 and thus allowed Mr. Boudram to negotiate the pipe without any disruptions as the system was static. This condition was the best opportunity to attempt a rescue, as removing the blank at berth 5 or shutting down the compressor would have released the stored potential energy from the compressed air and thus disturb the equilibrium and thereby imperil any divers in the air pockets. If you had contacted an expert and did not look for cameras, you would have been able to know that the pipeline was safe for diving.
Right. And so just to repeat, right, I don't know what that is based on, right? But I don't know what that expert is based on, right? But just to repeat, we did contact an expert, right, Mr. Michael V, and we did speak to him on the night.
Who was that expert?
it's
From
also-
OTSL.
So if I can object, it's also, in my respectful submission, an unfair question, right? Incotec has taken a long time to produce a report. It's unfair to put to the witness that that information could have been obtained at that time. No one has suggested that.
Well, I mean, I think he's answering the question because he's telling us that he did consult someone locally to provide the answer to that question.
Correct. Yes,
So
sir.
why don't we let him tell us that?
Yes.
I just was only question of consultation. I was only question of how long it would take to deliver the advice.
Well, let's find out if he got the advice.
Right?
Yeah.
So we did speak to the expert from OTSL through Mr. Wee, and he did tell us about the Delta P, and he did tell us, you know, you couldn't be certain. That was our information on the night.
But Mr.
Couldn't be certain that there was not
That
a
was,
prospect of a
yes,
second Delta.
correct. And until such time, you know, we should not send somebody in.
Do you know who that was? The person?
Cannot remember his second name. It was Antonio, I think was his first name.
Antonio
Yes, yes, from OTSL.
Donovan.
Donovan, thank you.
And your recollection of that is that he was telling you, in effect, that a second Delta P could not be eliminated,
Correct. So,
and that therefore there was a risk associated with that
yes, sir.
if any diver went into the pipe.
Yes, sir. That was my understanding.
Well, did he give you an opinion, a written opinion? Because we haven't got anything in the record that Mr. Donovan gave, a written opinion to that effect.
I believe there is something on the record, sir.
Well,
So,
I have
Mr. Wee.
a statement from Mr. Donovan in the record at page 2785. And at paragraph 12, in respect of what was said that night, he said, later that night, Mr. Michael White telephoned me. He told me that he wanted me to speak to his incident team, and I agreed for him to put me on speakerphone. I was introduced to his team, but I cannot recall them now. They asked me what could have happened to the divers, and I believe what I said was that they encountered a Delta P incident. They did not appear to understand what a Delta P incident was, So I explained it, and in fact, my explanation, I sent a video to Michael Wise showing a crab being sucked into a pipeline because of a Delta P incident, and another giving a detailed scientific explanation. Then a few days later, yes, what paragraph? At paragraph 17. A few days later, before the retrieval of the bodies, I was asked by OTSL CEO, Mr. Bertrand, to join in a telephone conversation he was having with Heritage. I did join, although I do not recall the ex-date. It was me, Mr. Bertrand, and Mr. O.C. Fleming, Heritage lead, and several others whose names I do not recall. The purpose of the call was to discuss the possibility of doing a penetration dive into the pipeline to search for survivors. I advised of the safety issues as there was no way to confirm that the pipeline was totally equalized and flooded and free of possibility of a Delta event. So on the date in question, when Mr. Donovan spoke to you on the night, that opinion was not sought as to whether another Delta P could have, based on his statement. A few days later, then he was asked that.
Right. I have to say, sir, I cannot fully recollect, but that was my view because we still, even after the discussions, I know we still were concerned about the second Delta P, so no evidence.
All right. Now, the next reason, it was also unknown what caused that event to subside. Well, in respect of that, you knew that Christopher Boudram and Michael Kurban, Christopher Boudram came out of the pipeline and Michael Kurban went in, and you knew that the hyperbaric chamber was flooded. I'm sorry, it was not flooded. Not so?
Correct.
Right. The conditions inside the pipeline were unknown. Well, Mr. Piper, I've put this to you already, but you could have known the condition of the pipeline from Mr. Boudram and from Mr. Kurban. Then your next condition, your next factor, the LMCS divers are diving into the pipeline in an unplanned manner, and then you went on to say you produced without having a method statement, a risk assessment, a job hazards analysis, etc., etc. You really expected, in order to make that decision, you wanted a written risk assessment, job hazard, and how long that would have taken?
Right. So I'm not saying, right. I am not saying written, right? One needs to at least, right? One needs to at least understand what one is coming up against. One needs to at least sort of try to identify.
About 4 a.m.
Right. One needs to at least try to identify. One needs to try to risk assess. One needs to try to mitigate how you're going in, how you're coming back out, right? So there are a number of factors you have to deal with before you could say, hey, listen, we believe, yes, this can be done. But it has to be done, sir. We cannot just go into the pipeline and say, I'll pull you out with a rope, right? So I am not saying it had to be written, but we need to have some idea of what we, right?
And are you saying you had no idea?
Say again, sir?
Yes, you've identified in your statement, you've just been asked by Mr. Maharaj, as item number 4 of the, perhaps we can put it back on the screen, page 1364. You've identified that as being one of the reasons why you were concerned about sending any divers into the pipeline.
Correct.
And you say that the LMCS divers were diving into the pipeline in an entirely unplanned manner.
Correct.
Without having produced any kind of method statement, risk assessment, or job hazard analysis. And You're saying that didn't need to be in writing, so long as you understood what it was.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Well, what I want to understand from you is this, you see, is that you spoke, did you not, with Mr. Dexter Guerra
Yes, sir.
on more than one occasion?
Yes.
Certainly at 1832 and at 1845. Did you not ask him, well, why these people don't, what's the plan? How is this going to work? What contingencies are you taking?
Yeah.
Did you ask him that?
We spoke. I don't think I asked him in so many words. I asked him, he said, listen, the guys just wanted to go into the pipe, right? But we didn't discuss any plan. He didn't have any plan because we still did not know what existed.
Really? You spoke to him for what, I think a total of about 5 minutes in those 2 phone calls, and he gave you no idea of what the plan would look like?
No, sir. No idea.
And you didn't ask him?
At the time I spoke with Dexter, right? There were some hostilities. There were some hostilities on the berth, and I called Dexter to see how, to settle the berth down. No, I didn't speak with him on it.
Is it that the calls were to Dexter Guerra were nothing to do with rescuing, but to settle down hostilities?
The first call was to settle down hostilities, right?
Why were there hostilities?
There were hostilities when we said halt on the diving, sir.
I don't suppose that surprised you particularly, did it?
No, sir. I expected.
In any event, there were such hostilities. But given that we're about an hour, when you're having these calls with Dexter Guerra, about an hour or so after Mr. Boudram has emerged from the pipe, did you not think that they were at least seeing if there were ways in which the rescue might be effected within the time scale that permitted them to be rescued alive?
Right.
Yes. So what I'm a little concerned to understand from you is if you were genuinely concerned that they were diving, as you put it in your statement, as in an entirely unplanned manner, why wouldn't you have said to them, to him anyway, look, I can't permit this dive. I'm not going to lift this diving restriction on diving, which is causing the hostilities between us. I'm not going to lift that until I know what kind of plan you have to effect. Tell me, persuade me, Mr. Dexter Guerra, persuade me that I should have permit this. Did you say that to him?
No, I didn't say that to him, sir.
Do you think it would have been a good idea, one way to quell the hostility that existed, one way for you to be satisfied at least of some kind of plan, even if you disagreed with it? Do you follow?
Yeah.
Did you not think it would have been prudent to have asked him? How long have you known this man?
I've known Dexter for a while.
15 years?
But maybe more.
Maybe more?
Yeah.
So, and you knew him to be a responsible sort of a fella?
Reasonably.
Reasonably. I mean, I think there was an incident when he took the barge off without permission some months before. But it was hardly a major event. He took the barge away from the edge of the dock without permission. Ultimately, there was permission. We've heard from him about that. Okay. That aside, I mean, you've known him for a long time, and he works for LMCS, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You were employing them as being good company to do all these sort of work. So presumably you had some confidence in him.
Well, yes, sir, I have to say some confidence, yes.
All right. Well, with that some confidence, did you not think it worthwhile saying to him, since you were talking to him, you called him, didn't you?
I called him, yes, sir.
You called him twice. Yeah. So given that you felt the need to do that, did it not strike you as being appropriate to say, well, look, Dexter, I need to know what it is that you have by way of a plan. Tell me what it is, so that you yourself can make an assessment.
Yeah.
Did you?
No, I didn't. No, sir, I did not.
Do you think you should?
Right. Well, at the time, sir, right?
But answer my question first, and then you can add your rider, right?
Yes, no, I did not. No, I did not.
You said that. Right. My question is, do you think you should have?
Maybe I should have, but the reason at the time, with the hostilities, I know that people were very emotional, right? I did not think them to be the best people, the best group to go into the pipeline, right?
That was an assessment made by you, which
Yes, sir.
I can entirely understand.
Yes.
What I'm asking you is whether or not you thought it would be prudent for you to have asked him, what is your plan? What is the plan? You've got to tell me, Mr. Guerra, what is the plan? Help me understand how I can sanction this.
Yes. Maybe in hindsight, maybe I should have, yes, sir. Despite all that was going on.
Thank you.
Mr. Piper, you were engaged in communicating with diving companies to get opinions, not so?
Yes, sir.
You were consulting with them, you were waiting on their answers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the LMCS divers who were experienced, commercial divers, experienced in diving, they had all equipment, can do a rescue. Why you didn't consult with them?
Sir, nobody, right? Nobody, right? That team was emotionally charged, right? Right? My assessment of that is you cannot, it would not be a prudent position to take or decision to make, right? With a group who are emotionally charged, who have never done anything like this before, who have no training to do anything like this. Nobody has done this, to the best of my knowledge, gone into a pipeline.
Did you find out from them?
So nobody has ever done this.
Did you find out from them?
No, I did not find out, but I knew nobody had done this.
You assumed
Yes,
that
sir.
they never, you
Yes, sir.
assumed that they didn't have the requisite
Yeah.
experience and training and competence
Yes,
to
sir.
go in the pipeline.
Yes, sir. This is a 30-inch pipeline with oil. This is a 30-inch pipeline with oil running for quarter mile, right? We had no idea. Nobody had ever had any training in this, right, to go into this pipeline. They were emotionally charged, and at the time it was not the best group to send in that pipeline.
I am suggesting to you that you would agree with me that in this statement you gave as to the factors which influence your decision not to allow anyone to go into the pipeline, to dive, to do a rescue, at no stage you mentioned that the LMCS divers were too emotional and you didn't consult them. Look at the grounds. Look at the factors you considered.
No, I didn't mention it, but I knew they were very emotional.
But
It was clear.
When you gave the statement, you knew that you were giving the factors to the commission to consider as to the grounds you considered to prevent you from allowing that dive.
So, okay, so admittedly, I did not have it here, but that was one of the considerations.
Okay. And yesterday you told us,
It was
you spent
clear.
a lot of time telling us about persons who were involved in accidents and maritime accidents, and sometimes when there are rescues, those who are the rescuers die and the accident victims are not saved. You remember you told us, you gave us?
Correct, sir.
Nowhere you have put that in this witness statement. That is not in the witness statement as to the factors you considered.
Well, sorry, but I didn't. Yeah.
Look at it.
No, I'm agreeing with you, sir. But that is knowledge I've had in this industry. I've been in the marine industry for 4 decades. So that is knowledge I have in the industry.
And that is knowledge that you had at the time when you did this witness statement.
Yes, sir.
And that is knowledge that you had at the time which you were saying influenced your decision.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Okay, let's go to another area and the final area of my questioning to you, Mr. Piper. I want you to look at the IMT notes. That is in the supplemental, supplemental core bundle. Yes, 1572. And I want to start off at 1541. And before I start off at 1541, I want for you to refresh your memory what you said that Mr. Christopher Boudram told you at paragraphs 130 and 131 of your witness statement, page 1368. One 1368. Paragraph, that's at page 1368 and 1369. And you see that among the things you said in your statement there, that I asked Boudram how he was doing. Mr. Boudram responded by saying, Mr. Piper, I want to say upfront, I ain't think them fellas make it, or words to that effect. And then the phone was placed on speaker, on speaker mode. Mr. Boudram modes are audible to personal wrong. Mr. Boudram then indicated that he crossed two welded seams on the way out of the pipeline. He said he then crossed blacks who was unresponsive. He indicated that 4 of them were making their way out of the pipeline and they were helping Kazim Ali Jr., who had a broken leg and arm. He then said they came across an air pocket, which there was one person less, after which there was one person less. He then said they came across a second air pocket, after which they lost Kazim Jr. He further stated that Faizi was with him until he reached the elbow, and then Faizi said he couldn't make it. Mr. Boudram did not ask during that conversation whether anyone else was rescued from the pipeline. I want you to look at 1547 and see what the IMT recorded Mr. Boudram said. 1541, sorry. 41. Look at the top of the page.
What page, sir?
1541.
Yes,
Read
sir.
it carefully and then I'll ask you the question.
Yes, sir.
You read it?
Read it.
Right. I have not seen in this note that was taken by the scribe at the IMT that Mr. Boudram said, or Mr. Boudram indicated that he didn't think the divers made it. Could you show me in this notes where he said that? Mr. Boudram indicated that he didn't think the divers made it. That Mr. Boudram said that he didn't.
No, sir, it's not there.
And I also did not see that he crossed over blacks who was unresponsive.
No, sir, it's not there.
And I also do not see in these notes, which were made at the time, that when he came across an air pocket, there was one person less.
No, sir.
When you wrote your witness statement, when you prepare your witness statement, what, you wrote it from memory or you wrote it from contemporaneous notes?
Right. No, I did not take notes, sir. There's some, I did not take notes, sir. So I'm going to answer, if I may, please.
Sure.
There are some things that stick with you. This is one of the things that stuck with me, and I kept repeating this, right? This was also recorded in the IMT, in the log, I believe, similar to what I said here. This was recorded in that log. It was not in that note, but I believe it was in the log somewhere.
Well, I'd be glad if you could show us it. Because I want to tell you, Mr. Mustaq Mohammed gave a written statement.
Page 1574.
4 at the top.
Page 1574, it's the note.
One, 5, 7, 4. But this would have been prepared after. Yes. Yes, 1574, I got it. But this log would have been prepared after.
No, sir, this was prepared on the night.
Well, help us. This at 1541, was someone writing this at the time?
Well, it's written, sir.
Yeah, but you are the commander.
Yes, sir.
Did you have someone writing this at the time that?
No, sir. At the time, we were in the incident command post. The scribe at the time documented it in the log immediately. And I confirmed that. I looked at the log and I confirmed that.
But the log is typewritten.
Yes, sir. This log was being typed as on a spreadsheet in the incident command, at the incident command post. So the entries were being made immediately.
So you agree with me then, because I'm now saying this, I now noticed it.
Okay, that's fair.
So you would agree with me that what is stated in 1541, what Mr. Budram said is inconsistent with what is stated. What you pointed me out is inconsistent in the sense that there are things.
Well, let's take them one at a time. First of all, you say in your statement, paragraph 131, that the first thing that Mr. Budram said to you is, Mr. Piper, I want to say up front, I ain't think them fellas make it.
Yes, sir.
That's what you've recorded in your statement.
Yes, sir.
That does not appear, does it, on the diary memo note at page 1541?
Right. So,
No, one thing at a time.
sorry.
It doesn't appear there, does it?
Correct.
And it doesn't appear in the log at 1574.
Correct.
Right. But it's something that you told us is stuck in your mind.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So we're agreed at any rate. This is, when you're writing this statement, it's from memory.
Right. And I did refer to this log as well, because in the 1574, right? Because at the time I was right at this log, standing right there in this area. And what I heard when Mr. Budram spoke, when Mr. Budram said, I don't think they made it, the phone was given to me immediately after I put the phone on speaker, and I had other parties joining, like Mr. Wee, Mr. Mohammed, I believe Narissa Fevic, I believe Mr. Fleming Holder was there, Mr. Paul Yearwood, right? So I then put the phone, Paul had brought the phone for me. I then put the phone on speaker as people were coming in, right? So I heard the first bit. I was the person who heard that it was addressed to me, and I heard that, right? And I'm aware that nobody else heard it.
First, when you were connected with Mr. Budram at the hospital, who made that arrangement?
Mr. Ramkisoon, who went to the hospital, and via Mr. Paul Yearwood.
Right. So Mr. Ramkisoon,
yeah.
What do you say his name?
I think it's Shane, I think.
Shane. Right.
Yes.
I'm going to call him Shane. So Shane goes to the hospital,
Yes, sir.
and he obviously speaks to Mr. Boudram
Yes, sir.
before he makes a phone call to you.
Of course.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
yes.
do you know what he said to Mr. Boudram?
Well, I think once he got there, he just had the phone to Mr. Boudram, say, listen, we need to talk, because he had a very, very limited time, a minute or two.
Sure. but
So I
he
don't know
must
if he had much
He must have at least
conversation.
introduced himself.
Of course,
Told him
yes.
why he was there and things like that.
Of course.
Exactly.
Yes.
You don't know what he said to him, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know if he told him, for example, that they still haven't got anybody out of the pipe.
Yes, I don't know if he told him.
All right. But anyway, the first thing he said to you is, Mr. Piper, I want to say up front, I ain't think them fellas make it.
Correct.
This was at 10 o'clock that night.
Yes, that is what he said to me.
Yeah, but this is at 10 o'clock that night.
Yes, sir.
According to your own timeline that you told me before we had our break, you ain't
Yeah.
thinking them fellas made it either, have you?
Well, again, sir, we at this point, there was no way to tell. There simply was no way to tell.
Well, on
sir.
your own calculation,
Yes, sir.
it was an extremely slim
Yeah.
chance that 5 hours after the event, they would still be
Yes,
alive.
sir. Yes, sir.
You agree with that, don't you?
Yes.
I mean, I put the
as
word
understand.
extremely in, but you
Yeah.
don't disagree
Yeah.
with me, do you? Do you?
It would have been difficult to, assess they would last much longer. sir.
His sentiments coincided with your own.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
That we got that in the second note has some of the things that are recorded,
sir.
but one of the things that neither in the scribe note or in the typewritten note, it has the statement you say from memory. I want to say, Mr. Piper, I want to say in front, I ain't think them fellas make it.
Correct, sir. And I'm very well aware of that.
Okay.
I included that in my statement because that is something that stuck with me, right? I am aware that it was not in this note here, this log, but that statement stuck with me, and I thought I should include it.
Okay. Look again at page 1541. And there's a notation which states at, you see 202,
Yes, sir.
which states clear water, no signs of oil, no airspace, difficult to tell if any airspace because of the position of the camera. So at 202, according to the notes that the IMT had, would it not be that the pipeline had clear waters, no sign of oil, no airspace?
Right. So this is a very short distance into the pipeline, right? Maybe less than 100 feet.
I'm just asking what is recorded. The IMT had this information at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that information was shared prior to that. That
Okay.
information was shared with the dive experts through Mr. Raul Seals to do an assessment, which they still came back and said they were not willing to send their persons into the pipeline. So it was shared with them.
Okay, just underneath that, you see on that night, it seems as though the IMT knew of differential pressure,
Yes, sir.
plug rupture or removal will equalize.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the IMT had that information.
Yes, as I said, we had spoken to Mr. Donovan earlier.
Yeah. Will equalize.
Yes, if the plug is ruptured, sir, or remove, it will equalize.
Good. And let's go to page 1542, where it is stated that crawler, you see at about the middle of the page, crawler put down
Yes, sir.
220 feet into pipe with tanks and plug from both 6 side yellow, round and white. See
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Right. Can I explain that?
Yes, what you understood it to mean.
Right. So what actually happened is they, as they were feeding it, apparently they had some rotation on. As they were feeding it, they actually did not get to the 220 feet. The hose, the line, the connection was actually turning on itself. So the crawler didn't actually go in 220 feet. That is my understanding. It was recording the travel, but the crawler didn't travel. That was my understanding on the time.
Okay. Let's go to 1544. And this is a very interesting page. You see about 4 lines down, it says, business continuity, 2:30 p.m. See that?
Yes, sir.
And then you see it says recovery, not rescue.
Yes, sir.
At 1544, if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's a heading business continuity. And you have 2:30 p.m. It's at the top of the page, 1544.
Mhm.
Business continuity, 2:30 p.m. Recovery, not rescue. Eastern divers not willing to go on. See that?
Yes, sir.
And I think that means riser 6 berth. Site to be secured 8 days before loading. So
Yes, sir.
wouldn't that be something of business you all were expecting? Paria was expecting, and it was to be in 8 days or something like that?
Right. Yes, sir. Right. Let me explain. The configuration of the port, is such that the location of berths 5 and 6 are on the northern side of the port, and the location of, that's where we do our black oils, fuel oil and crude. On the southern side of the port, about maybe 6,000 feet, maybe 5,000 to 6,000 feet away, on the southern side of the port is where we have our main viaduct. Right, so at that main viaduct is where we do all our clean products. So in discussions with commercial, right, because part of the incident command is for business continuity, to stabilize the incident, and of course to continue on as and when appropriate. So on the southern side of the port, which is where we handle all our clean products, right, we separated, we isolated. I had one group working there, and we said we will not involve that group, the OTSs and the operators. We didn't need to involve them in the incident response. So that is what that deals with there. So they could operate on that side of the port. Right?
But you would also agree with me, it shows that the IMT was considering recovery and not rescue.
Right. Okay, so that note.
And that was 2:30 p.m. on, 2:30 a.m. on Saturday.
Right.
Sorry, 2:30 p.m. on
right.
Saturday.
Right. So the note says rescue, not recovery. Eastern divers not willing to go on. In fact, Eastern divers had indicated that they sometime in the maybe about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, Eastern divers, Saturday morning, they had considered that they would not send their people in. We were looking at a dry rescue, right? Because they were not divers, although the company is Eastern Divers. They are confined space entry specialists. They had indicated that they will not go in, and they also indicated, as far as they were concerned, it was a recovery and not a rescue. So that note in my mind is what treats with that. That is not the IMT making that decision at that time.
So Eastern Divers took the position that at that stage, it would be a recovery and not rescue.
That is the position they took, sir.
I mean, surely that was your position as well. This is a day later. How long did you think? I mean, must have been your position.
So we were still hoping. I mean,
This is
it was, so
24
yeah,
sorry,
okay.
carry on.
So yes, I personally was moving to that position, but it was still difficult for me to move to that position. I was still, hoping some way. So we were still considering some way that we could get to those men, sir. I did not at that point in time make that transition yet.
But,
All right.
but if you look at the discussion, look at what is happening underneath after that. Wouldn't you say that that is what was being thought about? Recovery? In order to get to
exactly
know,
where, sir?
in order to get to know where the persons were. Said possible 3 to 4 feet, cameras can go in, cut a test hole, etc. Crawler with aim, utilize the diver that got to the tank yesterday. So you were thinking of Michael Kurban.
Right. So,
And you were thinking of Michael Kurban in a different context, not to rescue.
no, say again, sir.
Utilize the diver that got to the tank yesterday. Isn't that Michael Kurban?
Yes. I don't know why that is there, but if I may, on Saturday, while we were still looking at rescue, we had to start considering other options, right?
So other option of a recovery.
We had to consider recovery, sir, and we also were still considering pumping out of the pipeline, right? So we were mobilizing pumps and so on. But we also had in parallel to look at if we needed to go into recovery, which this was late on. We also had to start looking at those options.
Well, I got that impression from the notes, and I'll show you later down, that on Saturday, the IMT was considering, as you say, rescue, but also making plans for recovery, considering plans for recovery.
Yes, sir, and we had to consider plans in parallel.
And in the plans for recovery, you were thinking of sending in, you could answer me now, but I'll show you something in the notes after. You were considering sending in Michael Kurban into the pipe.
No, sir. At no point in time was I considering Michael Kurban into the pipe.
I'll take your answer. We get to that.
Yes.
All right. So let's go to the next page, 1545. Don't think we have anything. And we go to 1547. You see you're listed here. Royal Seals, Mitchells, Eastern, OTSL. Are these the person you had on standby, not so?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And you also, and it's always listed Michael Kurban.
Yes, I don't know who made these notes, and I don't know I don't know why they would have put that note there.
Well,
but at no point in time was I ever considering Michael Kurban.
Well, these are the IMT notes disclosed by Paria, and it shows the name Michael Kurban.
So
after you have admitted that the IMT was considering both rescue and recovery.
Yes, sir.
You have told us Michael Kurban was not considered for rescue in your evidence. So could you explain to us you are the head of the IMT?
Yes, sir. I don't know who put that note there and for what purpose, sir. Right? It's just that name is just written there on its own. I don't know what for.
It's written on its own.
It's, okay, so I apologize. It's just standing there on the page, right, with no explanation. I don't know why that name is there.
At 1572, that is your time, that's Paria timeline, correct?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you see at 1549, S. Ramkissoon informed from A. Farah that additional divers, LMCF divers were called in. You
Yes,
see
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
And at 1800, you see diver Michael Kurban recovered the GoPro camera and cylinder from the pipe, which I think that would mean the tank. So
Yes, sir.
you were aware at that time that Michael Kurban had entered the pipe and there was recovery of a GoPro camera from the pipe.
Right. So I don't know, as I said when I spoke to Catherine, right? I don't know who gave that information there, but when I spoke to Catherine, right, she could not confirm, so I don't know who called in that information, sir.
But according to this note of Paria, this information was given to the IMT that the GoPro camera was recovered
Yes, sir.
from the pipe.
Yes, sir.
And you could have used that GoPro camera if you wanted to see the condition in the pipe.
So honestly,
Well, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
That GoPro camera could have been used, not you, but it could have been used to see the condition in the pipeline.
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Right? Right, but as I said, just to explain again,
And that
Right.
and that GoPro camera was known to the IMT at 6 p.m.
right? So I don't know if it is Catherine who called this in, but she could not confirm, we could not confirm, right? This is just her saying, right? We tried, we spoke with LMCS, they moved away, so we couldn't get it, but we could not confirm that.
Can I understand this, please? Because you spoke to Mr. Dexter Guerra half an hour later.
Yeah.
You asked
Yes, sir. No, sir, with all that was going on, no, sir, I didn't ask him about it,
Well,
right? So,
let's be clear about this.
Yeah.
You regarded video footage of the inside of that pipe
sir.
as being the sole determining factor
Yeah.
as to whether or not you were going to permit the rescue.
Yes, sir.
The mere whiff, can I suggest, of a camera that might have been retrieved from that pipe would have been something that would have exercised your mind immediately.
Yes, sir.
Is it really your answer that when you spoke to Mr. Guerra half an hour later,
Yeah.
you did not ask him about the GoPro?
Yeah.
Is that your answer?
Yes, sir. There was just so much happening on that time. I
Yes.
can't even remember when this was recorded. No, sir, I did not ask him.
So you didn't
And
ask him then.
I
When you
do.
now I understand you say you
Yeah.
didn't, and
Yes.
it was an oversight on your part.
Yes. Right. And I am not sure actually when, at what time I actually learned from Catherine. I'm not sure what time I learned that from Catherine.
Well, it's in the
Right,
log
yeah.
at 1800 hours. This
Yeah.
is contemporaneously being made, isn't it?
Yes, but I don't know what time that came to my attention. It's in the log, but whether anybody told me at the time, my only recollection is when I spoke to Catherine and what she told me.
You mean
Right, so I
it's-
didn't pick it up at that time. Yeah.
You mean it's possible that something as important as a camera from inside the pipe could have been recorded in the log and you've been unaware of it
Yes,
for half an hour?
right. So I spoke with, Yes, sir. No, I cannot recall, honestly, I cannot recall what time I would have seen that. Okay.
In any event, you spoke to Mr. Guerra 15 minutes later.
Yes, sir.
Was it an oversight then as well?
It was an oversight, sir. It would have been.
You spoke to
As
him.
I said, I couldn't pick it up.
You spoke to him 15 minutes after that as
Yes,
well. Was that an oversight as well?
Yes, sir.
And you spoke to him 7 minutes, 8 minutes later again. Was that also an oversight?
So there was a lot happening at that point in time. And as I said, I don't recall when I actually got the information. I don't recall, right? Now, I would certainly have thought, right? LMCS having this information, right? I would certainly have thought if they had any salient information, right, knowing, right, that they wanted to go in a pipeline and we were stopping them. Surely LMCS would have come forward with that information, right? Even if it was an oversight on my part, surely they should have come forward with the information. Yeah. Surely when Catherine tried to look at it, right, they would not have walked away. As I said, she wasn't even sure it was a camera, it was a GoPro, right? But they never came forward with it.
I follow all of that, and an entirely fair point to make, if I may say so. If they had that in their hands, why would they share it?
Correct.
I get that. But I'm asking you at the moment, all right? And what I want to understand is that the last time you made a call to Mr. Guerra was at 7 minutes past 7 that evening, and you spoke to him for over 3 minutes.
Correct.
Right? So that, on any view, is over an hour after the log has recorded a GoPro as being recovered by Mr. Kerban, right?
Yes.
Are you saying it's entirely possible that for that hour or so, you would have been wholly unaware of the existence of that GoPro?
I honestly cannot remember what time I found out about the GoPro, sir. And I only found out from Catherine, and I cannot remember the time.
And in answer to questions from Mr. Maharaj, is it your evidence that you never demanded sight of that GoPro?
Yes, sir. I never demanded sight of the GoPro.
You could have, couldn't you?
Yes, sir. I could have.
Was that also an oversight?
Well, I would have thought, yes, I should have demanded it. Maybe it was an oversight. But as I said, if there was anything on that GoPro, LMCS would have come forward with that GoPro. So,
well, they certainly should have.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right? They should have shared that GoPro.
Thank you.
I now want to show you some entries which will show that you had enough to know, the IMT had enough to know that this was Delta P, the men were in the pipe at an early stage, even before Boudran came out. Okay?
Okay.
So can I take you to page 1572? And if you look at 1415, you would see 5 divers enter the chamber, etc., right? They give the names. Then if you look at 1455, 1455, it says a farer informed no signs of divers or cylinders in the chamber. Then you go to 1523. I'm sorry, I really want to go to page 1523 at your witness statement. And I think this is where you would have said that Mr. Kazim Ali spoke to you and told you that the inflatable plug was removed. And it's at page 1352 at paragraph 30 of your witness statement. Okay? So that is, I'm working on the timeline. Then further at page 2008.
Just one at a time. Let me just catch up.
Sorry, I'm going too fast.
So I've got available to me page 1572, which is the log
Yes.
to which you've referred.
And I have referred to the last entry on the log I referred to was 1455.
Yes, Mr. Farrow informing him
Right.
that there was
And
no
then I
sign of any
wanted to
divers.
show that in the chronology, I want to show that at paragraph 30 of Mr. Piper's witness statement,
Right.
he spoke at paragraph 30 at page 1352. He spoke at 1523 to Mr. Kazim Ali, and Mr. Kazim Ali told him that the accident occurred with the removal of the plug.
Yes.
And then I wanted to show that in the sequence at page 2008 of the supplemental core bundle, volume 3.
Just a minute.
2008. Volume. Page 2008.
2155 in my bundle. Right. Dive operational at berth number 6.
Yes, but at 1508 hours. At 1508, offshore operator K. Scott reported to OTS-J Ramdan that 5 divers entered the chamber. A splash was seen on the camera during operation, after which the divers could not be seen. And then,
All right. Have you? Are you keeping up with this?
I
think
I don't have it here,
The
but
easier way
I
to do
understand what
this
you
is
said.
for you to see it on the screen, so that you can answer the question that Mr. Maharaj will have for you. So
you see that?
you've seen the log where he points out at 1445.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Farrow's informed the visual camera is not functioning. Then he's taken you to your statement where you spoke to Mr. Kazim Ali at 1523, where he describes about the removal of the plug. And now he's taking you to the dive operation document at my 1021, sorry, at 2155, which shows that at 8 minutes past 3, the offshore operator, Mr. Scott, reported to Mr. Ramdan that 5 of the divers had entered the chamber. There was a splash in the
Correct.
All right, so we're with it so far. We're with you.
And one more at page 2008, volume 3 of the supplemental. Oh, sorry, there's the same page at 1530.
1530 hours.
Yeah, at page 2008 of the same bundle.
Basis information received
received from OTS. It was reported that there was a rush of liquid
into
the pipe.
Right.
So,
can you just say again, please?
Yes. At 1530, basis information received from OTS, it was reported that there was a rush of liquid into the pipe.
Oh, okay.
All right, that's in that log.
So, based on what I've read to you, I am suggesting to you by 3:30 p.m. the IMT had the following of information available to it. 1, the men were working on an open pipeline in the hyperbaric chamber. 2, the men were removing the inflatable plug. 3, a splash was seen on the screen. 4, the men were not in the chamber. 5, there was a rush of liquid into the pipeline. So wouldn't that be information for you to conclude reasonably that the men was in the pipeline, were in the pipeline?
Right. So I don't know where the OTS got that information, that there was a rush of liquid into the pipeline. Nobody was able to see what was going on. He was not on site, right? So he never gave me that information at that time. The information I got from Mr. Ali when I spoke to him, right? The information I got from Mr. Ali when I spoke to him was that they moved the first plug, they were moving the second plug, and he did not know what happened.
Okay.
I was speaking, if I may finish, please.
Okay.
I was speaking with Mr. Harichan and Mr. Ramdan, who was the OTS, and he never gave that information to me that there was any rush of liquid. He just told me they were doing the sea searches. He told me he was talking to Mr. Farah, who was just lying on the barge holding his head.
Okay. Mr. Piper, if you had that information, would you have started from around 3:30 p.m. to consider the plan to rescue the men from the pipeline?
Yes, sir. And all that time on the way, we were through Heritage, Mr. Mohammed, through Heritage, we were already mobilizing the best equipment we could get, sir.
But unless I have it wrong, isn't this Paria's timeline? This is part of Paria's record that was disclosed to us.
Yes, sir. But at the time, I did not have that information at all. Right?
You got it at any time?
No, sir. That liquid, of that rush of liquid, right? That was never brought to my attention.
But that was very important information.
Yes,
because
sir.
if you had got that information,
That was not brought to my attention.
that
sir.
would have led you to the conclusion that the men would have been in the pipe.
Of course.
Yeah.
In fairness to Mr. Piper, can we have that document? You see, it says at the top, incident, 5 divers went missing, 1 was retrieved. Do you see that at the top of the document? Is it not on the screen in front?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Is it on that screen? Yes.
Yes, sir.
You see right at the very top where it says dive operation.
Yes,
That rather suggests that this is not contemporaneous, doesn't it?
Correct. Yes.
Right. So it's written after the event.
Yes, sir.
Because if they're writing up there at the time 1 was retrieved,
Mhm.
that was after
Right.
15:30.
Correct.
All right. So it can't have been. And can you go to the second page, please, where it says at the bottom of the second page, 2-1, no 2-1. Yes, mine's a different pagination. So to scroll up a little further, please. Next. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, you're going the wrong way. Keep going, please, to the next page. I want the foot of the page, please, so Mr. Piper can see it. I think there's been some confusion about putting these documents in the right order, but never mind. So what we're going to do, have a look at mine. At the bottom of that page, my page 2156, what does it say? Who's written it?
Yes, OTS J. Ramdan received information from Coast Guard dive team on site.
No, below that.
2156, I'm looking at page 2156.
Yes, right at the bottom,
Oh,
there's somebody's
oh.
name there.
Yes, or Leandra Singh.
PC Leandra Singh.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Or port coordinator.
Sorry?
The port coordinator.
The port coordinator.
Yes, sir.
Works for you.
Yes, sir.
Right. And he's written, he's put his name to this.
Yes.
Right. And then he says 0700 to 1900.
Yes.
So is this document intended to provide information of the events that took place between those times?
Yes.
I think it's wrong because he does have 2010 in there as well, but never mind.
So,
Mr. Leandra Singh is writing this. Where would he have got the information for this?
So Miss Leandra Singh, the port coordinator, was documenting this, right? Now, I spoke with Miss Leandra Singh on my way there. I was also speaking to Jonathan Ramdan, right?
Yes.
All the time, and that was not brought to my attention at that time. When I arrive on site, so I'm looking at this timeline now. When I arrived on site at 4:55, I called for Mr. Farah, right, to come in. So this is at 5 o'clock now when I arrived. Immediately after I arrived at 5 to 5, I called for Mr. Farah at 5 o'clock. He was on the way, and at about 10 past 5, people were hearing the knocking, right? And
Can we get back to the
Yes.
position? Because you weren't on site until around 5 o'clock,
correct,
right? But you'd assigned Mr. your
Mr.
deputy-
Jonathan Ramdan,
No.
or
he-
Visham Harichan.
Who was in charge of the IMT before you arrived?
That would be Paul Yearwood.
Yearwood, that's
Right.
it, thank you. So Mr. Yearwood was in charge before
Yes,
you
sir.
arrived. The first thing you would have wanted to do upon arrival is to be updated by Mr. Yearwood.
Yes, sir.
Did that not include information that you've had pointed out to you, Mr. Maharaj, that there was a report from OTS that there was a rush of liquid into the pipe?
No, I don't know if he had that information. He did not pass that information to me.
So let's be clear. It is, of course, important information.
Yes, sir.
From wherever it came, it should have been passed to the IMT.
Correct.
And had it been, it would have come to your attention when you arrived, if not before.
Correct.
And if you'd been provided with that information, you would have been able to conclude that there was every prospect of a Delta P
Yes,
that
sir.
had dragged these men into the pipe.
Yes, yes, sir.
And had you been informed of, if you'd come to that conclusion at 3:30 that afternoon, you would have actioned it from then.
Of course.
I think that's where you wanted to get to.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Can I have that back, please? 'Cause that's mine. You say it again. You need to go now.
I'm coming to the end.
Go now.
I'm coming to the end, Mr. Piper. I'm coming to the end. Just a few more, right? You have told us that at around 11 o'clock, or the period 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock on Friday night, the IMT was making plans, or discussing plans for a rescue operation, correct?
On Friday night, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We were in rescue.
The IMT was not making plans for a recovery operation on Friday night.
No, sir. We were in rescue mode.
Rescue mode. I want to show you 1574. That's in its supplemental code one.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to. Thank you. Go. It's not your question. It's a little unkind. I'm allowed to be unkind.
That's unfair.
We'll just stop for a moment
Yes,
and
sir.
see if he can come back.
I think they want to get Mr. Wilson to go and ask a question. So I think he probably stepped out. So they want to go find him so that he can carry on. Ramesh nearly asked Mr. Wilson's question, I believe. So the chair stopped him in his tracks so that they can, Mr. Wilson obviously probably had a different angle than where Ramesh was going to take it. So that's why we're waiting at the moment. But we should be back momentarily.
So should we, I mean, is he fit for that? We need to find out. We can break for lunch.
Much
Make some
obliged.
progress.
Much
Thank you.
obliged. Okay, you had given us the answer that at Friday at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock.
Seem to have lost the stream from TTT, so let me address this really quickly. I'm going to switch over to TV6 channel to stream it. Now, obviously, switching over to the channel means,
First one,
hold on.
of the 5th of October.
Responsive air pocket. This to me tells me that there were plans being made, drafted for recovery.
Right. Yes, sir, that is what it says, if I may explain. Of course, we are at midnight, right? The IMT still making efforts to rescue. However, we had to start considering if we were unable to rescue, right, at this time. So we had to start considering the different options. So that is what that speaks to.
So
It does not speak to us moving from rescue to recovery at that point.
So on Friday, men were in the pipe. It was urgent to rescue them. But the IMT was considering rescue and recovery. Recovery would only arise if they did not survive.
That is correct. So you have to run it in parallel. You can't run in series where you come to that point and then you start. So we had to start considering.
If you look, I want to refer to the supplemental core bundle 1 at page 1515. This is on the
Page 15.
page 1515.
Is it this one? You have seen 1515 here. So this is volume 4.
But I see this now I want to show you something on the Saturday morning. I just showed you Friday night.
Okay, sir.
So Saturday morning, 26, look at the bottom of page 1515. 26 to, the time is 2:54 a.m. 2 working drafts for press releases. On the next page, 2 working drafts for press releases moving from rescue to recovery effort. Condolences once bodies are recovered. That is accurate.
Right. This document I'm seeing here at the top, I'm seeing temporary. This is Paria incident, temp Andy Anel Alin Chow. This, I don't know if what correspondence this is, right? But they were not members of the IMT.
Oh, no, but
Right.
they were part of the IMT on that date.
Yes, sir.
So they were all, as a matter of
Yeah.
fact, they were all communicating with each other.
Yes, sir.
As a matter of,
Mm-hmm.
as I understand it from the evidence,
Yeah.
the Paria's IMT was combined with persons from Heritage
Yes.
to constitute the IMT for this event.
Yes, sir. And I was not part of this communication, right? So these would be, if you see, they are draft press releases. Normally in incidents like these, right, you always do draft press releases for different
Yeah,
scenarios. So
but
that's
this-
all that is.
But
Sir.
this communication came to everyone in the IMT, including Paria IMT.
I was not in this group, sir. Right?
You were not in this group.
No, sir, I don't recall
So
with me.
today is the first day you knowing about this? You know
Yes, but these are just draft. In any event, these are just draft press releases. Anytime you have an incident, you always do draft press releases. You don't just wait up to the last moment. So that is all that is. That does not mean at all that you go from, that you have moved or transitioned from one point to the other. It simply means you do a holding statement. That's standard practice.
Mr. Piper, I want to suggest to you that the evidence shows that the IMT at Paria was moving slow, very slow, to rescue the persons in the pipeline.
I understand your suggestion, sir, but I want to state to you, right, that is not correct. Given under those circumstances, I am declaring to you that the IMT was making every effort to rescue those men and to protect the lives of the responders.
And I'm suggesting to you that the evidence shows that there was available to the IMT other divers, LMCS divers, experienced with all the equipment to effect a rescue. During the period of time, the divers most likely would have been alive.
I understand your suggestion, sir, and I am stating to you, right, that I had a duty, right, to those responders, and I had a duty for their lives as well, right, to make sure that their lives are saved, right?
Can I just, before I sit, refer you to what you stated at paragraph 7 of your affidavit? I'm sorry, of your witness statement, at page 1345.
Yes, sir.
as on-scene commander, it was my responsibility to respond urgently to the emergency, assess the incident scene, conditions and circumstances, gather valuable information from the incident scene, act as the on-scene liaison between other respondents and the incident command team, and otherwise feed the incident command team with relevant information to arrive at possible mitigation options and methods, and to participate in the planning and execution of the emergency response. In some instances, I was required to lead the execution process with the support of the team. Would you not agree with me? You could have got alternative divers, apart from the divers that you contacted, to rescue these men from the pipe.
Yes, sir, and we did that. We got alternative divers, we got the dive experts, right? And they said, right, when whatever information we gathered, that it was too risky to send somebody into that pipe, sir, right? And again, part of my duty, right, is to the responder. It's his life. That was part of my duty, sir.
I know you could say that now, but you didn't say that in your witness.
No, sir, but that is part of my duty, sir, as the incident commander. And it's written in there in the incident command system.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Maharaj. Just before we rise for lunch, can I just ask you to help me out with something, please? The log that you've provided to us is in our volume 2, at page 1573 to 1576. This is, as I understand it, a contemporaneous log.
Yes, sir.
When did the IMT stand down?
The IMT stood down on the Thursday morning after the recovery of the last bodies, when we would have stood down. So when I would have stood down the IMT.
Can you help me, please, as to why the log ends, apparently quite abruptly, at 1410, page 1576? Do you see what I mean?
Yes, yes, but I know for a fact the log was being continued. I
I'm
think
with
what happened here was this was going on one spreadsheet and then they went over to another spreadsheet. So, yeah, but it is there.
It exists somewhere.
It exists. It does exist.
All right, thank you very much. We'll adjourn now for lunch. 2 o'clock, please. 2 o'clock.
All right, boy, that was something. So we've adjourned until 2 o'clock. We're returning. Yes, that was a quick battle between the direct stream from TTT because we lost connection to the direct stream. So I quickly moved over to TTT channel. And of course, you know, once that advert came at a critical point, I then put it back onto the direct stream. So it's very thing, but we didn't miss anything. So return at 2 p.m. There's a lunch break until 2 p.m. So let us take our lunch. We've been at this for a while. Okay, so take your lunch, enjoy yourself, and we will be back. Okay, so we're returning at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon. All right, good. Before I hand you over, as it were, to others who may have questions for you, can I just ask you one matter, please? It's to do with your statement at page 1361, and it's paragraph 81. I want to start at 80, if I may. Yes. Do you see it there, Mr. Piper? Do you have it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'll read it aloud. Kazim Ali and Dexter also never made any request to me during our conversations or at all for any LMCS representative to join the ICT, and never actually sent a representative as LMCS was invited to do by Paul. That's Yearwood, isn't it?
Correct, sir.
Right, prior to my arrival on site. And we've heard the evidence about
Yes,
Mr. Faisal, not Faisal, forgive me, his
Mr. Farah.
Mr. Farah, thank you very much. Mr. Farah, as it were, being invited to come and attend, and just at that moment in time, Mr. Boudram was coming out of the pipe, so he turned around and went back.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
so that's where we are, and that's the bit. That's what you're dealing with here. You then go on to say this: in any event, LMCS through Kazim Ali Senior and Paria, the ICT through me, were able to collaborate on the following measures taken in anticipation of attempting to rescue the divers. All right. So this paragraph is seeking, as I understand it by you, to say, well, what did you do with their cooperation to achieve the conditions for a rescue?
Correct.
That's what you're setting
Yes,
out there, isn't it? So can we just look at those briefly, please, and put some timelines on them so that I understand, all right? The first thing you identify is this: you made arrangements for the provision. I say you, I don't necessarily mean you personally, but the ICT or the,
Understood, sir. Yes.
making arrangements for the provision of an police escort, because of the outrageous traffic in this country, which I have suffered by, for LMCS additional drivers from Carenage, I was bound to get that wrong, to Port of Spain, all right?
Correct.
So somebody made a call and said to the police, look, we've got an emergency situation, bring those divers up super fast.
Correct.
Right? So you did that, and that would have been, well, we know the incident took place at 2:45. We know that Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe at 5:30-ish. So what sort of time are we talking about? After Boudram or pre-Boudram?
It's somewhere on, I'm not sure if it was on the timeline, but it was on somebody's statement.
It probably doesn't matter enormously.
Yeah, it would, I think, be pre-Boudram, I believe, because I think one of those divers was, might have been Conan Bell.
So we can chalk that up as something that you were able to achieve, as it were,
Yes,
on behalf of effecting the right conditions for a rescue, yes? The second thing that you identify is this: the refilling by Paria of LMCS scuba tanks, their diving tanks, with air.
Correct.
Right? Now, I can tell you that we know that that's at 6:30 that evening, all right?
Okay.
So it's post-Boudram, but it's about 6:30 on the Friday evening. So you were able to fill up their tanks with air for them, all right? Then the third thing is this: the installation of the topside riser at berth 6. This is putting on the piece that takes it above the waterline, doesn't it?
That's correct,
Right.
sir.
That wasn't done until 10 o'clock on the Friday evening, all right?
Yes, correct.
Right, so just to put that into our timeline, as it were, 10 o'clock, that is it's approaching the 5-hour mark, isn't it, from when Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe?
Yes, sir.
It's certainly 4.5 hours thereabouts, all right?
Correct.
So that was the sort of window that you were thinking, realistically, that's about as far as we can go and rescue people alive, isn't it? I know you put your caveat on that.
10.
We all sit there in hope rather than in despair, yes? The fourth thing that you were able to identify was the removal by LMCS of the blind flange from berth 5. I personally, at the moment, regard it as a rather dubious thing to do, and that's been identified by a number of people already. And there were some hours between the request being made for that to happen and it happening, because of how it might affect the equilibrium in the pipe. All right. So, but let's proceed on the basis that you regarded that as one of the preconditions to effecting a rescue. All right. That did not happen, did it, until 4:30 in the morning on Saturday.
Mhm.
So well past any realistic timeline that we discussed earlier today. Correct?
Correct.
And then the fifth thing and final thing that you identify as being of relevance in it, making preparations for attempting a rescue, was this: the removal by LMCS of the hyperbaric chamber, albeit they dropped it in the ocean or somebody did. And that didn't happen until 6 o'clock on Saturday evening.
Correct.
By any view, they were likely dead.
Mhm. Okay.
So all I wanted to understand is there anything else that you would like to add to that list of 5 things that you can say that you, together with LMCS, did in order to create the right environment for you to carry out a rescue?
Okay. So I think I need to explain this item here, right?
Yes, that's why
So-
I'm asking you about it.
Right. So here, really, what I'm speaking to is the collaborative effort, right? All and of course, they didn't not all to come together. For instance, number 4, the removal of the blind flange at berth number 5. We delayed that because we were still working with the crawler. The blind flange removal was to really get the crawler into the pipeline. Now, we were making all attempts from berth number 6 to find out what as best as we could. So that's why we delayed that.
Mr. Piper,
right?
forgive me, we've got that.
Right.
What I want to know is you put a
Yeah.
list of 5 things together in your statement,
Right.
In your very lengthy statement.
Correct, yes.
Covering many, many aspects of this matter, only some of which we've touched on in the live evidence, all right?
Correct.
I just want to understand, is this paragraph intended by you to reflect what you believe was the entirety of the things that you were able to put into place in a collaborative way with LMCS in anticipation of attempting a rescue? Because that's what you're saying there, isn't it?
Right. I'm saying those are some of the things we collaborated
No,
on. Yes,
That's
that's
not
what
what
I'm
you're
saying.
saying, not
Yes.
some of the things.
Uh-huh.
You're saying that's what you achieved. I want to know if at this stage you want to add anything to that list.
No, I think those are the things we were able to do. I think those are the things we were able to get through at that point in time.
Reflecting on that,
Uh-huh.
do you think that that was adequate?
I'm not quite sure your question where you're leading to.
Well, don't worry about where it
forgive me.
leads.
Forgive me.
Worry not where it leads. Can you answer it? Do you think that in the time that you were giving yourself for the what you call in anticipation of attempting to rescue the divers,
Yeah.
do you think that this was sufficient? With the benefit of hindsight, I accept. But do you think this was sufficient effort by both of you? And is you and LMCS working together to create the environment in order to rescue these divers?
these are the physical things, right, we were able to do, right, together. Other than that, and in between here, the IMT, we were focusing on assessing the pipeline, as I keep saying. We were focusing on assessing. Once we had gotten any information, if there was anything else we could have done, we would have done. It was not that we just wanted to get these things and shut down, but anything that had come along at any point in time to aid in that rescue effort, we would have done.
Can I make some suggestions as what you might have done?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
The first thing that you might have done would have been, you see that board up there, imagine that wasn't on that board.
Mhm.
You might have put a timeline starting from when the accident happened to the time when Mr. Boudram came out, to the time that you estimated. You said 3 and then you added 4 and then it became 5, but whatever it is, whatever you might have thought was the reasonable timeline to save these men. That you might have been working together with Mr. Kazim Ali and or Mr. Dexter Guerra or anyone else that you could get hold of from LMCS, that this is the timeline to which we are working. Get their agreement that that is the timeline to which you're working. Do you think that might have been something you could have done?
Yes, that could have been something we could have done in hindsight, but again, we all knew it was a tight timeline, and
Yes,
we're
but
working
having it up,
Yes,
literally
having it up.
on the board. I mean, you've given us some documents,
Yes, sir.
photographs of the board
Yeah.
that you had. We put various things on the board. The point about an IMT, as I understand it, you know far more than I do, I'm sure, but as I understand it, is to get the right people together in that room. You stay in that room, working on what needs to be done in a short space of time that you've given yourselves. Realistically, you had but hours, not days. We're agreed about that, are we not?
Yes, sir.
Right. So once you've got that, once you have that timeline and you have the agreement, particularly in this case, where LMCS had divers who they were directly related to. These are not some remote individuals. They were people that were related to them. You knew, man you've known for 30 years. His son was in that pipe. Another man whose father was in that pipe. Given those circumstances, working with LMCS on a time scale to see what could be achieved within that time scale is something that I suggest you could have done with LMCS.
Right. And so when I did make attempts, when Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe as well, I did make attempts to get in touch with Kazim Ali. It's in my statement.
Well, it is. But
And
you see,
I was unable to get in touch with him.
Well, forgive me, your own statement at paragraph 74 sets out, no doubt from you examining your telephone, the number of times you called Mr. Kazim Ali or tried to.
Yes, sir.
We know, don't we, that Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe at about 5:30-ish.
Yes.
It's 6:30 before you even try and call Mr. Kazim Ali.
Right. And during that time, we were occupied. I was certainly occupied in working with my group, right, and on how to approach it at that time. Yes, sir.
I know, but you know, it's his son who's in the pipe, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And I just want you to, I'm trying to place myself in a situation that you would have been in, okay? This is a man you've known for 30 years, okay?
Yes.
His son is in that pipe. New hope, renewed hope given to you all because Boudram comes out of the pipe.
Of course.
And it's an hour before you call him.
Yes. Right. So I understand that, but please understand there were any number of things happening. I was talking with people, trying to find out, get information. So there was all of that happening at that point in time.
Well, get somebody else to call
yes.
him then. You've got a whole team of staff to call him. All I'm trying to do is to understand, you see, whether what you're saying in this statement of paragraph 81 is a fair representation of what might have been achieved between you and LMCS. And I'm blaming you or them. I just want to understand the degree of collaboration that needed to be achieved in order to try and effect a proper rescue. All right. And you set out, not at our behest, but yourself in a statement, what you say was the 5 things that you managed to achieve. I'm simply trying to understand whether now, with the benefit of hindsight, obviously, you could reflect on whether actually more might have been done. One of which is this timeline that you might have agreed between the two of you, so that you both understood where we were.
And that would have helped, sir.
It would have, wouldn't it?
Yes, yes.
The other thing I thought that you might have considered would have been to have pressed either Mr. Guerra or Kazim Ali, or anyone else, frankly, for that matter, at the LMCS, or divers that were expressing a willingness at an early stage to dive into the pipeline. Give me a scheme. Like I think I asked you earlier, and I don't want to rehearse it, but I did ask you whether or not you had pressed anyone for a scheme, whether you pressed Mr. Guerra or anything else, and you dealt with that then.
Right.
But the point I want to try and raise with you now is in looking at the things that you did collaboratively, do you not think that it would have been helpful for you as the head of the IMT to have pressed those at the LMCS to come up with a plan that you could properly consider? Because as I understand it, you say you never had such a plan, or it was never conveyed to you.
Right. So the rationale for me was we simply, and again, I'm going to repeat this. In my mind, we needed to really assess. Now, we did not know the dangers in that pipe, but we knew certain things in that pipe, right? So, not having that information, even if we came up with a simple plan, there were things in there that because we didn't know, we will not have been able to mitigate in any event, right? I cannot mitigate against what I don't know. So
pausing there for a moment,
yes,
and I think that must be right, mustn't it? Can't mitigate about what you don't know.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there were only a number of potential scenarios, weren't there? You could presumably have a plan that would mitigate against each of those potential scenarios.
And so, for instance, I would not have known how far the men in, how much oil. Those things are very difficult to mitigate against, right? This really was just guesswork, right?
No, I follow that.
Right? That would have been very, very difficult
Mr.
for me.
Piper, I accept entirely, right, that you did not know the conditions in the pipe. I accept that. Whether you could have informed yourself is another matter, which Mr. Maharaj has addressed, and others will no doubt do so also. But I accept your assertion that you did not know the conditions in the pipe, all right? The point I'm simply making is this. There are a number of potential issues that you have yourself raised. Was there a possibility of a second Delta P? What if the fluids were toxic in some way? A number of potential scenarios, all of which might have been mitigated. You might have said, well, if it's this, can we do that? Does it help? If it's that, can we do something else? Did you follow what I mean? Isn't that part of your job in the IMT, where there are unknowns, to take a rational view about what it could be, and then have a plan to deal with what could be? Did you regard that as your role?
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
I did that to the extent, not with LMCS, but I would have done that. We would have discussed with the IMT somewhat we would have discussed really is assessing, getting the information, right? We went to the specialists, they said no, right? Whether we put it down,
what I suppose I'm asking you, and I know you're trying to work it through in your own mind, is that, you see, if, for example, as you told Mr. Maharaj, if, for example, you thought there was the existence of a second delta P as an issue,
right?
That's just an example, right? There are other issues, I appreciate. But if that was the case, right, you write that on the board, don't you, onto your whiteboard. Second delta P. Right? And then another issue arises, you say, toxic fumes, put that on the board. Another issue arises, communication, or something like that. You put that on the board. So you identify all the potential hazards. You put them all up on your board. And then you look to see, well, how can I fix that one? What can I do about that one? Right? So, for example, with delta P, you might say, if there's a second delta P, if they're tethered and they've got communications and they're in there for probably maybe no more than 15 minutes or something like that, can we assess that then as a risk ameliorated to this extent? Do you follow that?
Oh, yeah, understood.
But I mean, what I want to know, I suppose, and I know Mr. Wilson wants to know as well, is whether or not that exercise was entertained by you in collaboration with LMCS to say, this is the way forward for us in the time frame that we have.
No, I didn't do that with LMCS, sir.
Did you do it at all?
Well, we would have discussed it in the IMT, sir.
And I understand discussions, but I mean, there's nowhere that I can see where, that issue is identified as an issue contemporaneously, and here are the ways of dealing with it. There isn't, is there?
No, sir.
Right, okay. So moving forward, because our job is not just to analyze what happens, but what are we going to recommend for the future? Do you think that would be the right sort of approach in any scenario like this?
Yes, sir.
Right. And so any recommendations that we might want to make in regard to this should reflect that kind of approach.
Correct.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, I've taken a little time doing I just need to understand it from our point of view. Right. So who would like to ask Mr. Piper some questions? Don't all put your hands up at once. Right. Well, what we'll hear from is Miss Alfonso, first of all. She'll have some questions for you. She is from the trade union. She'll introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Piper. My name is Nairi Alfonso.
Good afternoon.
And I represent the interest of the Seaman and Waterfront Trade Union. Mr. Piper, just to take you back to something before we had the lunch break, in particular, paragraph 131 of your witness statement, which is at 1368. That is a conversation, I'll let you get to it, but that is a conversation that you say, or an exchange that happened with Mr. Budram from the hospital. You recall it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, aside from saying, I don't think them fellas make it and so on, right? Mr. Budram says he calls blacks who was unresponsive. Would that mean to you that Mr. Budram, would that equate in your mind that Mr. Budram was able to swim past blacks? I think that's Mr. Nagasar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then he says they left behind Kazim Jr. You say that he left.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let me take you to 1541 of the supplemental core bundle, and Mr. Chairman, the ICT bundle, I beg your pardon. And this is the corrected version. Oh dear. Oh, how it was downloaded, we don't have volumes, but it is 1541. And that's in the corrected download. Right. Now, I think, because the handwriting is kind of like mine, quite bad, that is 9:58 at the top circle, yes? PM?
Yes, sir.
On Friday, the 25th. Now, I don't see there anything about leaving people in, persons not making it, they're not making it, they haven't made it, and so on. And I wanted to, but more importantly, I want to take you to something that you say is also, this is a contemporaneous note. I should have asked you that first, made by the scribe, yes?
Right, ma'am. And we discussed this morning
Okay.
that there was also contemporaneous notes in the log.
And I'm taking you to the log next, Mr. Piper. So the log in relation to too many tabs. Right, the log in relation to that conversation at 21:58 is at, sorry, the time is 21:58, the page number is 1574. And that same ICT bundle.
Yes, ma'am.
So you say that this, for my clarification, that this is now a contemporaneous type version of, this is being typed contemporaneously. That was your evidence this morning. Did I get it right?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for that. So if I go to 1576, 2 pages on, where the note mysteriously stops at 2:10 in the afternoon, and I look at the bottom below that, is there a date there, Mr. Piper? On the right-hand side, I beg your pardon?
Yes, ma'am.
And a signature above it?
Yes.
Okay. And what date is that, Mr. Piper?
It says 2022, March 21st.
Okay, so if this is a contemporaneous note, how is it that it is dated in March?
Yeah, I just signed it then, ma'am. So I just dated it when I signed it.
That is your signature there?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But this is contemporaneous. I can guarantee that.
You can guarantee that this is
Yes, ma'am.
contemporaneous?
These notes were being typed at the time of the incident live.
Okay, and the handwritten note that I referred you to a little while ago,
Yes.
at 9:58, that is contemporaneous as well?
I don't know who wrote that note, ma'am. I don't know who wrote that note. So I cannot assume.
Okay,
But I know this is contemporaneous.
Okay, these are the documents belatedly supplied by Paria. You don't know whose handwriting that is?
No, ma'am. I focus on this log. Yeah.
Okay, but what you are saying is I think it's Miss Maharaj too, Shelian Maharaj, is the one who typed these documents.
At that time, Miss Maraj was the person, yes, typing this document on 1576.
Okay. Now, on 1537, if you go to 1537, you see the first item, notes taken by ICT scribe Shelian Maharaj Kenson, yes. Presuming that she's a Kenson employee.
Yes, ma'am.
On the 25th of February.
Yes.
So when you say notes, you mean the typewritten notes or you mean the handwritten notes?
I can only tell you, ma'am, that Ms. Shelian Maharaj was in the ICT at the time taking these notes, right, at the time of that the conversation with Mr. Budram, and she was typing these notes contemporary as it happened.
Mr. Piper, I'll put to you that this note was developed after the fact. This note, and I beg your pardon, this typewritten note was developed after the fact.
Mr. Chairman, we are all lawyers. I mean, I'm not objecting, but I just would like to cross-examine the source of those instructions.
So please frame your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Piper, I'll put to you that the handwritten note is the contemporaneous note taken by Ms. Maharaj, a Kenson employee, and that the document, which is a typewritten version or part of the document, is partially a recording and stops at 2:15, 2:10, I think, was developed at a later stage.
Right. And I will tell you.
Just before you answer that question, first of all, let's just take one at a time, all right? The first question is whether you know whose handwriting appears on the pages between 1538 and 1549. Is that your question, the whole of that, or just the memo notes?
The handwritten memo notes.
The memo notes, so 1541, please. 1541 through to 1547. Are those memo notes? Do you know who wrote those?
No, sir, I don't know.
Can I ask you, before you move on to the second part of Ms. Alfonso's question, would you just flicking through that, tell me if in your view that's written by the same hand or are there different people contributed to it?
The first section, the top of 1541
Yes.
seems to be different from the bottom.
Yes. Then the next page.
The next page seems to be different again.
Next page.
The next page may be this 1542, may be similar to 1543.
Yeah. And then
Maybe similar to 1544.
45.
45 maybe. 46 may be different.
Well, 45 looks like it's got 3 or 4 different contributions.
Yes.
46, right. So,
Yeah.
and concomitant to what Ms. Alfonso is asking you, these are clearly handwritten notes.
Yes.
Did you see anyone making handwritten notes on a memo pad in the IMT?
No.
At any time?
No, not the scribe.
Well, someone's scribbling down on it. If it's contemporaneous, they're either in there or someone's giving them this information at some other point.
Yes, correct. I didn't see people taking these notes there.
Right. So you're not able to help us, or Miss Alfonso, as to who this was, or however many it might have been.
Right. No, sir.
Or whether they were in the IMT at the same time as the information was being passed.
That's correct.
Neither are you able to identify the provenance of this memo pad.
No, I can't.
Okay. Well, that's not very helpful, I'm afraid.
Unfortunately.
But that's where we are. The second part of her question is whether or not the typewritten note that is apparently ascribed to Miss Shelley Ann Maharaj is a contemporaneous record as it was happening.
Yes.
Right. First of all, I don't suppose you did check every entry because you already told me you didn't know certain entries. But was there a person in the IMT keeping a record?
Right. So, and are we speaking of this specific entry?
No, we're talking about this whole record.
Oh, yes, there was, right.
I take it that's what you were after, Miss Alfonso.
Indeed.
Yes, the whole of this typewritten record.
Right. In the IMT, we had somebody stationed at their laptop continuously taking records and typing.
Do you believe this to be that document?
Yes, sir, I believe this to be that document.
And was it Miss Shelley Ann Maharaj who was doing the typing?
Yes, she was doing the typing for not all of the time, of course, right? They were rotating, but at the time it was Miss Shelley Ann Maharaj. At the time when Mr. Boudram called, she had taken that note.
Right.
Made that entry.
Sorry, Miss Alfonso, just because I'm dealing with this now, I asked you before the lunch whether or not that was the entirety of the record, and you said clearly it was not.
It was not.
What is clear, though, from it is that you signed it on the 21st of March as being the record.
Yes, sir.
Those 5 pages. There clearly are more pages.
Yes, there are more pages, sir, and they should have been submitted.
Right.
But
Well, they're not in our bundles, and I don't believe they are, but I'm certainly open to being disabused of that thought. But if they're not, can you ensure that we have them, please?
Yes, sir. Well,
I will leave that witness box.
Yes.
Thank you. And so I pass you back to Miss Alfonso, who was asking you specifically about this now. You were, I think, at some stage seeking to put that this was not contemporaneous. Before you can put such a suggestion, you'd need the source of that assertion. You can suggest is it true that you're saying this was made contemporaneously, but in the absence of having any other independent evidence that it was not contemporaneous, you cannot put it as a positive assertion?
Thank you, sir. Before I leave this point, Mr. Piper, you said that there were different persons at different times stationed at a laptop or their laptops, as the case may be, making these notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Because we start off on Friday, of course, and we end on Saturday afternoon, as far as we have.
Yes, Anna. Yes, ma'am. And as I said, I know for a fact people were taking notes.
Okay.
So I know for a fact there is the document.
So could I ask you to explain, Mr. Piper, if different people are making the note, why does it end, as far as we have, why does the note end on 1576, saying prepared by Shellyan Maharaj? There's only one name there. I take it that's your signature on the right-hand side above the date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So why does it say it's prepared only by this person?
I don't know why only by this person, ma'am, but Shellyan is the person who started it off, right? And she just sent off the documents for signature, right? But she was not writing this document.
Okay, she's typing the document, if I follow you, yes?
No. This document was done by somebody sitting in the ICT, right? And typing as the information was coming in. The person, they were rotating the people, right? Shellyan may have just put her name there and sent it off for my signature. But the document was done as the ICT was, as the incident unfolded.
So as I'm corrected by the Honorable Chairman, I can only suggest to you that there's one name there as having prepared the document because this document was prepared at a later date.
Right, ma'am. And I'm suggesting to you, and I'm saying the same thing to you.
Just a moment. He's asking you to the way that you're being asked this is not an appropriate way. What I think she's asking is whether or not you can be satisfied so that you are sure or confident that this is an accurate representation of the contemporaneous note that was being made at the time, and it was being made at the time.
Yes, sir.
There's no evidence to suggest that it is not so.
Correct.
But you're satisfied that it is so.
I'm satisfied that it is.
Right. I don't think I can take it any further.
And I'm not going to take it any further, sir. Just to carry it back to 1541, that handwritten note that we don't know who made it. It ends with something which, as far as I can tell, saying fell too well seems.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that okay, I don't know anything about pipelines. Does that suggest to you, Mr. Piper, something about distance? Like
yes.
If
yes,
Mr. Budram says, I passed two well seams,
yes.
Is there something that you can take away from this with respect to the distance that he traveled?
Right. Yes. Well, the pipes are normally about 40 feet length, right? Now, 40 feet length, right? So there you're looking maybe 120 feet. But bear in mind that Mr. Budram, there are several well seams Mr. Budram would have missed or could have missed. So that doesn't really give me that indication. Okay. So he may have just touched two well seams.
Mr. Piper?
Well seams are very
So
thin.
I take it from your answer that perhaps every 40 feet or so in the pipe,
yes,
there will be a well seam, so that various components of the pipe are welded together. Yes? So that's what a well seam means. Yes?
Yes.
Good. So that Mr. Budram doesn't have any light and is feeling his way through this water-filled, some oil pipe. And one of the ways that he is estimating his passage is two well seams. So you said that's if it's every 40 feet, wouldn't that be 80 feet?
Well, you'll have to add 3 pipe lengths of pipe, so that's 120 feet.
Okay, so I accept that, 120 feet.
yeah.
So Mr. Boodram, in relaying this information to whomsoever this particular scribe is attempting to give something about distance, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to bring you back to where we were this morning so that the persons who could tell you something, it was vitally important to the ICT team, which you headed, to understand something or everything for that matter about the pipe conditions, about what the location of the divers. Wasn't that important information that you knew at least if he missed one, he was estimating, as you say, 120 feet that he had traversed in the pipe? Right or wrong, missed some, picked up some?
Could have been 500 feet.
Okay, Mr. Piper, I will just put it to you that I say he was providing this information so that you get an idea of the location of his brothers, his fellow divers.
No, ma'am, I didn't interpret that way.
Might I inquire, Mr. Piper, how you interpreted it?
He just said touch too well, it seems, right? It could have been close out when he was close out. I don't know.
But
right, there are number, right? He's going along the pipe. There'll be several welded seams, right? When we did get the camera in, we didn't see anything.
Meaning anything what? Any
And
welded
we didn't see
seams?
anything no, we wouldn't pick up the welded seams there.
Okay.
But when we get the camera, we didn't see, we got in about maybe 80 feet and we didn't see anything.
So, Mr. Piper, you have this conversation which you detail, well, somebody details in handwritten notes and you detail in your witness statement at 131. Did anybody, the people in the room who you say were on the speakerphone would be people who understand pipes and distances and all manner of things. Did anybody ask Mr. Boodram if he could estimate the distance that he swam in order to come out to the top of the riser?
Ma'am, we
Or the
didn't.
bottom of the riser, to be fair, the bottom of the riser.
Our conversation with Mr. Boodram was very short, right? And the EMT who was with him had to quickly shut down the conversation. It was we had a very, very limited time.
Okay, so my question, Mr. Piper, is did you ask Mr. Boodram before the very brief conversation? I'm not too sure why the conversation is brief, but in the brief exchange, did you ask him, could he estimate where he had come from, where his fellow divers, he left his fellow divers,
right,
and where he had come from?
Right, so ma'am, miss, the way the conversation started, I documented how the conversation started, and we were trying to find out the condition of the divers, right, at that time. By the time we got there, Mr. Boodram, they had to cut the conversation with Mr. Boodram. So we will not be able to get any further.
Well, let me ask you that, Mr. Piper. Why did you have to cut short your conversation with Mr. with Mr. Boodram?
That was all the time the EMT was allowed, and he had to quickly leave. They had, in fact, told him, I believe, 1 minute, right? And we spoke for a little more than a minute. The EMT said, listen, I need to go immediately, right? And that has to do with the medical stuff.
Okay, well, I imagine Mr. Boodram was injured and he would be receiving treatment in the hospital, yes?
Yes, ma'am, and we had to be guided by the medical fraternity.
Okay. But you, Mr. Piper, as head of the ICT, when is the first time, let me ask you the question, when is the first time that you instructed somebody from Paria, Kenson, anybody under your control to go to the hospital to talk to Mr. Boodram?
Right.
We've dealt with this. It's at page 1573. At 2035, Mr. Shand Balkisoon was dispatched to the hospital by Mr. Piper. He told me that when I asked him about it.
Thank you. And I have that in my note. I was just asking Mr. Piper. But Mr. Piper, so it's not until 2 hours after Mr. Boodram, 2 hours and a little bit, after Mr. Boodram is rescued, that it dawned on somebody, including yourself, to send somebody to the hospital.
Right. So
It's
again,
actually 3 hours.
3 hours. Yes, my bad
Right.
mathematics. I have terrible mathematics.
Yeah.
So the pipe at 5:35, roughly half past.
And this is
five.
now
It's now half
8:35.
past
My beg your pardon.
8.
3 hours. So 3 hours. I'm not talking about when you actually spoke to him and the phone was used and so on. It is, from what I read in the log, it is 3 hours before you dispatch, not the people reach the hospital. It is 3 hours before you instruct somebody or somebody is instructed to go and to speak to Mr. Boudram.
Right. So, I mean, as the incident commander, I depend on people. It should not be. I don't have to make every instruction. I depend on a team, right? I was busy as the incident commander with a lot of things, trying to get assessments. There was a lot of conversation going on. There were a lot of things happening at the same time. As I got back around, were we able to contact Mr. Boudram? Right, I would have asked. Did anybody send Mr. Boudram? I had a team to help me with these things, right? Because by then I would hopefully have been able to talk to Mr. Boudram. Once I understood, no, we had not dispatched Mr. Boudram, I passed the instruction immediately. Right, but I have a
I think
team
we've
to
covered
work
this
with me.
ground now. We've covered this ground.
Would you consider, Mr. Piper, you were depending on members of your team? You just said that you were depending on
Yes,
members of your team to do things like go to the hospital and so on. Would you, in your view, would that be I want to be very kind, a shortcoming on the team not to have done that at an earlier stage?
Well,
I didn't say you said you're depending on other members of the team.
yes, maybe they should have had somebody there earlier. In any event, when Mr. Ramkisoon got there, it took more than an hour and a half before we were able. In fact, yeah, it took about an hour to an hour and a half before we were able to speak to Mr. Boudram. He was not allowed to. They were attending to Mr. Boudram, and he was not allowed to. Right? I would imagine when Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe, one of the focus was we trying to see if there was anybody else coming out of the pipe. You're trying to focus on that among other things. So, and within the first hour or so, maybe, right, they would have been attending to Mr. Boudram. They had to stabilize him, right? So, and again, as I said, took about another hour before we were able to speak to him.
Okay, Mr. Piper, let me ask you something from what you just said there. You would be aware that when I don't know, that's a terrible mistake. You would be aware that when Mr. Boudram came out of the pipe, swam out of swam out from the pipe, swam into the water and so on, he was brought up onto the barge, onto LMCS's barge. And you had personnel there, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so another opportunity was missed there that Mr. Boudram was lying down, I presume, there being attended to by one of your own personnel. Yes?
Yes.
And that certain information about what was going on in the pipe could be elicited at that point in time.
Mr. Boudram, you have to. Mr. Boudram came out of a pipeline that he had been in for some time. Mr. Boudram, as far as my information was not oriented with time and place. Mr. Boudram was in a traumatic condition. He had to be, right? You had to attend to Mr. Boudram. You had to attend to his safety. You had to attend to his well-being, right? That was a priority. During that time, we would have had an EMT there. I understand that Mr. Boudram just kept repeating, the guys behind, the guys behind me, the guys behind me, right? They had to quickly get him onto the launch, but that was all they were able to get from Mr. Boudram, that to the best of my understanding.
Okay.
When Mr. Boudram came to when he came ashore, right, I had the safety officer, Mr. Paulier, were there again, right? Mr. Yearwood tried to get information from Mr. Boodram once again. Mr. Yearwood advised me that all Mr. Boodram kept saying is the right behind me, go and get them. The men there, go and get them. And within a minute or so, Mr. Boodram was off in the ambulance by the GMRTT. They quickly grabbed him and took him off to attend to Mr. Boodram. So there was only that opportunity, right, in which he was not very coherent.
Okay, Mr. Piper,
Who was the, just a moment, please, who was the HSE gentleman who assisted him when he came out? Because I thought, Dobson, isn't it? Thank you, yes, because he had something to say about this. Just a moment, please. Dobson, where's Dobson? Where do I find Mr. Dobson's statement? It's in the supplemental statement, yes. Yes, that's the other thing. Yes, thank you very much. But where's Mr. Dobson's? Yes, 302. Yes. There are two different matters. Mr. Dobson was the man who was present when he came out of the pipe. He says at statement 3024 in the supplemental bundle, he says the following. It's only fair that you should know this, all right? This is what he said. I observed Mr. Boodram was pulled from the chamber by Cody and Ramutar. I assisted getting Mr. Boodram safely onto the deck, performed a rapid body scan assessment on him to determine if he sustained any trauma. He used a knife. I used a knife to expose his bodysuit. I observed trauma to the left side of his face, left arm, left torso, and right ankle. There were no exposed body bones or bleeding. I used a rag to clean his mouth, eyes, and ears due to the presence of hydrocarbon on his entire suit body. Mr. Boodram was moaning and appeared to be in pain, unsurprising. In my presence, Mr. Boodram was transported back to shore, and upon reaching the launch, I handed him over to ambulance staff. That's what he said. I know I asked him some questions about that as well. But then in your incident timeline, your contemporaneous document, which you were being given information about, that is contained. Get my copy. Page 1091. Yes, actually, it's 1572 of the new supplemental core bundle, which is the one that's up there. Yes. You've got that, I think, in front of you. It's at page 1572. 6:10. Mr. Boodram attended by EMTs, treated for muscular injury. Patient was alert and conscious. See that?
Yes, sir.
Complained of pain in his right shoulder. Well, that I would think was probably the least of his problems, having managed to get out of that pipe. But the fact is, he was described to you and therefore entered into the log. I don't mean you personally, the EMT. Treated for muscular injury, patient was alert and conscious. So that's the information that we had, and I know I certainly asked the witness about it when he was giving his evidence, and I shall turn that note up later. I find it now because I haven't got that pad with me. But so that was the position. So was it your understanding then that he was both alert and conscious?
Yes. And when I spoke to Mr. Yearwood, right, he told me Mr. Boudram just kept repeating, go for them, go for them.
Yes.
And he had very limited time. He wasn't able to really speak to Mr. Boudram.
Well, we'll ask Mr. Yearwood about it, but when he gives evidence. All right, but
Thank
that's where we are. So I think it's only fair that he has a full picture if you're going to be asking him about that. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's only fair to the witness that he be shown the witness statement of Mr. Paul Yearwood at 1307, paragraph 30 in particular.
Yearwood's statement. It's in bundle
1307, paragraph 30.
Just a minute.
Okay, I beg your pardon. I should really say, for narrative purposes, it starts at 29.
Yes.
And goes on to 30 at the top of the next page.
Paragraph 39.
No. Starts at 29.
29, sorry.
And the more relevant section or part is paragraph 30, which starts at the top of the next page. Could I, Mr.
Please put it to him. Yes.
Okay.
Those paraphrase it if you can.
Okay. So, Mr. Piper, have you read paragraph 30 of Mr. Yearwood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Yearwood, who is your eyes and ears on the birth at that time, you sent Mr. Yearwood down to meet Mr. Boudram, yes?
No, I didn't send him.
Oh, you didn't say he was
went,
there.
yes.
He was there. Okay, my apologies. So Mr. Boudram was able to communicate with people on site and used a cell phone to contact a person whom he identified as his wife. Mr. Boudram gave evidence of that when he was, well, I think he was the first witness, if I recall. So what do you say now? I'm not saying Mr. Boudram was not traumatized, but Mr. Boudram was lucid. Mr. Boudram was speaking. Mr. Boudram was not just saying over and over, go and get the guys, go and get the guys. So all of this happened here. So do you still say, is that still your position, Mr. Piper, that Mr. Boudram was not able to be communicated with to get information that could assist in a rescue?
Yes, ma'am. I'm still saying what I can tell you what I was when I spoke to Mr. Paul Yearwood, right? Mr. Boudram just kept repeating, right? He told me Mr. Boudram just kept repeating that go get them guys, right? And they whisked him away very quickly in the ambulance. That was my conversation with him.
Does that accord, that version, what you just said there, does that accord at all with Mr. Yearwood's own words in paragraph 30?
No, ma'am, that does not align, but that is what I
like that term, align. I like that too. So it doesn't align because Mr. Boudram in his own evidence, I can't say that you would have heard Mr. Boudram's evidence, but we here heard his evidence that he was asking to speak to his wife, asking to call his wife, who I believe is a nurse. He was asking for hyperbaric chamber. He was asking for people to go back and rescue his colleagues, his fellow divers, not just saying go back.
In my conversation with my team, that was the information I had at the time.
Okay, when Mr. Yearwood comes to give evidence, Mr. Piper, we will certainly ask him that. But so all I can tell you, I believe Mr. Yearwood, who is the person on the scene, that you've admitted is on the scene, is giving a true account of what he witnessed, heard, what he witnessed, what he heard, what he saw when Mr. Boudram was on the land. And what you are saying, and I use your term, does not align with that narrative.
Yes, ma'am. That is what that in the discussions, that is what I was told. Yes.
I'll leave that alone. Mr. Yearwood will come and we will ask him the appropriate question. Now, Mr. Piper, again, I'll go back to the ICT team of which you were the head were very concerned about the conditions in the pipe. So you had two people who knew something about the conditions in the pipe, Mr. Michael Kurban, Mr. Boudram. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I wouldn't take you back through Mr. Kurban because no real questioning of Mr. Kurban took place. Yeah? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in your mind, you wanted to know the conditions of the pipeline. And you felt that the only route to that would be to get some sort of camera, however designed, whether on a ROV, whether on a boroscope, some kind of camera footage of the area. But
Ms. Alfonso, we have
okay, and
some length,
okay, yes,
both by me and by Mr. Maharaj. So please, if you have a specific question about this area, just ask that question.
I will. And Mr. Piper, did it occur to you at all that all you're trying to achieve and you're not getting those cameras in a quick time? Did it occur to you that sending a diver with the appropriate camera equipment, with video, audio, this is what I think Mr. Alvin Sitaram would have said, that the equipment that they had on the Water World would allow them to have video, audio, as well as the air, of course, all bundled in one thing. Did it occur to you could send a diver to get that information, that same information, the conditions of the pipe, where the plug was, where the divers were? Did it occur to you?
Ma'am.
I didn't even use the word rescue. Did it occur to you you could send a diver tethered with surface air, with video, audio, and everything to go down into the pipe to see if he could locate the divers?
You are asking me, and I have said repeatedly, you are asking me to send a man in a pipe, 30-inch diameter. I don't know the conditions in that pipe, right?
Okay, so the answer is the same as you've given already.
Okay, and
yes, sir. I had a
fact,
decision to make. This was no simple time. This was no, you see, we sit here in this room and we believe that this was just something that was not stressful, right? We believe in this room here that this was not something that we were under strain, we were under pressure, right? That is the furthest thing from the truth. And we can sit in this room and believe what we want to believe, but put yourself in that position on that night. Put yourself in that position on that evening when you have to make a decision to send a man into a pipeline a quarter of a mile long. You have no idea where this man is going. You have no idea what this man is going to face. You have no idea. You are accountable for this man. You have that accountability. Once you sanction sending that man in that pipe, you are accountable for that man's life. And if you believe in this room that that was a simple thing, because we had 4 men in that pipe, if you believe that I just sat there and decided I'm just not sending a man in a pipe, right? You simply do not understand what we went through that night. That is not something I want anybody in this room or anybody at all to have to go through and to make a decision. That is not a simple decision as we feel to believe you just send a man and pull him out with a rope. That is not a decision like that. That is that man's life. I had 4 men in that pipe. 4 men. I had husbands in that pipe. I had fathers in that pipe. I had sons in that pipe. Whose father should I have allowed and sanctioned to go down in that pipe? Again, whose son should I have allowed to go down in that pipe? Right? Whose husband should I sanction to go down in that pipe and perish? I have run this through my mind on many occasions, and I still do. And let me tell you something. I understand Mr. Kirban because somebody is in the back is talking about whose son. I understand Mr. Kirban's courage because his father was in the pipe. I understand why Mr. Kirban will want to go into that pipe. And if I was a son, yes. But I've also looked at this on the reverse. If I was the father in that pipe, would I want somebody to send my son into that pipe after me in a reckless manner where he could perish? And every time I asked myself that question, my answer was no. I will not want anybody to be so reckless with my son's life. So if you believe in this room that that was simple for me and simple for the IMT, what would I have done? Would I have done said, well, listen, I can't get the information, just send somebody in the pipe? That would be totally reckless. Totally reckless. And then, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what we were faced with?
All right. You were entitled to have your say. You were asked the question and you've given a very comprehensive answer. And I'm sure everyone understands that it was not easy for you either. But coming back to where we are now, Ms. Alfonso, do you have any other questions to ask?
Yes,
Right.
Mr. Chairman, I do. But I will, I understand, I don't think you had an easy job, Mr. Piper. So there's not, I'm not sitting down here as the armchair critic of
Could you
your,
just ask the question?
right?
I
So-
don't think you understand.
Okay, fair
Mr.
enough.
Piper,
Okay,
I've allowed you to have your
Sorry,
say.
sir.
No, that's all right. You're entitled to your say. You were asked the question, and I didn't stop you because you were entitled to have what you wanted to say. All of us here will assess that in addition to everything else we've heard, all right? If there are questions, please ask the question.
I will do so. Thank you, sir. Mr. Piper, as I understand it, you felt you had a duty to protect the would-be rescuers. Yes? The
Yes.
people who wanted to effect a rescue, you had a duty to protect those people.
Yes.
I understand that. That is understandable. Did you feel also, Mr. Piper, that you had a duty to the 4 workmen, the 4 divers who were stricken?
He's already said he felt that. He's taken some time to make it clear that he felt for them too, and the reasons why he approached it the way he did. He spoke about the way in which he would feel if he was one of the people in the pipe, and it was his son on the outside. He's done all of that. So unless there's something else that you want to ask.
Okay, yes, let me get
Please.
on to yesterday. Thank you, sir. Yesterday, Mr. Piper, you would have referred us to, so let me be a little more clinical. Yesterday, you would have referred us to something from the 1980s. You referred us to something about rescuers who find themselves in difficulties. And you said something about, if I recall your figures, if there's 16 people dead in a rescue, 10 were the rescuers. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am. I said there were eight cases then, and of the 8 cases, 16 died, 10 were rescuers.
Okay. So I also, when I was quite alarmed when I saw that myself. So I had a little look through some OSH reports and so on with respect to rescuers and so on. And in fact, it was quite a big study in 2018, I think of about 100 deaths that had occurred while persons were going into confined spaces to effect rescues. My takeaway from that study was that the persons who perished, the rescuers who perished, were what they referred to as would-be rescuers, which I understand to be, Mr. Piper, persons who on the spur of the moment rush into an area where maybe there's carbon monoxide or some other toxic fumes, which was by and large what those deaths occurred, took it, with no training, no equipment, just spur on the moment. That is my understanding from the study, which is a study, by the way, that is in 2018, not the 1980s, but it referred to a 1980s study, so I assume they're linked somehow. So would you agree, Mr. Piper, there would be a difference between the would-be rescuer, the ones who rush in without a plan, without equipment, without proper, in this case, tendering and equipment to do the dive? Is there not a difference between, say, what you thought of Michael Kerban's attempt to rescue his father? Is there not a difference when Mr. Bedo and Mr. Ramuta and these other people came and the other equipped dive ships came with equipment? Is there not a difference between that kind of rescue operations?
Can you try to keep the answer shorter than the question?
I'm not sure if we understand it. You are sending a man into a pipeline for hydrocarbon spaces, oil. He has no training. You are sending them out. It is not different. He may have equipment. It is not different. He doesn't know what he's going to face, how he is going to deal with it. This is not simple. This was never simple.
No, I don't think
it's
anyone.
It's a quarter mile long.
Yeah, Mr. Piper, I think we get that sentiment. I don't think anyone has suggested for one moment that the task was a simple one. No one has made that suggestion. If they did, I would have stopped them. Right? No one's suggesting the task was easy. These tasks are never easy. That's why they pick, hopefully, the right people to do them. The question ultimately is whether, on reflection now, you think you got it right.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, I got that because you've told us. You don't think that, well, apart from the things you've identified where you think you might have done things differently, fact is, you don't think you made the wrong decision in deciding not to send anybody into that pipe until you had a video footage of what the conditions in that pipe were like. That's where we got to, as I understood it, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. I don't think no one's trying to shift you from that position. We're simply exploring it, all right? And your position remains the same.
Yes, sir.
The same as it was when you walked into that witness box as it is now, as you shortly will hopefully leave it, all right? So I'm not sure that there's much to be gained from asking the questions, which seem to me to just elicit the same answer time and again.
I'm moving on, Mr. Chairman. I'm moving on, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Piper, are you aware, you know Andrew Farah, the diver, Andrew Farah?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr. Farah has experience in diving into pipes?
No, ma'am. You want to elaborate? When you say diving into pipes, what do you mean?
Pipes at, well, I have to say Petrotrin. If we go to
yes, I am. Yes, if may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, right. So I am aware, right, that we were doing a job at berth number 6, right? I am aware we were doing a job at berth number 6, where someone, I don't know if it is Andrew Farah, right, would have entered a riser, right? This riser would have been, I think it would have been a 50, well, number 6 is 50 inch and 48 inch in some areas, right? This would have been a 50 inch riser. They were renewing this riser at berth number 6 on 66 Sealine. I vaguely remember some discussions with Mr. Kazimali, as you mentioned, Pointe-à-Pierre. I vaguely remember some discussions with Mr. Kazimali where they were putting on this riser and it had an elbow about 10 feet long, the elbow. And they were having some problems with the joint. This was a new riser. It was a 50-inch riser, diameter riser. There was no oil in this riser. This line was flush, so there was no oil in the line, right? And he was just going to slip in this, he was just going to align this, this
Flange.
gasket, the
Flange.
flange gasket, right? Right. In this case, they would have had, as the flange is coming together, they would have had divers on the other side. So he was just going down into this clean 50-inch diameter riser and back up, right? If we want to say that is experience in diving in a pipe, I cannot argue that that is experience.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Piper. Mr. Piper, I just have one or two more questions for you. I'm going to leave that one alone. Yeah, I want to go to the chairman would have referred you to a short window in which the divers were likely to be alive. Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so whether it's 4, 5, 6 hours, as the case may be. At what point in time, Mr. Piper, as the head of the ICT, would you say that Paria moved from a plan or took a decision to move to a recovery effort rather than a rescue effort?
Haven't we dealt with this already?
Could I just ask kindly that Mr. Piper just give me the timeline, because I'm seeing some conflicting information elsewhere.
Right.
Did there come a particular time when you made the decision they are no longer alive?
Right. There were, again, this was as a person, right? I wasn't just an incident commander. I'm a person, right? This was another very difficult thing for me to just suddenly accept. So this was a transition in my mind, right? So there are a number of things happening here. Somewhere around 4:30 on Saturday, the general manager, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Michael Way, and myself, we attended a meeting outside of the ICT room, and we attended a meeting with Heritage. During that meeting, and this was on Saturday afternoon, somewhere between 4:30. All that time, because this is important, we were still in the rescue mode, making arrangements to get to pump out this riser, right? Excuse me, we were arranging pumps and so on. We were still talking about rescue with the incident command. At that meeting, we discussed moving from rescue to recovery, right? And what are some of the ways, if we move from rescue to recovery, what are some of the things we're going to have to put in place? When I left that meeting with Mr. Mohammed. On the way back to the ICT, we discussed what I just, we went over the discussions with Heritage. We came to the place, Mr. Mohammed and I, that, listen, we think we're losing hope here now, right? The chances here are slim to none. So together, we came to that place where, listen, we're going to have to move to recovery. I repeat, that was on Saturday. It's maybe around 4:30, 5 now, maybe 4:30. We kept that decision to ourselves, right? The reason being, we wanted to speak to the families first, right? So we didn't want the information. We had to treat very respectfully. So we didn't say anything at that point in time to anybody for that reason. So that would be around the time, right? Mr. Mohammed contacted Mr. Ali, and we met with Mr. Ali. Okay, so that would have been around the time to discuss recovery. That would have been around the time.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. That will be all. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
And that's contained in paragraph 177 of your statement. So the position is that by Saturday afternoon, could we say at the very latest, you had to reconcile in your own mind that they were almost certainly dead?
Yes, sir, I had to reconcile in my mind. Yes, sir.
And you already made it clear that realistically and objectively, they probably only had a timeline of a few hours.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yes, Mr. Ramadan. How long do you think you're going to be, Mr. Ramadan? You said, I think earlier, about half an hour. Yes. That will take us to getting on to 4 o'clock. Mr. Pigas, do you have any questions at the moment?
If I do.
Just a moment, Mr. Pigas. You need to turn your microphone on.
Right. No, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any questions for this witness.
So I'll leave the front bench afterwards. All right. So we'll have your questions. Do the best you can, please.
I will, of course.
The sooner we finish here, the sooner we can all go home. But what I may do, depending on what the others say, is to have a short 5-minute breaks after you. All right. So of course.
So grateful.
Mr. Ramadan will introduce himself, Mr.
Yes.
Piper.
My name is Prakash Ramadan. I represent Aliyah Henry, the daughter of Yusuf Henry, and the family of Faisal Kurban. Okay?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you. Now, Mr. Piper, we have had no interaction before today. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
So I want you to know that whatever shall come now is not personal. Okay? And equally, I sympathize with the position that you would have put yourself in as commander. Okay? Not easy, as we all appreciate. Yes? However, you are not the average citizen of Trinidad and Tobago that day. You're not the average citizen. You're the commander of an incident management team. Isn't that true?
That's correct, sir.
And therefore, one would expect that you're made of very hardy stuff in terms of dealing with catastrophes and very difficult decisions. Isn't that correct?
I'm very human.
Human, yes. But I am a lawyer. I'm a human first. But when I stand here, I don't represent me. I represent my clients. And whether you like it or not, I have to do so. Whether I enjoy doing what I have to do with you today is irrelevant. So you are human first. We get that. You are the commander of the incident command team. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And therefore that takes you to a high status of responsibility. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, what special training did you have to obtain such a lofty position as commander of the incident command team?
Yes, sir. I was on the Petrotrin. I was trained, ICS trained.
I don't understand, what does ICS training mean?
Incident Command System
Right.
trained.
Tell us, what does that mean? Are you formally trained to deal with incidents of such a violent and horrific nature, the outcome?
You are trained to deal with incidents. You are trained. It's the system,
Yeah.
right? The incident command system can apply to many things,
Yes.
right? This was a real highly unusual system. Incident, but the system applies.
System applies. When did you undergo that training?
This was under Petrotrin, sir.
That is not a when, that's a when.
So I cannot remember the exact the year.
When was your refresher, the last refresher you had? Because as Ms. Alfonso put in a way, but I think we should get it clear, the technology and training of 1980 is not the technology and training of 2022. You appreciate that? Yes?
Of course.
Yes. When was the last bit of refresher training you had in incident management?
I haven't had any refresher recently, but we have managed incidents.
Of course. And how many died in those incidents?
Fortunately, we've had not had any of those incidents.
Since when?
This is the first time in this type of incidents we have had deaths.
In the years that you were at Petrotrin?
Yes, sir. Me personally, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So therefore, this would be a most significant moment in terms of your management, isn't it?
This is significant, sir, but
Yes.
the system remains.
Listen, you could have the best system and you put rubbish in it, you get a rubbish outcome. You agree with that? You're a technical man. Garbage in, garbage out. Yeah?
I am tending to take offense at that, sir.
No, don't take offense. Men died. Don't be so thin-skinned. Are you a crybaby too? Do you intend to cry here today?
Enough. Just a minute, Mr. Piper. Just a minute. First of all, the expression garbage in, garbage out is probably unnecessary. There are other ways of putting that question.
Yes.
And certainly I don't need any suggestion that he's a crybaby.
Yes.
All right, please.
Of course. I'm just being preventative. Please.
We're going to be here for an awful long time if I have to keep interrupting you. I'd rather
I
not.
hope you don't interrupt, and I shall not do anything to
I'd
endeavor
rather have
your
no
interruption.
reason to do so.
If you do, of course. So, garbage in is garbage out is not an insult to you, sir. It is.
I take it as an insult.
Let me
Sir.
tell you what it is. If you don't know, it is a technical term in terms of computer science. You put in garbage, you get garbage out.
Chairman, please.
Quality
I mean, it's been a
of
long day. I don't think I should be subjected to this. I honestly, sorry, I don't think I should be subjected to
Just a moment. I don't know how plain I can make it. But I don't think it's necessary to use that expression.
Of course.
Please don't use it again.
I shan't. I was just apologizing.
I don't want to
in a
hear an
generic
explanation
way.
about it. I don't want to hear any apology
Done.
about it.
Thank you.
Just don't use it.
Thank
all
you
right?
very much. Of
You
course.
can make the same point in a different way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, in terms of the information you get, you make decisions based on it. You get good information, you are better able to make better decisions. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And if you get bad information, the likelihood of you making a bad decision is more likely, isn't it?
You will make the best decision based on the information you have.
And if it's bad information, what kind of decision you expect?
You will make the best decision based
Thank
on
you.
the information you have.
Now, from what you described here today, you made the best decisions. Difficult as it would have been, in your mind, you made the best decision.
Yes, sir. Based on the information I had, yes, sir.
So
I
what
made
we
the
have,
best-
no dead rescuers, but 4 dead divers. Correct? That's the decision you made.
And were I to make a different decision,
Yeah, we heard
I
that.
could have had 4 dead divers,
Uh-huh.
and I could have had 3, 4, 5 dead rescuers.
Right. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Now, you made no decision for rescue. Is that accurate?
We did not.
Listen to my question so that we could move along nicely and not be told that we're running out of time. You made no decision for rescue.
I consulted.
Listen to my question, sir. It's very clear. You, sir, and your team made no decision to rescue.
Can I answer the question?
Yes, it's a yes or no.
No, I don't believe it's a yes or no.
Well, whether you believe it or not, I'm asking you yes or no.
But I am saying no, that is not a yes or no answer.
Well, give me your answer.
We consulted, right, based on the limited information we were able to get.
Yes.
We consulted with the dive specialist, dive supervisor, right, and they were not willing to go into the pipeline. They thought it was
Mr. Piper, with respect, those are the reasons why you decided not to authorize a rescue. They're not the answer to the question. In fairness to Mr. Ramadar, he's asking you, did you ever, in effect, authorize a rescue? And the answer to that is clearly no.
No.
Exactly. The reason why you didn't may be a perfectly good reason. It may be a bad reason, but that's different to the question he's asking.
Okay,
right?
understood.
So he's asking you the question, did you ever authorize a rescue?
No, I did not.
No.
If you feel it necessary to add a but or a however, please answer the question first, and then I will allow you to make a but or however, providing it's not repeating what you've already said. All right?
Okay.
You appreciate that these men were in extraordinarily perilous conditions in that pipe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Oxygen, air would have been limited, first of all, correct?
Yes, sir.
2, you do not know their physical condition in terms of the battering of their bodies, correct?
Correct.
3, in terms of drowning because either too much oil or too much water, correct?
Correct.
Right. And as we have all established and believe that time was the most critical, what shall I say, asset or value that you had. Time. Isn't it the most important thing?
And life, go ahead.
Yeah, right.
And responders' lives, yes.
We come into that. We have 2 sides to this, and I'm very fair, contrary to what many may say. You have 2 sides. You have the rescuers on the one end, and the men who, we have a countdown. You agree? There was a countdown to when we believe they would perish if they hadn't already. You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Must have been a countdown.
Huh?
Must have been a countdown. So where
A
exactly
countdown. And as the moments passed by, the anxiety to get things done would have been increased. Yes?
The anxiety was always there from very early.
And it didn't increase as time was passing and nothing was happening to save them?
Must increase. Sir.
Thank you. Well, that's the point. So, but you, what was the decision you made that was communicated? Stop the dive, isn't it? That's the one decision you've taken in terms of diving, to stop it, isn't it?
I went through this yesterday, sir.
Oh gosh,
yes,
I am here now.
Yes.
You are here now. Just tell me very quickly. Don't tell me about yesterday. We're dealing with now. Was it the only decision you took that you communicated in relation to dive or rescue is to stop the dive?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But if I may explain, as I would like to, please. As I said yesterday, when I took that decision, right, I was advised people were just diving into the pipe. We did not know what we were facing, right? People were going in there on emotion, right? People were going in there on instinct, right? It was, as far as I'm aware, just a sort of chaotic situation. So somebody had to step in. Somebody had to make a hard decision. And yes, sir, I took that decision.
Thank you. Now, you would have wanted to know, as you've told us painfully, to get cameras to go in to see what was inside there. Correct? You already knew water. The possibility of oil was real. Correct? You also wanted to see if there were physical objects within the pipe.
Oh, is that a question, sir?
Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
Right. Logic will tell us that if you needed to know what was in the pipe apart from the men and the plug, that all you needed to know what was in the chamber before the catastrophe, the accident, isn't it?
Yes, so we wanted to know where the divers were.
Yes.
We wanted to know what sort of distance we were
We
going
come
in.
into
We
that.
needed to know.
I'm asking about the physical items. If you wanted to know what physical items would most likely be within the pipe, you needed to know what was in the chamber before the vortex of the delta P, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So did you establish what would have been there so you would have an idea as to what physical items were there apart from the divers and the plug?
Yes, so we knew all the tanks and so on,
Right.
and possibly chain blocks, right, spanners and so on.
Yeah.
But we also needed to know where the divers were. We needed to know oil distances. We needed several things we needed to know.
And this brings me to the point, and you fed into it. When Christopher took these very precious moments on the hospital bed to speak with you for the shortest period, you thought he was just old talking to tell you that he felt 2 welding seams? You thought that was loose talk? Or this is a trained diver who knows, because he was more interested in getting his colleagues out. You appreciate that?
Yes, sir.
So you discounted, did you, the fact that he counted, and it may have been a very deliberate action on his part to measure out 1, 2. So therefore, you would have a clearer idea, if not an identical, accurate one, a clearer idea as to where in the pipe the men may be. You thought when he told you this, that was in loose conversation? You laugh.
No, sir, I'm not laughing.
I saw you.
Right?
Mr. Chairman, I mean,
Yeah, well, yes. Mr. Peterson, thank you very much, Peterson. Yeah, you didn't think that he was trying to get to you very important information?
Yes, sir. And I said when we got the camera down to that distance, we did not see anything.
Well, blame your camera. But the blind person, Christopher, is telling you listen, and you know, we're hearing this thing about go get him and go get him. Is that what you heard? That is all that he said? Go get the men, go get the men?
No, sir.
No, there's more. He says to Michael, go get your father right behind me. What we're hearing now, what do you believe that would have meant? He was a quarter mile away?
Yes, and Mr. Kerban did go down into the pipe.
Right.
And he did not see, there was no sign of his father.
How far in?
As far as we know, he went in about 10 to 15 feet.
Right.
We also sent the camera in some 80 feet, and we were not able to find
What time did you send the camera in?
When we got the camera,
what
he was
time?
not there. I think we discussed the times already.
I'm not interested in discussing. You tell me now. Manos here. What time?
I mean, in a court of law, we usually say ask and answered, but I wouldn't say that here. But I think ask and answered about 10 times. And I can't count well, but I know I had crossed 10. So.
All I'm asking is as what time the camera went.
Again, Mr. Ramadar, I don't mind you asking the question, even though we've had this evidence already.
Yes.
I don't mind you asking the question, and I'll permit it to a degree, but you've got to let him answer it.
Of course.
You know, you've got to let him answer it.
It's true.
And there's not a lot of point unless you just want to make a speech. And I've had my say.
You told me that I could make one later, so
yes,
I reserve that position.
Not now.
I may
right?
decide not to.
Right.
But all I wanted to get from him, so that we refocus, is what time did the camera go in so you could know it went to 8?
Well, there are a number of cameras that were attempted. So let's be clear. I think the earliest one was sometime after midnight.
There you go. So your camera did not see anybody after 12? Yeah. When around 5:30 is when you were told the man was right there.
And Mr. Kerban went in the pipe and he was not right there.
Exactly the point. And you find this funny. The reason, of course, is he's there. His oxygen probably going, so he tried to go back to get more air in an air pocket. Is that not logical?
So that's speculation.
Of course it is. But you didn't even bother to speculate about the proof of life and the possibility of rescue. You wanted certainty. And you talk about us in this room, you write your reports. it required immediate response to the facts that you knew them and then
Is there a question?
educated.
Is there a question in all of this, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
there is. There is. And yeah. And you see, if I don't do it, they'll say I'm unfair. In all of it, do you know what an educated guess is? You talk about speculation. What is an educated guess?
Please share with me.
Okay, an educated guess is when you know all that you do and you use your experience and your intelligence and trying to figure out what is the more probable situation and you act upon it.
Okay, thank you.
Did you use any educated guess in this effort or you wanted perfect information? Sharon can't help you. You got to give you evidence.
I'm assuming you're going to say you didn't want perfect information, but you've got to say something to it.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, sir, I did not want perfect information, but as I said before, this was no easy decision. I'm still having to send a man in the pipe
We know.
with no,
Well,
you
I
know.
think what we can say, Mr. Piper, is this, isn't it? If you believed Mr. Boudram when he said he felt 2 wells and each well represents 40 feet, then the one thing you could say about that was that he was at least 120 feet into the pipe.
That was my
At
thing.
least,
Yes, sir.
right?
That was my thought.
Assuming he was correct in his feeling of these wells. So his assertion that it was that distance as a bare minimum that he was inside this pipe and the others with him. Right? You knew, in addition to that, that there were air pockets because he told you that.
Yes,
Correct?
sir.
And 2 at least.
Yes, you mentioned.
You knew from the other information you had that he was at least asserting that Faizi was right behind him. Whether that's within the few feet that we're talking about or not. Fact is, he was saying he was behind him. The camera, as I understand it, only went in about 80 feet.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes.
Right. So the furthest that you were able to observe was about 80 feet.
Correct.
Which is obviously a good deal shorter than the 120. You had at least that information, didn't you, as to the condition of men and the pipe, as a bare minimum.
Yes.
You had that, didn't you? So I suppose what you're being asked is, did that feature in your assessment?
Yeah, right. So him touching again, he is coming through this pipeline, right? Several welded seams. If you're coming through the pipeline, you will miss seams, right?
Listen, sir. Christopher is a trained diver. You ever went in a pipe diving?
No, sir.
So what are you talking about? He would miss seams. If he's looking for them, you don't think that he would also know that there'll be seams every 40 feet and therefore do a measurement? Like Hansel and Gretel, you know, you throw your little bread. So you have a marker. You don't think that is what he was trying to communicate to you in this supposed conversation at 10 o'clock from the hospital bed? Yes or no?
So when he spoke to us, right? How I interpreted, listen, when I was coming through, right? I know I touched 2 seams, right?
Yeah.
So when we put together, he said, listen, 2 seams, that'll be at least 120 feet,
Beautiful.
right? But, right, I know this is when he was coming closer. My interpretation was when I was coming closer out, I touched the 2 seams. That was my interpretation.
So you took a godlike position that your interpretation would be correct and his would be wrong.
And so, again, he said his father, Faizi, was behind me. Mr. Kurban went down, he did not find Faizi, right? Remember, this gentleman was in this pipe. This is very difficult for this gentleman to give the idea of distance.
We heard this.
Yes.
But this is a live witness. who's telling you because you wanted to talk to him from earlier, got a few moments, and this is the thing he told you. You discounted that because he could be wrong, right? Let's move on. Did anybody take an audio recording of what he is supposedly to have said, is supposed to have said in that telephone conversation? An audio recording?
No, sir. We had several people listen. I didn't take an audio.
We'll do it at a moment. You have told this court that as information came in, it was put by ICT into a chart. Is that correct?
They were documenting it, sir.
They were documenting it.
Yes, sir.
You had a whiteboard up?
Yes, we had
Document?
a whiteboard up.
You'll be surprised that we have photographs of it?
No, sir.
No. Do you still stand by your word? I will come to that in a few moments. Remember, you're under oath, eh? Yeah. Who wrote on that whiteboard?
A number of people wrote on the whiteboard.
No, number. Give me the names. This is important stuff.
So as people were coming through the incident command system, a number of people wrote on the whiteboard. Sir.
Give me the names of those who may have written on that board. It's not an open thing that anybody can just walk in and say, let me put a note here.
No, I may have written on the board. Mr. Randolph Archibald may have written. Mr. Fleming Holder may have written on the board.
Right. Tell all of us here that was the first location that any information is put, isn't it? And then later transcribed. Isn't that correct?
No, some of the information, but during as I said, we had a scribe at the laptop in entering information.
You're getting a little fuzzy there. You're talking about some. Are you saying that not all the information was put on that whiteboard?
Not all the information was put on that whiteboard.
Was all the information put by the scribe? With the scribe putting it on the computer?
Maybe not all. As the information came to the scribe was put in.
And who determined what information the scribe should put?
I would have spoken with the scribe.
You had control.
Yes, sir. I would have spoken to the scribe. Other people would have spoken to the scribe as information came. It was not only me.
Boss man there, right? You're the commander. What a lovely, powerful name. Authority, okay, and responsibility. Did you observe on that board that from very early in the evening, that Paria, there are other issues, but I deal with this one now, that Paria had formed the view that the likelihood of rescue, well, they being alive was very slim.
Which board are we speaking of?
The whiteboard that everybody writing on, including you.
Right. So, yeah, there was a whiteboard. There was a whiteboard in the conference room of the shipping office, which was downstairs. That was the initial incident command post, right?
Thank you.
As when I got into the incident command center, when I arrived initially,
you took the board upstairs with you. I'm asking because we don't have all evening, and I have a timeline to work with. Calm down.
No, sir, I did not take the board upstairs with me.
So
may I continue?
I want specifics. Were there a second set of boards upstairs?
Yes, we had a whiteboard upstairs.
And where was the scribe, upstairs or downstairs?
When, well, the incident command post, when it was first set up, the incident command post was downstairs, and as information came in, they were just jotting the information on the whiteboard.
Right.
As we went upstairs, there was a scribe upstairs, and they were jotting it down on their computer.
Jotting it down. Good.
Writing it.
Right. We'll deal with that probably in another even location, but let's deal with very important matters here today. Who gave you authority to make decisions about dives or to prevent dives? Who gave you, Mr. Piper, the authority to decide who should dive and who shouldn't dive, and consequently who should die and who should not?
Sir, I had no authority to say who should die and who should not. Right?
I started with dive. We'll come to the dying later. who gave you the authority to say who should dive and who should not?
Right. So as the incident commander,
Mhm.
right, the incident is under my control, right? So I had to manage the incident, and there are certain decisions that I had to take, right?
Where in the law did you get exclusive right or authority?
Well, I'm not sure.
Let me rephrase that. Thank you very much. Did you make contact with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as an example as to what was happening? I'll give you that to start.
I didn't make contact. I know we made contact with the TTFS and so on. I know we made contact with the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard are the people who deal with diving matters.
Yeah. So the fire services were alerted, correct?
Yes, sir. That would be all emergency response and so
All.
on.
Thank you so much.
Right? And the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard, that is the authority we look to for diving.
Yeah. And who was coordinating among the national assets? Who was coordinating among the national assets as first responders?
Well, we were called the incident command. We had people coming into the thing.
Thank you for that. So you took command of the Coast Guard?
No, sir. I did not take command of we were coordinating with the Coast Guard. I cannot take command of the Coast Guard.
I see. So did the Coast Guard work together with you in terms of decisions you would have taken?
Yes, the Coast Guard worked with me, sir.
No.
Right, but the decision, but I took the decision, sir.
Of course. And it was conveyed and executed by others. Isn't that correct?
What exactly you are speaking
Whatever
of?
decisions you made, you conveyed it to others, and they executed them.
I spoke to my people on site about not diving. Yes, and they conveyed it.
Oh, much obliged. Now, you kept repeating that you were accountable. Remember, you said that in answer to my friend, that you would have been accountable.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You, sir, were more interested in lives or liability?
Sir, I, of course, was more interested in life, including the lives of the responders.
Yeah.
Right?
But you
right?
said
My priority is the
accountable.
safety of the responder. Yes, sir.
Accountable, that has a meaning to you. What does that mean?
There must be
you?
accountability, sir.
Thank you, of course. And you would have been held accountable either way. For instance, if a rescuer perishes, you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
You agree you're accountable now for the divers having died?
Well, that's for the commission to decide.
And a court, possibly.
Okay, sir.
Yes. Now, you took a decision. When I say you, I mean you and all the assets, your team, whatever, to have, what's the word for it? Where you're blocked off the top of a certain riser at any time? A flange. Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Or
a cap.
a lid on top.
A lid.
Sir, can you repeat, please?
Yeah. You took a decision to cap off, to lid, to enlid, or to flange, right? The top of one of the risers, isn't it?
No, sir, I have no idea what you are speaking of.
All right.
Neither do I.
Let me help.
The lid was already on the riser at number 5.
Yeah. At
And
any
there was
stage.
and there was a habitat with the downward pressure on 6.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
what is it you want to ask?
I'm going to ask now, at 6, was there at any time a flange put on the top of that pipe after the accident?
No, sir, there's no, this is the first I'm hearing about
No,
this
I'm
except on
asking.
social media.
Hold
No,
on.
sir, no,
No, good.
at no point in time.
Right. But there was an extension of the riser.
Yes, sir.
To what height?
We extended it to above water.
Yeah. To what height from the sea bottom?
I'm,
From
no,
the
no.
top of the riser to the seabed.
Just a minute, how high was it above sea level?
It was about 5, 6, 7 feet above sea level. Yes.
Sea level. I'm asking now from seabed.
From the bottom of the ocean?
Yes.
Well, it would have been about maybe 50, maybe between 50 to 60 feet above.
50 to 60 feet. You know that young Christopher, it was from that pipe he was saved, that area, correct?
Yes, sir.
50 to 60 feet is a formidable height.
Yes, sir.
Good. Sir? You know, yesterday you were at pains to tell us about your experience of 45 years, and you had never experienced anything like this. That meaning people sucked into a pipe. Remember? You told us that?
That's correct, sir.
Yeah. And you were quite unrightly concerned, as we all agree with you, that will not be the most prudent thing for a person who is emotional or instinctual to dive in.
Instinctive, I think.
Whatever word, thank you. I'm so grateful. The British language is, not as respected here in some cases.
Well, we're all using it.
Yeah?
I quite like the vernacular, but never mind.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that so much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Look it up, Mr. Peterson. Yeah. Look it up, Mr. Peterson. You're never too old to learn. Yeah. So you didn't want a person who was, let me get this clear now, Mr. Peterson. Is it instinctive? Am I permitted? Instinctive or emotional to enter the pipe? You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You know the name Conan Beddoe?
Yes.
Highly trained, highly qualified, deeply motivated diver, correct?
Correct.
He was willing, right? I just wanted that you knew. He was willing, knowing all that he did from the years of experience that he had and the training that he had acquired to go into this pipe. You knew that. Yes?
I don't know how many years of training. I don't know he had ever done anything like this.
Beautiful. So the person who was presenting himself, did you make any inquiry as to his expertise? That will be far greater than yours.
Yes, sir, but again...
No. Just stop with the yes. So yes, you made inquiries. Did you then ascertain how many years experience he had? Would that have been important?
Sir,
Yes or no?
Sir, I'm still sending somebody into this pipeline
wait. No,
who would never have done anything like this.
You're not sending anybody. You're assessing now. Remember, you are the ASSESSORS, assessors, right? You are assessing the risk factor. You needed now, this man is saying he's not related, he's not blood related to any of the divers. You appreciate that?
Yes, sir.
So therefore, the emotive issue is diminished. Do you agree with that?
Okay.
He didn't just jump off a boat and dive in. He didn't. He was not acting instinctively. You agree with that?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
So you heard that he had jumped off a boat and tried to dive in the pipe?
No, sir. We were just going into the pipe without assessing.
Who?
That's instinctive.
You didn't assess. Did you know what assessment he made?
There's no what assessment he would make, sir.
That is the point I'm asking you. Did you speak to him to inquire what he knew that you may not have known?
So we knew very little, we knew very little about the pipeline. He would not have known.
You knew very little, and you took no action. You agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
You took action to rescue the men.
Sir, we were taking action to rescue the men.
And when did you take it? So you can avoid all of this.
This has to stop at some stage, sir, with the greatest of respect to my friend, Mr.
You forget your partner name.
Mr. Jamada.
Yeah.
Ramada. Sorry. This has to stop.
Mr. Gilson, I am doing what I have to do. Right? And my friend may be uncomfortable, but I think we're on a very important track here.
Now, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
We're going to take 5 minutes now. I would like you to confine the remainder of your cross-examination to 15. So think about it in the next 5 minutes, please. All right?
Thank you.
And you know, you do need to calm down a little bit, all right? I get the emotion of it, but you do need to calm down a little, all right? Please.
Since I was a teenager, they've been telling me that. But... Thank you.
Oh my goodness. Listen, I can't deal with this. Yes, there's a lot going on there. Um, yeah. So, okay. Well, we have a 5 minute break, so we will take the 5 minutes. Um, and yeah, so continue sharing the live, please, everyone. It's going to be back momentarily in the next 5 minutes. So stick around for the while. Go get a drink, go use the bathroom, go do what you have to do. Make sure to share the live so that other people who are missing out can see it, and just leave it running. Okay. I'm going to quickly go get something to drink, and I'll be back in 5.
for a client, so I need to be out of here by 5 to 5. I do not want this witness to be held over. So if we are not concluded by 5 to 5, you'll all have to wait until I've finished in the Court of Appeal and come back, all right? So let's try and concentrate on that. Thank you. Please do sit down, Mr. Piper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Piper, when we took the break, I was making inquiry of you about Conan Bedo. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the person who was presented as a potential life-saving rescuer. You agree?
This is the person at this point in time.
Yeah.
Right, I'm aware.
What time was this? Don't forget we have an appeal at 5, so do hurry up.
Yes, sir. Well, if you allow me to answer the question.
Yeah. What time did you become aware that Conan was willing to go into the pipe?
I became aware that people were diving into the pipe at about 6:25 on Friday evening.
Mr. Conan Bedo, when did you become aware that he was willing to go into the pipe?
I did not get the name of the person on that night. All I knew was people were willing to go into the pipe.
People saying like,
yes, they had a couple of divers willing to go. One was Michael Kurban.
One was Michael Kurban. You had Catherine Balkisoon, your eyes and ears at the scene. You agree?
Yes, sir.
So at no stage did you know that there was a professional diver willing to go into the pipe? You say all kind of people. Let me talk about professional divers, commercial professional divers.
Yes, so we had other commercial divers there that night who told me no, shouldn't go in the pipe.
You listen to the no's. Let me hear about the yes. Yes to life.
So we are coming back to the same position where...
Sir, let me do my job. You answer and we will get through and his lordship will go to his appeal for 5. Okay? So, question. You did not know through your eyes and ears, whether it is Catherine or whomever at the scene, that it was a commercial professional diver ready, willing, able, and equipped to go into the pipe?
I don't know that there was anybody. I know somebody was willing, right? I know they had the equipment, they're able to go in that pipe. No, sir, on the conditions were unknown. No, sir, I didn't know they were able.
You didn't know. Did you care to know what they knew?
Yes, sir.
Good. What inquiry did you make?
Sir.
What inquiry did you make?
So I keep coming back to the same
Keep going where you want to go. Answer the question.
No.
Did you make an inquiry?
No, sir.
No, thank you very much.
At that time, I was trying to find out what was happening in the pipe.
You remember what you told
Because
us?
I still could not send anybody in that pipe.
You remember what you told us about the time countdown, yeah? Every minute becoming more
Yes,
and more
sir. I
precious.
still didn't have the information about the inside of the
And when
pipe.
did you expect to get your information?
I needed to assess, sir. I still could not send anybody in that pipe until I get that information.
When did you expect to obtain the necessary information to give
I
you
was
the comfort?
trying my best,
I
sir.
didn't ask you that. What was your timeline that you were
cannot-
we can't.
My lord, could you ask him?
Stop,
Yes.
both of you, please. One person at a time.
Yeah.
You ask a question, you pause. You answer the question, then you pause. Try and keep it brief, both of you, please.
Thank you. Could we, while we have...
Or I'll bring it to an end.
While we have this moment, to please advise the witness to answer what he's asked and nothing else. I am not here for a speech, okay? Yeah. When did you expect to get the necessary information to give you the comfort to press the button, go, to get those men?
As soon as I could get my cameras down, sir.
Cameras.
Right, I could get the
And
information.
we've been through that before. You knew that they were hours away, the cameras, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that at the time when you had a live, willing, able diver.
Sir, if I may, are you suggesting then with all the information, I should just take the decision to be reckless? No, sir, I was not prepared to do that.
Yeah, you use the word reckless. You use the word reckless.
Yes, sir.
The lack of recklessness led to what? The
What
death
would,
of
what would recklessness lead to, sir?
Yeah, the death of 4.
So should I be reckless?
No, but you are using the word reckless. I'll come into that in a minute. Do you know because you have taken the authority and you're the decider. And you're the one who said no dive. That your decision to not decide or to stop the diving ultimately led to no rescue. You agree with that?
So can you repeat that?
Certainly. Your decision to stop the dive ultimately led to no rescue. You agree with that?
No, sir.
So you did cause a rescue?
No, sir. In consultation, that was not what stopped. That was not why we ended up with no rescue.
No.
We spoke with the rescuers and nobody was willing to go into the pipeline. The professionals, right? Those professional divers, they were not willing to go into the pipeline.
Yeah.
My dive supervisor advised me the same, and all those things combined
And what
led
time?
to no
Sorry,
rescue.
I beg your pardon. I don't want to interrupt your
That was
longest
later
statement.
on, sir.
What
But
time?
That
What
was
time?
later on, around midnight.
Around midnight.
Yes.
What was your timeline for death?
Sir,
What was your timeline for death?
we were saying about maybe 5 hours or so.
From
right?
what time?
Yes.
5 hours from
we were
what?
saying from about the time Mr. Bodram came out.
Right?
Right.
So you're talking 10.
Yes, sir, but
Right.
I
So
still could
you-
not send anybody in that
Yeah,
pipeline.
right, right, because
We're going over the same territory.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know.
We've covered all of this. Can I, apropos your question, it might be helpful if you have your timeline in front of you. If you go to 1573, please. 1573, volume 2 of our corrected version of the materials supplied over the weekend. Do you see at 1855, divers and diving equipment arrived on site?
Yes, sir.
Right. Did you know who that was?
Yes, sir. It was at this time here that would have been the SGS Sub Global.
Who?
This year was Sub Global, to the best of my information.
Global?
Yeah. Subsea Global.
Subsea Global. CTRAD, yes. Thank you. Prior to that, had you heard the name Bedo?
I don't know that I heard the name Bedo.
What's the company again for Bedo? He's a freelancer. Yeah, and his brother, it's Conan Bedo and Conrad.
Conrad.
Yes. Had you heard about those two?
No, sir.
No one told you about those two.
I don't think anybody called that name.
Miss Balkisoon.
She
didn't say anything about them?
I'm not saying she didn't, but I'm not recalling that she did.
It's not recorded in this log. You know about them now.
Yes, sir.
You know them to be experienced divers, don't you?
I know that
experienced divers.
I know them to be experienced divers, yes.
Yeah.
Right. In fact, Mr. Bedo was the diver on Sunday who came with Mr. Ali, right? And when we asked him about his experience did not include any dive like this. He said he had actually just.
I'm not sure that anybody's experience would include a dive like this.
What he said.
That is inevitable in some sorts of accident type or emergency situations.
Right.
That's inevitable, isn't it?
Correct.
You can't have someone who's done it before. Someone has to do it for the first time.
What he did say he had experience in was going like in just pump cases, which is like I think about 12 foot. I think pump cases. That is what he had, but not way inside. Yeah,
Some
just
confined space
right,
experience.
but nothing remotely similar to this.
And I think what Mr. Ramadan is asking, if I may say so, not unreasonably, is did you know that he was on site from quite early that evening?
Yes, I know they were on site from about when Mr. Bodram came up. We had people on site, yes.
Shortly after that?
Yes, shortly after
right.
that, yes.
There or thereabouts. And did you know that they had equipment with them?
I know they had the equipment when Subsea Global arrived. They had that.
Right, yes.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And you made no inquiry as to the capacity of those who are presented within the timeline of life.
So again, we are coming back to, I had to assess the pipeline before. So no, sir, right?
You did, no, hold on. I'm not on your pipeline assessment, about the quality of the personnel who had
No,
arrived.
no, sir.
No.
I think we've arrived at a position, again, Mr. Ramadar, I don't want to stop you unnecessarily, but have we not arrived at the position that this witness has made clear that irrespective of whatever else there might have been, he was not going to authorize a search of that pipe until he had a camera?
Which,
rightly or wrongly, that was his position.
Thank you.
So going over it again is not really going to improve it, is it? I mean, he's made that clear. Doesn't matter how experienced the diver was, doesn't matter what equipment he had, he was not prepared to take the decision for someone to go into that pipe without cameras footage.
Thank you so much. And I'm about to complete. In the similar circumstances, as you sit here today looking back, you would do the same thing, wouldn't you?
When you say do the same thing, can you elaborate?
Of course. Do nothing to save their lives. Because you assess and assess. Well, let me help you a little bit. Did you ever assess that it was safe enough to go in?
No, so once we spoke with the dive experts, and they indicated no, it was not safe to go in.
To go in for a rescue or a retrieval?
To go in for a rescue. They simply said they were not sending their divers in for rescue. I asked Mr. Seals to go to them and talk about going in for a rescue, and I was told when Mr. Seals came back, he said no.
Right. And forgive me if I have just...
That is in the early hours of the morning, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Long after your timeline for life had extinguished, isn't it?
Yes, sir, but we were still talking.
And you would expect that these men would know for the length of time, since 3 o'clock to, let's even give you 12 o'clock in the night, the likelihood of rescue was minimal at best, if not zero.
It was not eliminated, sir.
No,
we were still trying to rescue.
Of course.
And to be fair, you hadn't eliminated it.
I had not eliminated it, sir.
But you don't know what the individual diving teams had
decided
in their own minds.
No, sir.
With all their experience.
Correct.
They may well have eliminated it.
Correct.
And that may well have played into the reason why they were not prepared to dive.
That is possible, sir. But even earlier when I spoke to Mr. Seals, when he first came on, I showed him what was going on. With his experience, he said, Collin, this is too risky. You simply don't have the information. I factored all of that into, and plus,
you've told us that, and I had that very well in mind.
Remember, I asked you whether you're more interested in lives or liability. Remember, you told us. I asked you that, yes?
Yes, sir, you did.
Right. Do you know what a disclaimer is?
Well, if you go ahead, if you care to explain.
No, I don't know if you know what a disclaimer is.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Well, you say something to disclaim any
liability.
Yes, sir.
Did you raise that issue with anyone? That look, people are willing, there are men who are certainly going to die if I don't take action. That you want to go, I'm telling you there are tremendous risks. I do not advise this, but you can choose to and sign off a disclaimer.
Sure.
Man, I sorry I intervene, but this is law, and I don't know if you could have a disclaimer to in those circumstances legally. That is a matter which my friend can make submissions on if you could find law to support that at the end of the day.
That's true. On the other hand, I don't see harm in being asked if he considered a disclaimer or if he was asked to sign a disclaimer. Whether or not it had any efficacy in law is a separate matter.
No, sir. I wouldn't ask. I don't think that really is a fair position to put anybody in. I don't think so. For a disclaimer, no.
Hold on. You're not putting anybody in a position, People are volunteering to go. You are saying, no, I need to assess. Right? You had access to Kenson. You had access to a number of well, you had the resources of the state available to you to get advice, isn't it?
So I wouldn't ask anybody to sign any disclaimer in
I
a
didn't ask you
situation
whether
like that.
you would. I asked you if you had access to advice.
Yes, I could have sought advice. I didn't think of asking for any disclaimer.
think.
I don't think that is a position somebody should take in something like this.
So that you accept responsibility one way or the other for anything that happens on Paria's estate. Is that accurate?
So I will have to get my counsel to advise me on that. I don't
Well,
know.
okay, just a minute. Let me ask you this question. I think it gets to where Mr. Ramadar wants to be. There is a difference between your saying to someone, please enter the pipe and rescue these men, right? There's a difference between that and saying to someone, I cannot authorize this. If you want to go ahead and do it, that's your business. But I cannot. And my advice to you and everything I've heard is this is completely wrong. You shouldn't do it. But I'm not going to physically stop you if you want to do it. There's a distinction between those two, isn't it?
Understood.
I'm not preaching one or the other. I'm simply saying that there is a distinction between those two. And I think Mr. Ramadar is asking you whether or not, in effect, you ever considered the latter.
Well, we actually did consider a disclaimer to OTSL, right? Correct, yes. Indemnity.
The guys who tell you, no, we're not going after midnight.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Yeah?
Yes, sir, that was later on, yes.
When in reality, I mean, let's be real. The likelihood that the men were alive, or in fact, the likelihood that they were dead was almost certain, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, you appreciate that part of the contract, right? You're talking lawyer and thing, right? Part of the contract was, in the event of an emergency or so, LMCS was to provide what?
Say again, sir.
Are you aware as you sit there today in this room that part of the contract that Paria entered into with LMCS in relation to any emergency or accident is that they were to provide what?
Emergency response, sir.
And including
for credible scenarios.
Yes.
And this was not listed. This was not listed by LMCS as a credible scenario.
Sitting as you are today, the reality is not credible. The reality was of a Delta P. Is that not credible?
It was not presented by LMCS as a credible scenario, right, in the contract. It was not presented and it was not catered for.
So therefore, it was not catered for. Let the men die. Is that it? That is effective. No, sir.
No, sir.
No. Well, that is what I'm coming to this.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, let me help you and tell me if you agree or not. LMCS, for whom I do not appear, came prepared at some stage with able, competent, willing, and equipped divers to do a rescue. You agree with that?
They had equipment and they had divers.
Right.
Right?
And it was your decision to not allow them to do the dive. Is that accurate?
Sir, it was my decision to stop the diving at that point in time when they were just diving. As far as I'm concerned, it was an instinct, it was emotion. I understand Mr. Kerwin was diving. I said, stop the diving at this time, let us assess.
Right,
I never said we were not diving.
Okay, you around 7 o'clock issued an edict, an order, an instruction that there should be no further dive. You agree with that?
Yes, we should not dive into the pipeline.
It was around that time that Mr. Conan and other divers, their brotherhood had come there, the coalition of the willing, ready and able. And it is your instruction that prevented any effort to go into that pipeline.
Yes, sir, because willing does not change the conditions in the pipeline.
Well, I will stand again. Did you ever know what the conditions were ultimately in that pipeline? Did you ever know what the conditions were?
No, sir, we did not come to that point.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Can I just, apropos what Mr. Ramadar was asking you, can you have, please, page 1548 of the supplemental core bundle? It's one of the documents that we received over the weekend from your office. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You can see from the top, it comes from someone called Narissa Fevek.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and who is she?
She was our communications person.
Right. And I think what she's done here is to record a meeting between a number of people, Mr. Mushtaq Mohammed, yourself, Arlene Chow, who I think head of Heritage, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and then a number of copied in people. And it says subject matter meeting with LMCS 10:51 a.m. and that's on the Sunday morning, the 27th.
Correct.
Right, and on this day, you can see that it describes a number of attendees. All right, the venue is downstairs conference room, and the time between 10:51 and 11:38. So 3/4 of an hour or so.
Correct.
All right. Do you see then it has a subheading, Mushtaq and Paria?
Yes, sir.
And then after that, a few of the bullet points, say 10 or so bullet points down, there's a line which says this, any approval, can you see that? Any approval?
Yes, sir.
Any approval provided for the diver to enter, then a liability waiver will need to be signed. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Ramadar was asking you whether or not there was ever any issue about signing any waiver. He didn't put it like that, but that's what it, I suppose, amounts to. Was that discussed at that meeting on Sunday?
I imagine it would have been discussed. I don't fully recall. I don't recall, but if it's there, it would have been discussed on Sunday.
Because
I don't
at that
discuss-
meeting was both Andrew Farah and Conan Beddoe. wasn't
Yes.
it?
Yes.
And so I'm assuming if it's there, it must have been discussed.
Yes, I'm
at some
assuming it
point.
was discussed. Yeah.
I mean, and I drew that distinction between the two potential scenarios
Yes.
where on the one hand, you were saying, yes, please send a diver into the pipe to rescue these men. Or on the other hand, saying, look, I'm against the idea of that. I think it's wrong. I think it's dangerous. We don't have enough information, but I am not going to stand in your way, as it were. That there's that distinction that I sought to draw. In the latter situation, is it that scenario in which you were seeking some sort of liability waiver so that you wouldn't be held responsible, you, the firm, wouldn't be held responsible for what you would have regarded as an irresponsible act of trying to save somebody?
Right.
Is that what you understand by it, or is it something else?
Well, so I suppose as things settled, people were sort of thinking this, but at the time, no, I didn't consider that.
This is the one from Berth. Oh, right. Just a moment. Yes. You know somebody by the name of Ian Bertrand?
Ian Bertrand. The name is familiar.
He's the Chief Executive Officer of Offshore Technology Solutions.
Yeah, I know the name, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
OTSL.
OTSL.
One of the companies you
Yes.
consulted with. Yeah. Did he at any stage, as far as you're aware, indicated that he would want from Paria or from your legal counsel standard indemnity in the event of any loss?
I don't know. I don't know any discussion that would have gone on.
I mean, can I ask, did it ever enter into your consideration that you might permit someone to go into the pipe? I mean, permit in the sense of not stopping them from entering it without your approval on the basis that they provided some sort of indemnity?
No, sir, because my primary concern was the responder safety. So I did not consider that at that point in time.
Right.
I was just concerned with the person's safety.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Ramadar, is there anything that arises from that question that you'd want to ask? No, thank you. All right. In that case, then I'm going to ask Ms. Persaud Maharaj if she has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Piper. My name is Kamini Prasad Maraj, and I'm representing LMCS Limited.
Good afternoon.
Earlier in your questioning, you mentioned that Kazim Ali was contacted around 9 p.m. and where there was discussions in relation to the installation of the riser extension. You recall that? You recall saying that?
Yes, Kazim Ali called me at that time.
Kazim Ali called you at that time. Now, I'd like to take you to page 1573 of the ICT records bundle. The fourth time slot from the bottom, 21:06 hours.
Mhm.
You have there, well, the ICT records show that in discussion with Kazim Ali, Senior LMCS, Catherine Balkisoon on site, and the PFTC team, C. Piper, Mushtaq Mohammed, Michael Way, Randy Archibald. A decision was taken to install riser spool at berth number 6 to bring the end above water at atmosphere, and thereafter to remove the flange at the riser at berth 6.
Berth 5.
Berth 5, sorry. Information from Kazim Ali, LMCS. According to LMCS personnel on site, they were hearing knocking on the line below in response to knocking on the line above water.
Yes, see that. Mhm.
So I take it from this note that you would be in agreement that the information or the request for the installation of the riser was directly related to the noise that was being heard, the proof of life that was being had, as it is, from berth number 5.
Right. Good.
Yes.
Yes, and if I may, I did instruct my personnel to go at berth number 5, right? I think it was Mr. Visham Harichan, and it may have been Mr. Beckles, right? I instructed them to go at the berth number 5, right? They were there with the LMCS personnel and they were listening out, and there was
And what
no
time was
knocking.
that?
That was immediately after this conversation.
All right. Can I take you to, and this conversation is around 9 p.m. in the night.
Yes, ma'am. Right, and they reported back to me there was no knocking. They were there for about an hour. I told them to just stand by, right, and continue, but there was
Can
no
I
sign
take-
of any knocking.
Thank you. Can I take you to paragraph 74 of your witness statement at page 1360? 74.
1360.
1360.
Paragraph 74. Yes, ma'am.
All right. You have in this paragraph listed the number of 9 conversations or 9 telephone calls with respect to Kazim Ali Sr. You see that?
Yes.
Right. 21:06 or thereabout, you would notice that there is no log for that timing.
Correct.
All right.
These are, if I may, these are the times from my call log. These had calls that I made, so those were recorded, right? That was from B Mobile. The calls received would not have been there, so that is why that call is not there.
Paragraph 75 says Kazim Ali Sr. also called me on more than one occasion.
Accepted. So I would ask you to turn to, please show the witness statement of Kazim Ali at paragraph 98. This is the at page 2872 of the supplemental witness statement bundle. Paragraph 98.
I'm not sure which one it is. Okay, okay.
You have that in front of you, Mr. Piper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So this is Kazim Ali's statement
Mm-hmm.
in relation to the knock-in. And what he says here is that he was informed by Dexter that there were reports of knock-in at Berth 5. Yeah? This is at 90, paragraph 98.
Correct.
Then at 99, he continues. At this stage, it would have been after 6 p.m. I called Piper and Mushtaq Mohammed. I don't know who I spoke to at first. I requested that we bolt the riser extension in order to do two things. One was to remove the chamber in order to more easily access the pipeline. The other was to be able to open the riser at Berth 5. Mushtaq agreed. He said he would go ahead and make up the riser. Dexter, however, informed me that Catherine Balkisoon, who was at Berth 6, said that nobody told her about this, and I assume they never related this message to her. So what he is saying essentially is that this conversation happened a lot earlier than you're saying in your statement and to this commission.
Yeah. Right. So
do you accept same?
I accept that he's saying it happened earlier, but that conversation happened around 9 o'clock.
All right. How long can you say did it take to have the riser installed?
We give the authorization straight away, and it took them about maybe less than an hour, because the riser was already inside the chamber.
And you have that recorded in
Yes.
your ICT.
Yes.
So straight away at 9 p.m., let's just take this back a little bit. Essentially, there were works that LMCS was being requested to be performed. Correct?
No, LMCS made that request.
Right. And at 9 p.m., they made that request, and at 9 p.m., that permission was granted.
Yes, we discussed it quickly, and we granted the permission.
All right. But in relation to all other requests for dive-in and all other aspects of a rescue, there was no immediate response.
Because every situation is different.
All right. So now the blank at the flange at berth number 5 was requested to be removed. The installation of the riser was to be done at 6.
Correct.
Can you tell us or tell this commission that without the removal of the blank at 5 as requested by Mr. Ali and the installation of the new riser, whether or not there would have been access to any diving or rescue operations at all?
Right. So when Mr. Ali spoke,
No, it's a simple question. Would there be access to any rescue within the pipeline?
there will be access at berth 6. When we remove the intention was to install the riser and remove the top flange on the hyperbaric chamber, and the discussion was with Mr. Ali that we will lower somebody down in the crane if we needed to. That was the discussion we had at berth number 6. So there would be access.
But
right?
wasn't there a bar across the top?
Mr. Ali mentioned that bar to us on Saturday morning.
So you were not aware that there was
No,
a bar
ma'am.
on top
No.
of that?
He never mentioned that bar until Saturday morning.
Mr. Piper, I'm going to put to you that the intention in relation to the installation of the riser was to open whether or not it's right or wrong, was to open the berth at 5, the blank at berth number 5,
Mhm.
because of the knocking that was being heard. The intention being that hopefully the men would have been seen, or there would have been some prospect of life to be had in a rescue mission at that end.
Right. So that was not the discussion. Mr. Ali said in the discussion with me, he said he wanted to put on the riser at berth number 6 in case the compressor failed. In the same discussion, he said to me, the men said they heard knocking at berth number 5, right? And they wanted to remove the flange. I sent my people at berth number 5 to listen out, right? I sent 2 people there. They spent an hour there. We also had discussions at the time with our technical people.
So
on,
they spent
if I-
1 hour at berth number 5
remember,
after you would have had the conversation with Mr. Ali about hearing a noise and the knocking, sorry?
I sent them at berth number 5. When they went to berth number 5, they were listening out for the knocking. They were also knocking, and they were not getting any response.
This was at 9 p.m. in the night.
This is when the request was made, right? I
Right.
immediately dispatched them there, right? In conjunction with that, we told Mr. Ali we will get back to him on the blank. We told Mr. Ali we would get back to him on the blank because we did have some concerns in removing that blank, what would happen. So we spoke to our process people, and at the time they said they had too little information, right? And there was no sign, there was no knocking we were hearing. So at that time, they said
So,
to
Mr.
us,
Piper, you heard there was no report from Paria's personnel that there was any knocking or confirmation of the knocking being heard by LMCS's agents and personnel.
they were together with
But-
the LMCS personnel.
But you have permitted the secondary plan that Mr. Ali had proposed to you? The secondary plan in order to install the riser and to open the blank at berth 5?
Right. We permitted the riser to be installed, right? At 6. Good. When we spoke, we continued listening out. We were knocking the pipe. If I may, we were knocking. There was no knocking at berth number 5. Our guys were at that point with the LMCS guys at berth number 5.
We're going
Okay,
around
so
in
the
circles
last-
now.
the
We're going
la-
around in
Yes.
circles.
Sir,
We've had
the
this.
last question.
Please.
The last question is that at that point in time, did you understood the condition of the pipeline before allowing that? Because that has been the theme of what you have been saying to the commission, that you didn't understand the condition of the pipeline, within the pipeline, if there was going to be a second Delta P, et cetera, right? Did you understand it at the time that you gave that commission, what effect that would have had? Having been very considered?
Yes, we had at that point in time, we had to make some decision, and we thought, listen, this would be minor. Okay.
Oh, minor, okay.
We had to make a decision.
Is that right, Mr. Piper? That removing the downward force on the riser at 6 would have only a minor effect?
Right. So we knew that the pipe was full, and at that point in time, so we had to take some decisions.
Just a minute. You knew the pipe was full.
Well, the pipe was up to the riser in the chamber, which was not the full riser.
You knew it wasn't
Well,
full.
it was about 4 feet or 5 feet below.
No. That's where the water level was, but you knew it wasn't full.
It was
because
not
you'd
full,
been
yes.
told that there were air pockets.
Yes, sir.
So it wasn't full, was it?
Right.
Well, I suppose it's full if you include air
Yeah.
with the fuel that was in
Yes,
there.
sir.
But I mean, as it stood at that time, before you agreed to putting this riser in,
Yes, sir.
you understood, didn't you, that there was a plug somewhere potentially stuck
Yes,
in this
sir.
pipe?
Yes.
That it may have been pressure on the other side of that plug up to
Correct.
riser number 5. And that's indeed why you didn't want to open the
Correct.
lid at number 5.
Correct.
But equally, there was a pressure the other side between
Yes.
riser number 6 and where the plug was,
Correct.
which included where the men were.
Yes, sir.
And there was a downward force of the compressor
Correct.
on that liquid, wasn't
Yes.
And if you stop that downward
Mhm.
force, did you think that that would make a difference to what was in
Right,
the pipe?
yes. We thought it would make a difference. We also thought opening at berth number 5 would make a difference.
Yeah.
We had to come to some decision. So we thought, let us put on the riser at berth number 6, continue at berth number 6. Once we weren't successful, we also had to come to a point at berth number 5, and we had to take that decision to move forward. So there were some decisions to make.
Did anyone consider whether stopping the compressor at berth 6 was likely to generate a difference in the pressure in the remaining part of the pipe between the plug and the top of the riser?
Yes, sir.
And that might mean that whatever air pockets were in there were going to be compromised.
Yes, so we had to consider that. Yes, we did consider that, and we had to move forward, right? So it was a consideration, right, at that point in time.
I mean, one alternative was, if your concern was, as expressed by Mr. Ali, that they were concerned that the compressor might fail because it'd been going for so long. One alternative was to get another compressor, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do that.
No, he actually had a compressor on the badge, right? But he made the request, right, to us, right? We discussed the request and we decided, okay, because he didn't want it, if it failed on him, he would lose the chamber, right?
Yes.
But there was also a backup compressor.
Yes, ma'am, he had it, right?
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Piper, I'd like to ask you to switch your mind a little bit to address this issue of the contract between Paria and LMCS. Your position is that LMCS had a specialist contract. That's what you're saying?
Yes, they were a specialist contractor.
Right. And in having this specialist contract, they were to design and advise Paria in relation to methodology and how the work is to progress and be executed, as well as progress and execute the work. That's correct?
Correct.
All right. Would you accept that there is a difference between service contract and advisory contract? Because essentially, what you're saying is that they're performing dual function. They're advising and performing the service contract to Paria.
This was a turnkey contract where the contractor was supposed to do all his method statement and execute. This was a turnkey contract.
I've heard this turnkey concept before, but a turnkey concept, is it relevant or does it pertain to contracts in the oil and gas industry?
Yes, ma'am. They have many turnkey contracts in the oil and gas.
Was turnkey, okay. So turnkey contract, that concept is that there is full control to the contractor. Is that true?
Yes, he comes up with his method statement and
Did
so on.
LMCS had full control over this contract?
Yes, they had to do all their method statements. We were permitting, so to coordinate with our operations.
No, but a turnkey contract gives full control. There is no permit in a turnkey contract.
Yes, but they are within our operations department, so they were supposed to do all their method statements with all the works, all their job steps, execute those job steps within our operation.
Mr. Piper, you would appreciate that a concept of doing a method statement is entirely different from having total control.
Yes, ma'am, they did all their method statement and they were executing the contract. We had no part of that execution of that contract.
Well, I appreciate you had no part in the execution, but certainly in relation to the actual development of scope, from the development of scope and the monitoring, that was part and parcel of Paria's responsibilities.
Paria just told them what we needed to do, which was to change the riser. They had to develop their method statement, right, and then execute the job, ma'am.
All right. So you will not accept that there's a difference between a service and advisory contract.
I will accept that this is a turnkey contract.
So it has
And
no
they were
component. It
executing.
has no component of advisory and service aspect to it.
Well, if
When
you
you're
could-
developing
yeah,
a method
yeah.
statement,
Yeah, I
Yeah.
did, ma'am, that would be your, I would say, deal with technical and maintenance. I had no part of that
Oh, you-
contract, so please, I
okay.
guess.
So I will take that cue and I will not go further with this witness on this point, but it is certainly a point. And who may I ask will be presenting in relation to the contract, the specificities
That
of
contract
the
comes
contract?
under the technical and maintenance.
Okay, so we will speak with technical and maintenance. Forgive me for switching, but I have the tail end of the question in. So I'd like to take you to your experts that you had advising in relation to the dive, in relation to the rescue. And I'd like to take you to paragraph 53 of your witness statement. Right. So at your paragraph 53, you say, Paria did not have the required knowledge of or access to competent, experienced divers, diving contractors, and or confined space entry specialists. This expertise was required to assist the ICT in assessing the feasibility of attempting to rescue the divers from inside the pipeline and to advise the ICT and on the most appropriate rescue option and method and risk and precaution associated with the said options and methods. This is your statement, right? So there were 4 things that you were looking for from your experts. That's correct? This is your statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And I'll just repeat it again. Appropriate rescue options, methods, risk, precautions associated with the said options. Yes?
Yes.
Did any of your experts provided any of those 4 things to the ICT?
Yes, they, one second. No, ma'am, I cannot say they provided, right? When we went to them, right, they would have assessed it and they came back to us and said it was too risky.
Thank you. That would be all.
Thank you very much.
I have 2 quick questions, sir. You'll clearly be able to finish.
I've managed to secure a few more minutes.
Yeah,
And so you're
only 2
right.
questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Piper, we heard that you gave the instruction not to dive to Ms. Catherine Balkisoon to pass on,
Yes, sir.
not to dive into the pipe. Do you know if notwithstanding your instruction, I think Mr. Ramada referred to it as your edict, that diving continued?
Yes, sir, diving continued after that instruction.
Yeah. So you were ignored, basically.
Yes, sir. Instruction was ignored.
Just one more point. I was attracted to the issue raised by Mr. Ramada about waiving and waiver and giving indemnity for civil liability. That must be civil liability he was referring to.
Well, I could only assume, sir.
Did anybody discuss with you that you were exposed to criminal liability if you send people into an area where they die?
Well, I would imagine that I would be exposed sending somebody in there.
And I know the DPP in Trinidad don't pause.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. That's all.
Good afternoon, Mr. Piper. I'll try
Good
to be
afternoon.
quick. I just want some clarity on your response to the incident yesterday. I heard from your on-scene commander. That's the title for her, or on-site?
She was more operations section chief, yeah.
Operations section
Yes,
chief
and then, yeah,
on-site.
cannot do it.
One thing that didn't come out powerfully, she said that she was on site from 1800 to 0600. As the incident commander, was she relieved? Did she hand over, or her duties were finished on site managing the incident at 0600 on Saturday?
No, sir. Catherine actually stayed on site until about 6 o'clock on Saturday evening.
Well, according
Right,
to her, she
yes.
said yesterday she finished up at 0600 Saturday morning.
No, she was on site up to she was at the incident command on site. She may not have been fully on site at
Okay.
that time, right? But she left Paria compound at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay, so
Right,
who
yes.
did you have managing the incident or an extension of the IMT on site
I
at
don't.
0600?
I can't recall at this time.
Okay, so
Who she? When she left, I can't. I don't know who she would have asked to hold on for her at the time. I don't know at this time.
okay.
Yeah.
I hope you would have an appreciation of having ICS training
Yes,
that
sir, yes.
someone on site, they left site without any handover. So how was information on Saturday morning feeding back into the IMT?
Yes, I know she was also still liaising, but at this point in time, I can't say who was on site.
I'll just
at that
push it
time.
a little further. How was information from on site, Bird 5, Bird 6, feeding back into the IMT in service of tactical plans, situational updates, awareness, or a rescue plan from 0600 on Saturday morning?
Right. So at that time, I can't say at this point in time how that was being fed back. But I know Catherine Balky soon continued to send people there and so on.
Okay, so having ICS training, that sort of information needs to come into you as the IC.
Yes.
Okay,
I
so
would say.
for a whole flesh of the day, Saturday, what you're saying is you don't have no information from on the site or updates?
Well, we had people back and forth on the site. I'm not saying we didn't have any information from the site.
Okay. All right. One last thing is, in the interest of being quick about it, I saw in paragraph 16 under your roles and responsibilities that you have to implement HSEQ standards and facilitate adherence to same.
Yes.
Yeah. In your experience of doing that, have you ever heard about bridging documents, or have you utilized bridging documents at Paria?
No, not really.
You know the concept of bridging documents?
Well, if you explain, I might.
So essentially, you have your safety philosophy or your
Right.
safety management philosophy or your management system. The contractor has theirs.
Right.
So as per my friend, whether it's a turnkey contract or what, the philosophies need to be understood, and one unified philosophy of executing the work needs to be understood under a robust safety management system.
Right. So what we do when the contractor provides.
In the interest of time, sorry to cut
no,
you.
I'll be very quick.
Yeah, okay.
What we do is the contractor provides his risk assessment, all his credible risks, his emergency response plan, and then the HSE department marries those two with Paria's emergency response.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm going to move on. And under the emergency response plan, LMCS's response plan, you indicated that you review and accept when you've given the turnkey contract or given the contractor full control.
The HSE department does, yes.
Right, but in reviewing, and how do you constitute acceptance of something that you don't have competence in?
Well, the HSE department, they look, as I mentioned, at the obvious risk, right? They look at the obvious risk, and that would have been mentioned, and that's how they review.
Okay. But would you accept that part of that is auditing? how do you test the system? So they've presented you with an emergency response plan.
Right, yes.
Did the HSE department test that emergency response plan to see how effective it is?
I don't know if they tested the plan at that time. I don't know if they tested the plan at that time.
And I'll finish here. Since you have the responsibility for HSE and reviewing it and ensuring that those standards are implemented, have you reviewed the incident reports, any lessons learned, and anything going forward out of this incident that has already been documented,
Yes, sir.
implemented, such
Yes.
as?
Right. So what we've done is we've improved the contractor management when he submits with his contract. We improved that. We started looking at the last 3 years documentation, not only his management plan.
Okay.
Right, etc.
Let me get right directed. Did you see any gaps in your IMT that needed addressed?
Yes, there are gaps to be addressed.
To be addressed or being addressed?
Well, being addressed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry that we're pressed. I've managed to secure a few more minutes, but there's just one more thing I need to ask you, which arises from what I asked you at the end of yesterday. You remember,
Yes,
we adjourned yesterday when you were standing in front of the screen trying to explain to us, or explain to me at any rate, how it's possible to put 1 pint in at one end and get 2 pints out at the other.
Yes. Right, so
have you been able to give any thought to that?
I've been able to give any thought about that. I have thought about it. I don't know if I'll be successful in the explanation. You're moving from one pipe into another pipe. If you have a full plug, then you should. If you move one barrel here, move one barrel there. But if you have in any way you're moving from different sizes, different line sizes.
You see, this is where I struggle. I don't see how it can make any difference at all.
Yeah.
You might start off with a little pipe this big and end up with something that's 20 feet wide. It seems to me not to make any difference. If you pour 1 pint in at one end, how can you get more out of the other? Because I'd like to know that, because I would put a bar of gold in that end and try and get 2 bars of gold out of the other.
Liquid, sir. Yeah. Once, if for any perchance you get any blow by in that liquid, right, you could maybe pick up liquid in the other pipe. It's just difficult to
well, I mean, I can get it. Some marginal difference might exist for any number of reasons. I struggle to understand you get more. But I could readily understand getting less. I do struggle to understand more, and I struggle even more when I think of the amount more that we're talking about. You know, moving from the sort of 80 barrels that we were speaking of yesterday to the sort of 400 potentially at the other end. And I really do struggle to understand.
And that is why it was always the dip on the line that we were considering.
All right. Well, I hear what you say. Thank you very much. Mr. Piper, I appreciate you've been in the witness box a very long time. Thank you very much indeed for coming. We are now adjourned until the 4th of January at 10 a.m. Yes. The best suggestion you've made all day, if I may say so. So 10 o'clock on Wednesday, the 4th of January, please. You will have probably later today or tomorrow morning at the latest, the schedule of witnesses for that Wednesday. What is it? Yes, Mohammed, I think, is going to be here on that Wednesday, and Mr. Yearwood. But anyway, it will come up on the screen. You'll have it all available to you, if not by today, by tomorrow. Thank you all very much. Right, I need to take this.
Right. Well, thank you for watching. Of course, I like the fact that everyone on Facebook jumped over to the new live very quickly. That was pretty good to see. And in fact, on YouTube, the viewer count exploded once I announced that we're also streaming on YouTube, because at one point it was like 1,000. So hello to everyone on YouTube, and thanks to everyone on Facebook for jumping over to the new stream. Let me just put up when they are coming back. So he said January 4th at 10 a.m. So the Commission of Enquiry returns on January 4th at 10 a.m. It's been great, covering the Commission of Enquiry, having your comments and stuff. Now we get a chance to actually relax a little bit, shop for Christmas and so on. No, Rich Lane, Emmanuel, there's nobody tomorrow. It's adjourned until the 4th of January at 10 a.m. So there's no Commission of Enquiry until the 4th of January at 10 a.m. Right? So until then, enjoy your Christmas, everyone. God bless you and keep you. And thank you for joining. I hope that, notwithstanding all the trials and tribulations that we've all gone through, I hope that you and your families have a fantastic Christmas. And I'm happy that you've been part of this community and having a chance to share your views and so on. It's really been great. There are going to be other issues that I come on the live for, but this particular thing has been a great opportunity to get your thoughts and share it during the stream and whatnot. And I thought it was great to have all of you. So thank you for sort of building this very close-knit community of free expression, as it were. And yes, someone asked me if I'm feeling much better. Yes, I'm definitely on the mend. I appreciate that. So yeah, I mean, that's it for now, folks. See you on the 4th of January. I will be back on live, but not for this Commission of Enquiry. We have, as you know, kind of made a name for ourselves in that, we kept the stream going throughout and didn't stop it for any reason. And even as things cut, we always had a backup plan, right? Just so that you wouldn't miss anything from the Commission of Enquiry that I know all of you are very much eager to see and to comment on. So thanks again. God bless. Take care and have a great Christmas. See you later. And keep the conversation going. And remember, these guys deserve justice. Thanks for following.